Hey, what's up guys? My name is Daryl, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to make this e-commerce website step by step. Now, the great part about this tutorial is that you don't need to have any sort of experience whatsoever. Everything is going to be drag and drop. And by the end of this video, you guys are going to be able to fully control and manage your own personal e-commerce website. And I mean, just look at this website, you know, it's sexy, it's professional, it's really clean, really modern. It'll make a great first impression for your visitors. Now, what I did for this tutorial was I decided to take direct inspiration from companies like Victoria's Secret. Now, these guys spend millions of dollars determining what works and what makes people buy on their website. So we want to take their design and incorporate it on our own. So you guys can see right here a big, beautiful landing page with a simple call to action. We have the same thing right here like this, or like this, or like this, or like this. Now, you guys can sell anything that you want on your website. You guys can sell digital products, you can sell pants, you can sell electronics, you can sell pencils, whatever you would like. Now let me give you all a quick tour of this website and show you what we're going to be building today in this e-commerce tutorial. So the first thing we're going to do is design our homepage, and as you guys saw before, we can add in those really cool HD video backgrounds, or we can just add a large image that looks just like this. And you guys see right, I have these two girls on my landing page, and you know it's Friday, you know, they're ready to party. And here we have our Shop Now button. Now you guys can add as many buttons as you would like. You can change this to any color or any font that you would like as well for your e-commerce website. And below that right here, we have our categories. So here we have our best rated, we have our best sellers, our clearance, and our new arrivals. Now this can be anything. So for example, this can be something like belts, shoes, pants, or tank tops, and they would click on that button right there. It would take them directly to that product category. Now scrolling down here, we have our products. Now you guys can have as many products as you would like. You can have as many products listed in a row. So I think this goes up to like 6 products in a row. So here I have 4, and when I hover over it, it has that flip style to it, and it also has that really cool purple glow, and it kind of intensifies the product to make people really want to click on it, right? So scrolling down here, we have this other section, which is like a split screen, modern style section. And Victoria's Secret does the same exact thing right here. So right here, they have that really cool like split screen effect. So we're going to incorporate that on our website. And right here, you can add something like 10% off. And then right here, you can link them to that specific category of your sale. And below that, we have our Instagram feed. Now, a really cool feature about this Instagram feed is that whenever you upload a picture onto Instagram, it will automatically show on your website. So your feed will automatically show up right here on your e-commerce website. And of course, Victoria's Secret does the same exact thing right here. So this is their Instagram, and we're doing the same exact thing that Instagram does as well. And of course, you can click on it, you can like it, you can comment on it, all sorts of cool stuff. Going back down here, and also you can follow this person on Instagram. Now lastly, to finish this off, we have our footer section. So right here we have our subscribe to our newsletter. So people will be able to come here, they will give you their email address, and they can subscribe to your mailing list. Maybe you provide something like coupon codes or something like that. And here we have our social media icons. So we have our Facebook, our YouTube, Instagram, and Pinterest. I know girls are very active on Pinterest, so if you are selling girl products, I know they like that social media website. I see them on a lot. And here I have our our WooCommerce products. So you guys can list your products right here, and also we have our pages right here as well. Now going back up right here. Now if you guys need a logo, don't worry about it. I will help you guys get a really cool and beautiful logo just like this one right here. Now I mentioned that this was a very simple website to make, very easy, and I bet you guys are wondering, how easy is it? Now also before I talk about that, this theme is fully mobile responsive. So this is our website right here, and this is what it looks like on a tablet. This is what it looks like on our phone. And as you guys can see, it is fully mobile responsive, so this will work on all of your devices. And that's very important, guys, because as of 2017, there are more mobile users than there are desktop users. I mean, how many times do you check your Facebook on your phone? Probably all the time, right? So going back over here, we have our page right here. So let me show you how this page builder works. So let's say I want to take this image and I want to just drag it over here. And this section right here, same thing. Now, of course, that doesn't look that good because, this is black and we don't want it to cover it. So we can just go ahead and move it right back over there. And same thing with this section. We'll just go ahead and place it right below that. And let's say I want to change this text to maybe all of our shirts off. So all shirts and tank tops, 50% off. And that's it, guys. The changes are live. So it's really easy now to make a website. It's never been easier. It's just ridiculous what technology does today. And scrolling down here, let's say we have these images and we want to move them. So here I'm gonna take this image, I'm gonna place it over here, and then I'm gonna take this image and put it right back over there to put it there. And that's it. So that's how you make changes. And guys, these are live. So all these changes that I'm showing you, this is live, and that is how your website will look. So it's never been easier now to make a website. So next, let's go ahead and look at our shop page. And let me introduce you to our shop page to show you what it's all about. So this is our sexy shop page. And you guys can see right here, we have our different products. Now, instead of having just your products, you can have different product categories. But I decided just to list all of my products on this page right here. Now you can add more or fewer columns. So right here I have 4 columns, but you can do less or more. I'll show you how to do that in just a second. But really quickly, I want to show you this cool little sidebar right here. So while people are shopping on your website, they can go ahead and subscribe to your emailing list and click on subscribe. It's an old school AOL address. Now they'll actually have to confirm that. So don't worry about getting spam. They'll have to go to their email address, confirm it, and then they'll be subscribed to your mailing list. Now below that, we have our social media follow icons. So right here we have our Facebook, our YouTube, our Instagram, and our Pinterest. Below that, we have our top rated products, and you can change this to anything that you would like. So right here, maybe you want your on sale products or your trending products. I'll go over that, all that in this tutorial. And below that right here, we have a search box. So let's just say these people don't know where to find shirts. I know, right? So yeah, we'll just type in shirt. So I'll type in shirts and click on search. And now all of the products with shirt will be listed right here, making it very easy for your users to find it. Now let's go ahead and click on a product. So I'm gonna click on this artsy shirt right here. So this is exactly what your product's going to look like. So right here we have a sale. So I'll show you all about sales and how to incorporate like coupon codes and all that really cool stuff. So here we have an artsy shirt and it's on sale for $50. And below that, we have a description of the product. Of course, this is just all dummy text, but you can add in whatever you would like right here. People can share it to all of their favorite social media websites. Now, I just added 3, but there's up to like 20 you can add. So I'll go over more of that in this tutorial. And right here, people can select the number they would like, and they can simply add it to the cart. Now, if they hover over the image, they can actually zoom in on the product to really see it, to see your product and, learn all about it. And right here, they can go ahead and look at the other image and simply go through it and look all around. Now, below that, we have our description of the product. So maybe right here, you can do something like, the weight of this product, it's really good, or just go ahead and talk about it. And below that, we have reviews. So people can go ahead and review your products. They can go ahead and say, cool product, give it a 5-star. Now you can also moderate these reviews. So if you have some like troll on your website and he's just giving you like 1 star on all of your products, don't worry about it. You can decide to approve or spam those reviews. Now below that, we have related products, and companies like Amazon and Victoria's Secret do the same exact thing. So if you're looking at one product, maybe you want to start recommending different products, right, to your customers. So I'll go over all of that in this tutorial. So this right here is a simple product, and this is ideal for something like, like plates or something with no options. Now, if you need something with options, there's something called a variable product, and I will cover all of that in this tutorial. So here we have a shirt, but maybe the shirt comes in different sizes or it comes in different colors. So here I have, all these sizes. I'll say, I'm a medium and I want a white one. So now you can see that we have the image change right here to a white medium, or we can do something like a white black. And then of course you can add in more images. Right here I add in, the stock one, but you can add in different images. I'll show you how to swap and all that really cool stuff. So this right here is what we call a variable product. And guys, I will cover a majority of the products in this tutorial to make sure that you guys fully understand everything about e-commerce. And of course, the same thing applies right here. We have what you may also like. We have the sidebar right here. We have our, related products and all this really cool stuff right here. So now that I've shown you guys a little bit about simple products and variable products, let me show you how you can actually edit your shop page. Guys, this stuff is really easy. So this is the visual builder, and this is what we use to sort of like, design our website. So this is the settings right here, and all you need to do is just say, okay, column number 4, maybe I want only 3 products to show up per column. And that's it. I'm gonna click on Save Changes. I'm gonna exit this and go to Save. So now instead of 4 products per column, only 3 are going to show up. There you go. So now we have 3 that are showing up. It's really easy to use, guys. It's not technical. It's not technical. Anybody can do this stuff. It's really simple to use. And also a really cool feature that I've added in this tutorial is free live chat. How about that? So you guys have noticed right here on this bottom section, it says we're online. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, do you have any coupon codes? Do you have any coupon codes? All right, now I'm gonna go to my other computer and I'm gonna say, oh, okay, cool. Someone wrote a message to me, they have any coupon codes. I'm gonna say, use Daryl 50 for a coupon code. And go ahead and send it. And there you go, we have a response. So I'll show you how to use live chat. It's free, it's really easy to use, and you can literally respond right on your computer. And I'll go ahead and say, thank you. And there you go. So that is how you use live chat. It's really simple to use, guys, and in this tutorial, I will cover all of that today. So now that I've shown you the shop page, let's go ahead and buy something. Let's go ahead and give you a live example of what it would look like when a customer wants to check out on your website. Now this is a live e-commerce website. So I'm gonna go ahead and buy something. I'm gonna go ahead and buy this InStyle shirt right here. Now it's $100. I'm gonna go ahead and add this to the cart and view the cart. Now right here you notice we have a coupon code section. So I'll teach you all about coupon codes. So right now the product is $100 and with tax it's $108.05. But I have a special coupon code that will save me 50% off the product. So you can see the product goes from $100, now we get a 50% off discount. So I will introduce you to coupon codes for your e-commerce website. Now another really cool thing about this tutorial is I'm going to show you how to get your tax automated so you don't have to deal with finding out what state accepts a certain tax law or any of that stuff. All your taxes will be automated and automatic, and I'm really excited to show you that because I haven't really introduced that in my past tutorials. So in this tutorial you will not have to research different state taxes. Everything will be automatic. And also with this coupon code, you can go ahead and put that like onto your Facebook. You can advertise it on Instagram to get people to come to your store and purchase something. So I'm gonna go to proceed to checkout, and we're gonna go to the billing page. So right here, you'll need to enter your billing details. And of course, the live chat is always available for people. So if they ever have problems or something doesn't work, they can always just go ahead and send you a quick little message and you can help them out right away. So right here, I'll put my first name, my last name, Pasadena, California. We have our zip code, a phone number, an email address. Now for this tutorial, guys, usually with other tutorials I've seen, people only recommend PayPal. But guys, that's so old. If you go to Amazon, they're not gonna say you have to check out only with FirePay, right? Like, no. So in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to PayPal, but also a credit card. So someone can come to your website, put their credit card information in, and buy something right away on your website without having to be redirected to PayPal. So right here, I'm gonna go to use a new payment method. Now these right here are stored credit card. So right here, I'm gonna enter my secret credit card number and enter in this. Now guys, this is just in test mode, so anything I have will work. So this is not a real credit card number. So right here, I'm gonna go to place order. So now I've actually entered in my credit card number and the product is processing, and there you go. So the order is received. The customer will now receive an email with like a receipt, and you will also receive an email telling you, hey, somebody bought something on your website, and they'll give you all the information right here. So I have our customer details, our billing address, and all this information right here. So if you go to your email address, you're gonna see something that looks like this right here. Now you can fully customize this to whoever you like. So this is a very ugly blue color, of course, but you can change this to whatever you would like, and you will receive this notification when someone purchases something on your website. So it's a really automated process. It's very easy to use, and it's just a really easy platform to use. So going back over here, now I've shown you guys the shop page and everything else. Now I'm just gonna quickly show you guys the rest of the website. So this right here is like our hot section, and right here I have this header section, and you can change the color. And right here I have an image, I added some text. And scrolling down here, now you can have like your featured products right here. So maybe you have something that you received that's brand new. You can put something like our brand new product. You can talk about it, and then right here you can link that button to different parts of your website. And notice we have these really cool glows around our website. You guys can change this to any color, or you don't have to have it at all. I just think it's a really unique feature that sort of grabs your attention. So scrolling down here, same thing. And again, we have another one right here. Now scrolling down here, you've noticed that we have this really cool parallax effect. So I'm sure you guys have heard about the parallax effect, where the image right there kind of scrolls down with you. So if I keep scrolling, now you see your eyes. And right here is a call to action. Now this is a very simple process. All you need to do is just add in a background and then add in a really quick call to action module, and everything's done. It's a very simple process. So this button can also link to anywhere on your website. So next we have our blog page. And right here we have a really cool stylish blog page. So right here we have like our image. I'll show you how to put in your images for your blog. And if someone clicks on it, they can see the image. They can read about your blog, maybe like the newest trends, or like what your plans are for the future, or just, talk about yourself, and people can go ahead right here and comment. Cool blog post. I'll submit the comment. And also people can, you have the option to moderate this. So if you find out people are spamming you with like ads or something, don't worry about it, because you can moderate the comments on your blog page. So going back here, so this is a really cool, unique style blog post. So I'll show you guys how to incorporate this onto your e-commerce website. And lastly, we have our contact section. So this is all a plugin, and it's basically automatic. So all you would need to do is install something, and everything's automated, where you would just go ahead and grab a template, and it does all of the hard work for you. Now you can do this like a first name, last name, email address. You can add in like a phone number. You can add in different text boxes right here. So just for me, I added a first name, a last name, an email address. And if they have questions right here, they can go ahead and put that in. And if they send this message, it will go directly to my email box. Now, lastly, I want to go ahead and point out that I am actually the highest rated instructor on udemy.com for WordPress tutorials and WooCommerce and eCommerce. So you guys can watch this with confidence, knowing that you guys are learning from a premium instructor that knows a lot about WordPress, that knows a lot about eCommerce and WooCommerce. I like to be very thorough and very upfront in my tutorials. I don't like to leave anything out. So when you watch this, you can watch it with confidence, knowing that you're learning from a premium instructor that really knows what he's talking about. Now, I also want to go ahead and introduce the theme that we're going to be using. So we're going to be using the #1 rated theme on the planet. And I bet you guys have heard that from like a lot of different people. Like, oh, this is #1, this is #1. Well, Divi is actually the #1 installed WordPress theme in the world. So they've actually monitored the amount of themes installed by WordPress, and Divi came out as #1. And it's #1 for a lot of reasons, guys. Divi is actually a very high quality website, and you guys can actually try the Divi theme for free. So you guys can go ahead and test out the page builder. You guys can see how it looks before you decide to purchase it. And actually, this company will give you a 30-day money back. Now, if you guys watch other tutorials, like e-commerce tutorials, when you buy someone else's theme, you don't get your money back. So that's it. You buy it, you don't like it, you're stuck with it. This company is a very high quality company, and they will give you your money back for any reason at all within 30 days. So you really have no risk, and it has over 400,000 people using it. And another thing I want to point out is that this theme has thousands of Facebook groups with people joining, collaborating, talking about it, because it's such a widely used and popular theme. So if you're not using this theme, if you're using something else that you found on YouTube, I strongly recommend to use Divi, because it's the #1 theme. And this is actually a United States-based company. They're actually based in San Francisco, which is like the most expensive place in the United States. I don't know why they're based there. It's kind of like, man, that's expensive. Like the houses over there are like millions of dollars, and they're not even that big. They're like tiny. And I'm like, people are crazy. Why would you pay so much money Anyways, but yeah, so we're going to be using this theme for our WordPress theme because I want to use the best of the best. And don't worry, because this community has so much behind it. You have tutorials every day. You have people helping each other. It's a great and live community. And I strongly recommend after this tutorial to join some of these groups, talk about it, discuss it, and go over, all the things that you've learned in this tutorial. So if you guys are ready to make an amazing e-commerce website from scratch, let's go ahead and do it. Alrighty, everybody. So I'm going to get out my notepad and we are going to follow these simple steps in order. So the first thing we're going to do is get our hosting and our domain, which is basically yourwebsite.com. After that, we are going to install WordPress, which is basically like the foundation of our website. After that, we are going to install the Divi theme, and this is what we use to design the website with. And after that, we are going to create our amazing e-commerce website. And lastly, and hopefully, you will make money. Now, there is a link in the description of this video. It will take you to a website called siteground.com, where we will get our hosting and our domain. And you'll be brought to a page that looks just like this. Now, why do I recommend SiteGround? Well, I recently tested them against 9 other web hosting companies, guys, and these guys came out #1 in every single category. They were the fastest, the most reliable, and they had the best uptime. Along with that, they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, a free SSL, and 24-hour customer support. So they are among some of the best web hosting companies out there. So when you get to this page, go ahead and click on Sign Up right here. All right, so we have 3 plans. So let me explain what these do. So we have the Startup, we have the Grow Big, and we have the Go Geek for geeks. So this one right here is just for one domain. So if you just want one website and one website only, the Startup would be ideal for you. However, if you want multiple websites, like yourwebsite.com and another website, the Grow Big would be ideal for you. And if you guys have been around WordPress for a while and you kind of want to try the hosting and see how it is against your current hosting, I recommend the Go Geek. But for those of you who are brand new, I kind of recommend the Grow Big. The Grow Big's good. So right here, I'm gonna go to Order Now. All right, so register a new domain. So I'm gonna enter my famous one. Let's see here, I love Kylo Ren. Hopefully the new Star Wars is good. It comes out in it comes out at the end of the year. They make us wait so long. So once you're here, go to Proceed. And it's still available. Wow. I've been using that test domain for about 2 years now and no one's taken it. I hope nobody does. So right here, we have this account information. Go ahead and put in your email and your password. And right here on this next section, you're going to put your client information, such as your first name, your last name, your social security number. I'm just kidding. You're not going to put your social. Never give anybody that. And below that, we're going to put our payment information. So right here, go ahead and put your credit card number and all that stuff right here. And scrolling down right here, I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about the purchase information. So the period, I recommend 12 months because that'll give you enough time to determine that, if e-commerce is for you and, if websites and everything is for you. Below that, we have the domain privacy protection. Now, what this does is that it protects your personal information from people who try to search you or who is you. So if you have this, people will not be able to see your information that you put. If you take it off, then if someone tries to search you, that they'll see your public information. Next is the SiteGround site scanner. And guys, I don't recommend this because a lot of the plugins with WordPress can do this for free. So you don't really need to have that. So I don't recommend the site scanner. And once you're done with that, you can go ahead and read their terms of service. Anyways, after that, you guys are going to go to Pay Now, and that will take you to your customer portal. Now, I have an account with these guys, so I'm going to meet you on the next page. So this is your customer portal. So it'll take you to this page right here, and you guys can go ahead and kind of explore like the tabs, like the My Account and the supports and all this other cool stuff. And remember, guys, these guys offer 24-hour customer support. So if you guys ever have a problem with your website, these guys will be more than happy to fix any issue that you guys have with your websites. You guys can, add services. You have like a resource section, etc. But yeah, so I'm gonna go to My Accounts, and once you're here, you're going to go to your cPanel, and this is where we're going to install WordPress. So right here, go to cPanel, and go to Proceed. All right, so we need to go to this section right here. Now, we need to go to this little icon right here that says WordPress, and we are going to install WordPress onto our domain. So scrolling down here, I'm gonna go to install now. Now right here, you're going to see your domain. So go ahead and pick the domain that you purchased. Now right here, make sure to put nothing. Do not put anything there, or else it's going to install your website, dash, whatever you want. But yeah, make sure nothing's here at the directory. And right here, you can put something like your site name, like My Cute Store. Learn all about, cute items or, electronics or whatever you want. But you don't have to put anything now. We can always change this later. So I'm going to leave this standard for now. And right here is your admin username. So I'm going to put Paddywhack, which is my dog. Paddywhack 999. And then right here is my password. And don't worry about your password. We can always come back and change this later. Scrolling down here, you can go ahead and select your language. And someone commented on my last video, and I guess Chinese is the correct one. I thought it was Mandarin. I thought they spoke Mandarin in China, but apparently it's Chinese. But you can go ahead and select your language right here. And if you just speak English, I'm going to put English. Now scrolling down here, I'm going to go to install. So now it's installing WordPress onto our domain. And guys, if your domain, you just bought it and it needs time to propagate, like it says waiting, just give it time. It does take time to propagate on the internet. If it takes a little bit longer and you just get impatient, just give them a call. Say, hey guys, I got the domain. I want to install WordPress. They can even do it for you. Okay, so they're a really helpful company. So right here, we have this URL, and all you need to do is go ahead and click on it. And you're brought to this page right here. Now, if you don't get to this page, you go to an empty portal. Don't worry about it. Maybe it just takes time to propagate, but you should be brought right here. If you have any problems, feel free to give them a phone call or live chat or email them. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our notepad right here. So we got our hosting and no domain. So right here, I'm gonna put done. We've installed WordPress. Done. Pretty simple stuff, guys. It's really easy. So the next thing we're going to do is purchase and install the Divi theme. Now, before I take you guys to elegantthemes.com, I actually want to show you my website, because my website is actually designed by the Divi theme. Now, this is my website, darylwilson.com, and as you guys can see, it's a really clean, really modern style website. And I would never recommend a product I didn't use, and I use the Divi theme for my website because it's a very good WordPress theme. Now, there is a link in the description of this video, and it will take you to a website called elegantthemes.com, where we will purchase and install the #1 rated theme in the world. So I'm gonna go to elegantthemes.com. Now, if you guys use my link, you guys will actually get 10% off the Divi theme. Now, I bet you guys are wondering, Daryl, why is this theme so good? Why does everybody use it? Why is it so famous? Well, first off, these guys will actually give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you guys don't like it for any reason, these guys will just gladly give you your money back. Now, along with that, you guys get a lot of premium plugins, you get theme updates, and you get premium WordPress support. Now, this alone, guys, is worth thousands of dollars. So basically, if you guys ever have a problem with your website or something is not working with your website, you can kind of buy with confidence knowing that you have a team of developers that will help you with all of the issues with your website. So once you're here, now if you're brand new, I would recommend the yearly access. But later down the road, once you become like a Divi fan and you join the groups and you start learning about the community, I would probably get the lifetime. I have the lifetime. So right here, I'm gonna go to sign up today. Now here, you're gonna put your username, your email, your password. You're gonna go ahead and fill out all this information. And once you're done with that, you can, read the terms of service. Yeah, so yeah, go through that. And then once you're done with that, you'll click on complete registration. And I have an account, so I'll meet you on the next page. Go ahead and log in. So this is my members area right here, and you can go to your account and change all your settings right here. So like you have your your billing information, and if you guys have problems or questions, you guys can go to supports. And you can go ahead and click on like Divi right here. And like I said, all you need to do is just ask a question and say, hey guys, how can I do this? Or how can I do this? Or how can I improve that? And look at my tickets, I have a lot of questions and these guys have answered everything. So it's really cool knowing that you have a team of people always helping you with your website. So go ahead and click on downloads right here. And this one right here with the D, we're gonna click on download. And this is the Divi theme. So we're going to upload this onto our WordPress websites. So going back over here, I'm gonna go to appearance and go to themes. Now right here, I'm gonna go to add new. and I'm gonna click on upload theme, choose the file, and then simply select the Divi theme. So I'm gonna go to open and go to install now. So we are installing the Divi theme. All right, almost done. Done. That was really fast. You know, a lot of other hosting providers, guys, it can take like 2 minutes, but SiteGround's actually pretty good. So right here, just click on activate. And congratulations, we have successfully activated the Divi theme. So guys, that was all the technical stuff. So that was all the hard part. Everything else is kind of like being creative and kind of messing around. And right here under the My Blog, you can click on Visit Site. You guys can see your current site. And it doesn't look anything like mine or anybody else's, but don't worry, we're gonna make it look amazing. So let's go ahead and go to my little pages right here. And we are going to actually go right here and say, all right, we installed Divi theme, done. So the last thing we need to do, guys, is simply create our amazing e-commerce website. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and create some pages. So over here on the plus new section, you can go to page right here. And we're going to be creating pages for our website, such as like the home page, the about us page, etc. So right here, I'm gonna go to home and go ahead and publish this. I'm gonna click on add new again. Now I wanna do the about us and publish this. And then lastly, we'll do something like, we'll do our contact us. And go to publish. Now there is another way that you can create pages. Over here on the left side, if you click on this right here, you can go to add new. And this is just another way to create pages. So right here, I'll do something like what's hot. What's hot. And publish this. So now that we've created those pages, we need to actually put that on the menu. So over here under appearance, we're gonna go to menu right here. And now we're gonna create our first menu. So right here, I'm gonna give your menu a name. I'm gonna do menu 1 like always. Go to create menu. Now right here on the left side, you're gonna see pages. Just simply click on view all and just select the pages. So we have the home, etc. Now there's 2 home pages. Now this one right here is a custom link. So you need to make sure that the page is actually selected. So right here you see I have home and it says page. So the custom link we don't need anymore. This is what comes standard with WordPress and we don't want that. So right here we have the home, the about us, the contact us, and the what's hot. Now you can actually, put this in any order that you want. Now if you want a drop down menu, all you need to do is take this page and drag it under it. Now if I hover over this on the website, about us will be like a little drop down menu. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like this, make this a primary menu, and click on save menu. So we can go back to our website right here under visit sites. Now you can see we have our menu. And don't worry, we'll customize it. We'll change the colors. There's a lot to talk about. But for now, we'll just go ahead and leave it like that. Now, another thing I want to do is make our homepage our actual homepage. So to do that, we're going to go down to here over this section. We're going to go to Theme Customizer. Now right here on the static front page section, all you need to do is click on this and click on a static page and set your front page as your home page. And once you're done, click on save and publish. Now there's a lot of options over here, but don't worry, we'll come back to this a little bit later. In fact, you won't use a lot of this, maybe just for your logo and your menu, but right now we're not going to mess with these settings. So here I'm gonna click on X. Now we are ready to design our website. So right here on the top, this is the visual builder. So this is what we're going to be using a majority of the time to basically create our website. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on this. And you'll notice that we have this box right here. So if you wanna go ahead and add something, all you need to do is click on this little plus icon, and there you're gonna see like all these modules. So these are basically different things. You can add like a button, a comment, a call to action. Right here we have like an email opt-in, a contact form, a gallery. There's all sorts of really cool modules that you can add. But right now, all we're going to add is a call to action. So right here, we're gonna add a call to action. Now we're gonna give it a title right here. So I'm gonna do something like, before that. So right here, we have this little green box. Now this green box controls this section. The blue box controls this section. So all we're gonna do is say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this little icon structure right here and we're going to click on 2. So now we have one section on the right and one section on the left. So right here, I'm going to simply go ahead and click on this. And we're just going to do something like, you know, all shirts 50% off. And the button URL. Right now, we're just going to put a little number sign there. Don't worry, we're going to actually link that to our shop page just a little bit later. Now right here, we have button text. So what do you want your button to say? So I'll put something like, oop, I spelled that wrong. I'll put something like, let's see, what should we put? Shop now. All right, and right here, we have a background color. Now I do not want a background color, so I'm going to take that off. Now right here under the text color, I'm gonna put dark so we can actually see it. Now scrolling down here, we have text orientation. So you can choose to have this on the left side, you can have it on the right side, you can have it, you know, centered, justified, however you want. I'm gonna leave this centered for now. And if we scroll down right here, you can add in more content. Like, let's see right here, we can put something like the shirts are made with cotton. And you can add in all sorts of cool stuff here. You can put in more text, etc. You can add in an image right here, but we're not going to do that just yet. Now scrolling down right here, this right here, don't worry about this. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And now for the design. So let's say you want to go ahead and decorate this right here. So we have this header font. So this right here is the current header font, and this is the body font. So you can actually change the header fonts to whatever you'd like. You can make it bold. You can italicize it, so you can make it all caps. And guys, a majority of these settings are for all of the modules. So once you learn this setting for one module, you basically learn it for all of the modules. So it's not like hard. All you need to do is just understand one, and it applies to all of them. So right here we have the header font size, and we can change that, make it bigger. We can make it smaller, but I'll leave something like 40 pixels. Now right here, the header text color, you can decide to change the color to whatever you would like, depending on your store. So I'll do something like, I'm gonna do black. Actually, that's kind of too black. Let's do a little faded a little bit. Now the header letter spacing. So if you want a little bit of space in between the letters, you can go ahead and do that. I think Nike does that a lot, you know? I think they do, but yeah, so if you want spacing, you can go ahead and do it like that. Now also the header line height. So if you want more space right here in between the height, you can go ahead and increase that, or you can go ahead and leave it as standard. And if you want to go back to the original settings, all you need to do is click on this little icon right there, and it'll take you right back. Now body font. So this right here is applying to this section. So same thing like this, guys. All you need to do is just say, okay, I want this font. I want to make it a little bit bigger. I want the text maybe like a black. And you can do the same thing, so letter spacing for this, and the body line height. And for the background image, we don't want to add an image right here because we're actually going to apply it to the entire section. So we're not going to use a background image. You can put a little border around it. So for example, right here, you can have this little cool border around it if you'd like, but I'm not going to put the border, but it's just for, you know, if you want it. And the margin settings and the padding, we will talk about that in just a little bit, okay? So right here, now we have use custom styles for button. So this button does not really work well. It doesn't look that good. I mean, it's blue. We don't really want that color. So right here, click on this, and this is what you use to design the button with. So right here, we have the button text size. So how big do you want this text right here? So I'm gonna do something like, 21. Yeah, that's actually already big. That's actually a good size. Now the text color. So what text color do you want the text to be? So right here, I'll do something like black. Okay. Now we have the button background color. So right here, we have a white background right now. But if you want to change that, you can do something like red or orange or yellow or green. But I think it looks actually pretty good with white. So scrolling down here, we have the button border width. So you can choose to have a bigger border. You can see the border is now getting bigger. But, I gotta be honest, I think it's pretty good, That is a really ugly button, but, well, I'll leave it at 3. Or, yeah, 2 is good. 2 is good. Now, the button border color, you can decide just to change just the color of the border. So, for example, I'll put red, and now only the border is changed. But I kind of like the black right there. Now the border radius, so what this does is that we have a square right now, but if you want to kind of round it or something like that, all you need to do is go ahead and mess with this, and now you see that it has like that circular motion to it. Now we have the button letter spacing as well. Same thing right there. We can change the button letter spacing in the button, and now we can actually scroll down to the actual button. So now we can change the actual button font. So right here I'll put able. Now you can give it an icon. So right now we have that little arrow right there, but if you want an icon, like a different one, you can click on like another one. Now you see it's a plus sign, and there's all sorts of icons you can change it to. Now you don't have to have the icon. So right here, I can say no, I don't want a button. So there is no button. Now scrolling down here, so the same settings that we did earlier, these are applied to only when you hover over it. So for example, right here we have the hover background color. So I'm gonna change it to red. Now, only when I hover over the button, then it will turn red. So now you can see red, red, red. So the same thing for the text color. So for example, if you want this to be a blue, so if I hover over it, then it will be blue and red. So we have the blue font and we have the red background. Now you can go through these settings and kind of mess with it, because this is all just for hovering over the button. Now a good combination is when you actually have if you change your button on one, you should change it on both. So the hover border radius, you might want to leave those the same for both, because you don't want it to be squared and then when they hover over it, it's circle. You know, I think you should keep it consistent. And you know, these are basically self-explanatory. So I'm gonna go ahead and just leave these clear. And that's it. So let's go ahead now and do something else. Now over here, I'm gonna add an image. So there is a Dropbox, guys, in the video of this description, and it will give you access to a bunch of images that you guys can use for this tutorial. So right here, I'm gonna go to add new image, and I'm gonna scroll down, and I'm gonna find image, upload, and I'll go ahead and select those images in the folder in the Dropbox. And right here, I'm gonna click on select files. I'll go to desktop. And I'm gonna go down to latest e-commerce tutorial, and I'm gonna go ahead and just upload all of these pictures. So this is gonna take a little bit of time. So I'm gonna go ahead and pause the video really quickly, and also remember that all of these images are in the description of this video. They're all for free, they're in my Dropbox, and don't worry, I will give you guys a lot of good resources to go get some really nice premium images. Alright guys, welcome back. So the image is uploaded. Now I'm going to select an image right here. So I'm going to select this one right here and go to upload an image. So now you guys can see the image is right here. Now let's just say I want to go ahead and move this. Maybe I don't want it on this side. So I'm going to take this little icon right here. I'm going to hold it and I'm going to drag it. Now you see that little gray bar right there? So if I let it go, that's where the image is actually going to show up. Now really quickly, if I click on this gear icon, we have different animations for this. So right here, scrolling down, you have the animation. Now right here it says we can have it right to left, we can have it top to bottom, we can have it bottom to top, we can have it fade in. Now we can also change the image alignment, but for this module right here we cannot, because as you guys can see, we have these two columns right here, so it's sort of blocking it. So right now it's just going to stay there. Later on we'll talk more about that, don't worry. And right here we have these other options, like you can remove the space below the image, but right now we're not going to use that. But if you want, you can click yes. Now you can see the space gets deleted. Right here I'm gonna go to leave that as centered. So if you guys can choose to have this or not, I'll go ahead and put yes. Why not? And over here in the design, you can change a lot of these settings for this. Not to worry, guys, we'll talk more about this in the next section, so don't worry about these settings. So right here I'm gonna click on check. Now let's go ahead and add in a background image to this. So we have this nice landing page, but we have no background. So right here under this gear icon, I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna go to upload. So right here it says background image. I'm gonna go to upload and just select one of these images right here and click on upload an image. Now you guys can actually have like a transparent background color or your own background color. So if you don't want an image, you can simply do something like this right here, where you can just have like a color like that, or you can have it transparent. And also right here, you can add a video. So right here, I can click on upload, and I'll select this video. And don't worry, guys, I'll show you where to get videos right now. So there is a website called vidivo.net. I think it's vidivo. I think it's vidivo.net or something like that. Let me see here. It's a Vidivo. It's a there we go. Vidivo.net. Yeah, vidivo.net. Now right here, you can click on the footage section, and they have all sorts of videos right here that you can download for free. So that's if you want a video background. So you guys can sort of go through these and check them out. Now, if you want like really nice images, you can go to unsplash.com. Unsplash.com is a very well-known, respected site, and they give like a really nice images. You guys can see it's a beautiful picture, and you guys can go ahead and just go through these. Now, if you want like a category, let's say you're looking for something, just do something like a night sky or something like that. There you go. So now we have the night sky, and we have all these pictures of the night sky. Okay, so you guys can go ahead and go through these. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and go back to my store right here. And I'm going to go ahead and just use this background image instead and upload an image. So guys, finding an image will take time. These things aren't easy. I know make it look easy, but trust me, the landing page is the most important part of your website. This gives people maybe 2 to 3 seconds to determine if they're going to shop on your website. So having a beautiful landing page is crucial. So we have this image right here in this call to action, but you guys can see the girl's kind of blocking it. It doesn't really look good. So we can actually go ahead and just move this. So right here, I'm going to go ahead and move this back over here and take this module and move it right under here. Now let's say, for example, you just want to duplicate this entire row or section. So right here under this little duplicate row icon, you can click on that, and then we'll simply duplicate everything that you've done in that little box. So this will save us a ton of time in the future. So if you have like a pattern style websites, the duplicate row would be your best friend. But right now I'm gonna click on delete row. Now we can also duplicate this entire section. So we can actually duplicate it just like that. But that's just for tutorial purposes. I'm not going to do that. So I've showed you guys how to do this landing page. And also one more thing. Now you see where my mouse is right here? We can actually extend this like that, or we can do this on the top as well and kind of like put it wherever you would like. So you can go ahead and do that. Now this applies to all the modules, even the green section. So we can move the green section down or the green section up. So you can go ahead and determine where you want your picture or how far you want it to extend. So the next section right here, I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and we are going to actually create this section right here. So it's really simple. This plus icon, click on it. Now we want a regular section. Now you see we have all these different type of rows. So I just want the four row column right here. So I'm gonna click on this right here. And now you see that we have these, I'm gonna close this. We have these 4 little rows right here. All right. So I'm gonna click on one, and we can add in any module that we want. However, I'm just going to add in the image module right now. I'm going to upload an image right here. And I'm just gonna select one of these girls. So I have one image there. All right. Now I'm gonna do the same for these next 3 right here. And this is good because it's creating that category for our visitors, because we want to sort of direct them on where to go. So right here, I'm gonna go to image, upload an image, choose this girl. Same thing right here. Now I know it looks different than the other section, and I'm gonna show you how I did that right now. So this girl, and then right here, I'm going to add in a picture of this other one. All right, so I have these 4 girls right here, but right here you can see they're bigger, they're stretched out, and it looks pretty different. So right here under this icon right here, we can control this row. So maybe I want to extend this row. So right here under the row settings, right here I can say I want to make this row full width. So now this row is bigger. So you guys can see the images are getting a little bit bigger. Now we can also do something like, change the gutter width. So right here I'm gonna click on yes. Now right here, if I go to 2, the images are going to actually get closer. So what that does is it's reducing the amount of space right here. You see this white space right here? If I keep doing that, it's just going to delete all of that white space. And now we just have the images right here all clumped together. Now this is actually a really nice modern style look too, but that's just not what I want to achieve right here. I don't want to do this right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it at maybe something like 2. I think this right here is something good for us. So now you can see it has that cool little like 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we need to add like a title below it. So there's a lot of different ways we can do this. We can add a text module. We can add in like a call to action. So I'm going to click on plus new module, and I'm going to add in a call to action. So right here, I'm going to find the call to action. So right here, I'll do something like pants. Okay, so pants. And the button URL, don't worry about it. We will be making our shop page and product in just a little bit, but I want to sort of get you guys comfortable with this page builder. So right here, button text. So what do you want the button text to say? I'm going to put shop now. Now we can use the background color this time. I actually do want it, but I don't want that color. That's a really ugly, like tacky color. It's like the old ant's color, you know, when like your aunt comes over. So that's like the color she wears, you know. But right here under the background color, I'm gonna select black and do something like a gray, like that. Now guys, one more thing, you really want to keep your colors consistent on your website. So if you're going for like a scheme of like red and blue or white and black, you want to sort of keep that consistent on your entire website. You guys can see right here, I have this gray color, and I've kept those colors consistent throughout the entire website. Because if you have a website with a bunch of different colors, it's going to show, it's going to look clashy, it's going to look really tacky, and people are just going to say, this site sucks, I'm going to leave. That's really how people are. So you have to make sure the site is appeasing to the human eye, because that's truly what makes them stay and buy items. So I'm going to do this color from now on. 494949, okay? So right here, scrolling down, we can, you know, change these settings. You can add in more stuff like all pants 50% off. Now you might want to capitalize that, and also a good strategy is to capitalize the beginning of every letter. That's what everybody does. I know that in English world that does not make any sense, but in the online world and the e-commerce world it makes total sense. So right here we have all pants off 50% off. Now the same thing for the design, just like we did it up here with this module, we can do the same thing right here, okay? So it's the same exact settings, and these are generally the same for everything else. So for the text module, for everything else. So right here, we can change it to able, and I'm gonna go ahead and just mess with these settings a little bit. We can go ahead and decorate this, you know, okay, that's enough. That is enough. So right here, under the custom styles for button, I want it round. I don't like this, you know, the square is not working for me. We're not doing that today. So right here we have the button border width. We can change that, but I'm going to go ahead and just change the button border radius and also the hover over radius. Okay. Alrighty. So basically, you know, you can design this however you want it, but I'm just going to go ahead and leave that right now. Now, what I want to do is actually move this section up, because you guys saw right here, you know, I have these things up and it kind of looks good. You know, it kind of cuts them off. It looks good. And also don't worry about these glows. We will talk more about these glows a little bit later in the tutorial. So right here, I'm gonna click on this gear icon and go to design. Now we're gonna scroll down, scroll down. Now I'm gonna talk to you guys about the custom margin and the custom padding. So what is custom margin? What is custom padding? Okay, so right here we have this top margin. Now let's say I want 100 pixels. So right here, I'm creating 100 pixel margin right there. Okay, so it's starting from 100 pixels. Now let's say I want to do that for the bottom. So now right now, it's basically creating 100 pixels of space right here. Okay, I know that seems a little strange. You're like, okay, I kind of get it. But we can actually go negative. So right now I can say, you know what? I want to do negative 50 pixels. 50 pixels. So what that's doing, if you think about it, is pushing it up. So instead of creating space, now we're removing space. So right here, I'm gonna say, you know what? I want minus 100 pixels. All right. So you guys can see right now that we've achieved that look. So basically, I took this box and I moved it up. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to talk about is padding. So padding is space. That's it. So right here you see padding. You can do something like 0 pixels. So right here there is no more space. It's gone. Now you can go through all this, but this is a bad situation to use padding. There are some much better situations to use padding. So for this section, I'm not going to talk about padding, but just the margin. So right here, I want -100. And this is a really good trick for a lot of other modules. So right here, I'm going to click on check. So we have this. Now, I'm lazy. I'm very lazy, and I don't want to have to do that all over again. So all I'm going to do is click on this duplicate row and simply drag this on every single one. Do this. Do this, and do this. Now, one thing I want to point out that if these boxes fade in your website, or if something happens that's kind of strange, don't worry, I have a solution to fix that. I ran into it actually. I don't know why, but for some strange reason sometimes these boxes were fading when I made the site live. So don't worry about it. I have a solution for it, okay? But anyways, if it doesn't happen to you, cool, you don't gotta worry about it. So right here we have pants. And right here you can change it to something like shirts. You can do like shirts. Now also I want to point out that if you start to like mess with the text right here, they give you these cool options. So right here you can just like put bold, italicized. These are like shortcuts in a way. They're just there to help you out. So oops. So right here if I click on it, you can see that we can change all of these settings. So if I want them underlined, I click on underlined, etc. It's very simple to use. And if you want to change the fonts or the color, this is where you can do it as well, okay? So I hope you guys understood this section. So again, if you want these images even closer, remember the gear icon, you can reduce the gutter width. So now there's no space at all. You see that? Okay, so I'm just hoping that you guys understand the logic here. So the next thing I want to do is move down and we can create this space right here, or this section right here. All right, so I'm gonna click on this little blue button right here, go to regular. Now I just need this section right here. That's it. I don't want anything else because we're not using this. We're just creating a little headline. Now you guys can use a text module or a call to action. I favor the call to actions, but right now we're going to use the text module because we've already used the call to action module a few times, and I kind of want to get you comfortable with the other modules. So right here, text module, and it's extremely straightforward. So I want to center this. And you guys can see right here, we have our new arrivals. Our new arrivals. And that's basically it, so, we can, change it to whatever we want. Now, let's say you want to go ahead and change this text. So right here under design, we can go to our text font right here, and we can change this to able. And you can make it look however you want it. So we can go ahead and decorate this again. Let's go ahead and put it black. Oops. So black. And yeah, we'll just leave it like that. That's good. We're good. So now I want to add that little line. So how do I add that line? Well, that's what we call is a divider module. So right here, I'm going to click on this little plus icon, and we are going to add in a divider module. And right here under the color, I want to select black. And I want it to show. So visibility, I want it to show. Now the purpose of this module, guys, is it's actually to, it actually creates space. So if I go over here and I click on it, I'm gonna go ahead and click on it. It's kind of hard to grab. There it is. So right here under the height, we can do something like 500 pixels. So it's very similar to padding, except it just basically creates space. So we can go ahead and leave it like this right now. And if you want it really, really small, don't worry. I will talk about that more towards later in the tutorial where we talk about CSS. So I have this line right here. Now maybe I want to go ahead and add in something like a little tagline below that. So it's pretty simple. We can just click on this little plus icon, and we will go ahead and select the text module again. And I'm going to center this and paste it. Now this can also work right here too. This line actually looks kind of good, long, or you can have it shorter, but later on I'll show you how you can make it shorter. So we have this section right here, but this divider module, it actually is creating a lot of space, and I don't want that much space right there. So here it says height, 50 pixels. I'm just gonna put 0 pixels. Oh, I don't know. That's a little too close. So maybe like 10 pixels, little or 5. Let's do 5. I'm so indecisive. It's terrible. All right. So now we can actually go ahead and click on this as well. And maybe you want to go ahead and say, you know, I want this full width, or, you know, I want it, you know, just regular, or you can change the padding. So the same thing we did right here, you can do the same exact thing right here. Now right here under the design, we can choose to have like a border around it. So if you want to go ahead and add a border, you're more than welcome to. But later on, I'm going to show you how to get this box around it. There's a special CSS that you need, but we will talk more about the CSS features a little bit later after the tutorial, where you get much more comfortable with the page builder itself. So CSS is basically like custom modifications, but don't worry, I will show you how to do that. So the next section, we have products, but we have no products yet. We have nothing. So let's go ahead now and create some products. So right here, I'm gonna click on this icon right here and go to save. And we're basically saving our progress. And the great part about this page builder is that it will automatically create backups for us. It's simply amazing. So let's say, for example, one day your internet just turns off and you're like, oh my gosh, my site's gone. No, they will actually have like they have like automatic, like I think it's like half an hour backup, something like that. I'm not really sure how often they do it. So right here, I'm gonna go to plugins, or dashboard. And now we're actually gonna go to plugins and go to add new. So guys, plugins. So what are plugins? Think of plugins like apps for your smartphone. Just like these have like a special things you can give to your website. Like, you know, when you have your iPhone, there's like an app for this and an app for that. This is the same exact concept. So it's basically just added features for your website. So one feature we want is the ability to sell online, right? So we need to go over here and type in WooCommerce. Now this is a plugin, and basically you can think of it like an app that will basically allow you to sell on your website. So it is probably the most, no, it is the most popular platform right now for selling. So right now, click on Install Now. And click on Activate. All right, so welcome to the world of WooCommerce. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through this. We're gonna go to Let's Go. Now it's gonna automatically create these pages for us. So it's gonna create the shop page, the cart, the checkout, and the My Account. We want it to create these pages, and I'm going to show you how you can actually create your own shop page and not the one by default, because by default, it gives you kind of a very limited shop page and you can't really design it. Don't worry about it. We are going to design our own shop page. So right here, I'm click on Continue. Now go ahead and select where you're from. So I'm from California, and I want it in dollar. So what units should be used for product weight? So pounds, grams, ounces, and what dimensions. You can go ahead and select what you want, but I'm just going to leave it on inches for now. Go to Continue. Now, will you be shipping products? Yes. Will you be charging sales tax? This is up to you. So all this is up to you, but right now, well, we can talk about that a little later. I'm just going to click on Continue. Now, payments. So I recommend Stripe, and I also recommend PayPal. Now, the Stripe, luckily for us, that we are using SiteGround, and SiteGround will give us a free SSL, and that's what we need to use Stripe. Now, with other hosting providers, some of them don't offer it. So we're very lucky that we have it. But right now, I'm just going to click on PayPal Standard, and we will actually use Stripe a little bit later. So go ahead and put your PayPal email address, and what this does is that it will link your PayPal email address to your store. So if someone comes and they buy something, all that money will go right to your PayPal account, okay? So I'll do something like, all right, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to Continue. All right, so you guys ready? Ready to create the first product? Let's do it. So right here, let's create our first product. All right, so give your product a name. And you know, really quickly, they're gonna have these annoying pop-ups. Now, if you're brand new, you should read these, but you know, I don't read these because I know what to do. So right here, product name. So what is your product name? So whatever you're selling, give it a name. So right now I'm gonna put something like woman's t-shirt. Now this section right here, I'm gonna go to my demo store. I'm going to show you exactly where these will be. So this bottom description right here, you can see this right here on the bottom. This section is this section. So whatever you put right here, it's going to show up right here on the bottom on this description. I know they should have reversed that. You know, they should have this section up there, but you know, they don't. So they have this section down there, okay? Now scrolling down here, I'm gonna keep dismissing these. Oh, dude, they have them everywhere. It's like, okay, we get it, we get it. It's so annoying. It's like those pop-ups. Now right here we have product data. So we have a simple product, a group product, affiliate product, and a variable product. Now I have tutorials where I do all of these, but for this tutorial, we're going to do simple and variable. Now, if you guys need help with WooCommerce after this tutorial, I have a link in the description of this video. It will take you to my WooCommerce tutorial. It's the #1 rated tutorial on YouTube and Udemy. So you can be confident that you'll learn all about it and more. So right here, we have simple product. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this a regular price. So it's $100 bucks. It's $100. Now, is it on sale? Well, if you want it on sale, you can put 50 bucks. Now you can even schedule that sale. So right here, I'm gonna say, okay, this shirt is on sale between the dates of the 20th and the 30th only. So after the 30th, this will go back to the regular price of $100. Now inventory, you have SKU numbers. If you guys are like doing those SKU number things in the retail store, this is where you'd put them in. If not, don't worry about it. Right here, are you in stock or are you out of stock? So right here, obviously I'm gonna put it in stock, right? Shipping. If you have the dimensions of your product, you can go ahead and put that in. If not, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We will come back to that a little bit later. Link products. Now, upsells and cross-sells. We'll talk more about this a little bit later once we have more images. But upsells, now also, you guys can also go over these little icons right here. And these are kind of all over WooCommerce to help give you ideas. So upsells are products which you recommend instead of the currently viewed product. So if someone is viewing this product, we can, recommend different products to them while they're viewing this product. And cross-sells, which I do not recommend, are actually when they're actually going to the cart. And I'll talk more about why I do not recommend cross-sells. Okay. Now attributes, these are all for what's it called? Variable products. So you don't need to worry about that right now for simple products and advanced. So if they purchase it, do you want to give them a purchase note? Do you want to tell them something like, hey, thank you so much, or we love you, we love your business, or whatever you want? So you can put it right there. So next we have the product short description. So this right here is important because that will show up right here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and just simply place this right here. All right, so remember this right here is pretty important because this is going to show up right next to your product. And that text can determine if they're going to buy it or not. It really will. So you want to make sure it's convincing. It's good stuff. You got to make sure it's good. Now, product image. So we want to select a product image for this, right? So I have woman's t-shirt. So I'm going to select a product image. Which one should we add? Which one? I'm feeling lucky today. Which one's the cutest? I don't know. I'm going to put this one. Okay, I'm wasting way too much time. We're going to put this one right here. All right. Now, the product gallery. So this right here is the product gallery. So these are the extra pictures. So I'm going to go to add product image and simply select the other one right here. So it's basically just different angles of the product. Now, product tags, I'm going to put something like shirts. That's like if someone searches for it, or it'll actually recommend also similar product tags. So keep the tags consistent. Now, product category. So guys, these are very important. And if you are making a store, I make these mandatory. You have to have them because this is the only way you can organize your stuff. So right here, I'm gonna put like fancy shirts. Fancy. Oh, whoops. Fancy shirts. It's kind of hard to type because I have the mic in front of me, So fancy shirts. All right. So this is now a member of fancy shirts, and it looks like we're all ready to go. So we have our category, our tags, we have an image. We've talked about this right here. I'm going to go ahead and publish this. All right. So woman's t-shirt. Now, do you want to view this product? If so, right here on the top, just click on view product. And there you go. We have our product. So you can see woman's t-shirts. We have all of this stuff right here. And we have the categories. We have the shirt. and everything looks pretty good. All right, now one thing you've noticed that this page is in French. What, really? They think this is French? It's not French. It's just dummy text. So anyways, one thing you notice on the top right here, we don't have the like the shop page or the my account, and that's just because we have not added it to the menu yet. But we've actually seen the little cart now, so the cart's come up. So let's go ahead now and add all that stuff to our menu before we forget. So going back over here to dashboard, I'm gonna go down to appearance and go to menus. So right here I'm gonna go to view all. Now I want to add the cart, the my account, the shop. We can add the checkout, but I don't recommend that. But you know, we can actually make that a drop-down menu. We'll do that. All right, so we have all these added right here. So I'm going to put the shop right here, and the my account, and then the cart, and now the checkout. I'll make it a drop-down menu like that. So if they hover over cart, then they will see checkout, okay? And I'll give you an example of that in just a little bit. So we can go to our site right now. So now you guys can see on the top right here, we have the about us, the shop, my account, and then if I hover over cart, you're going to see checkout appear. So that is the drop-down menu. Now really quickly, I wanna go ahead and point out that if this happens to you right here, don't worry about it. All you need to do is go to Enable Visual Builder. Okay, and scroll down right here. Simply click on this little gear icon, and we're going to enter some CSS to make sure that this works properly. So right here under the main element, all you need to do is type in position, colon, space, relative, and then this other one, the semicolon right there. And then just click on check, and do that for all of them. So CSS, main elements, paste it. So position, and then the relative, semicolon, and then colon. I'm gonna do this for every single one in the main element. And this basically, guys, it just makes sure that this section will appear before this image. So it is a little complicated for this to appear, but it's still, nonetheless, it's an easy fix. So right here, I'm gonna click on this little icon and go to save. Now that is only for like the margins, and that's basically when you start clashing stuff. So that was probably the most advanced thing you're going to see in this tutorial, so don't worry about it. So we can go to Exit Visual Builder. Now we can go ahead and view it, and there you go. It all works just fine. So below this section, we want to go and add some products. So we added one product. Now how do I add my products there? So I'm going to go to Enable Visual Builder, and just like these other ones have modules, the image module, the call to action module, we're going to add the shop module. So clicking on, well, we can do it like this little plus icon. Click on this right here, and then we're going to select the shop module. And you can use this shop module on any part of your website. So we only have one product. So that's it. Only one product is going to show up. So if you want to add in more, we can go ahead and do that. So I'm going to click on this check icon, click on this, and go to save. Now let's just go ahead and just do another one. Let's just do another simple product just to make sure that you're comfortable with it and you understand how it works. Now we can also go over here to plus new and go to product. So this is like a shortcut menu to do like pages or posts or whatever you want. So I'm going to do product, and let's make another product. So I'm going to do black shirt, and over here I'm just going to simply copy this, paste this right here. Now we'll do one more simple product, and then we will do a variable product next. So it is a little bit more, but yeah, it's still pretty easy. So right here we're going to do something like $100. 50, the inventory. So is this in stock? Yes. Now one more thing I want to point out, that if you want to enable stock, this will actually show people how many you have left. So I'll do something like 10 right now. Okay, so I'll put 10. Now shipping, same thing right here, just like before. Attributes, we will do this just a little bit later in the tutorial, not now. I'm gonna go ahead and paste this, set a product image. So we will set this one right here, and we'll go ahead and add in this right here. Okay. All right. So right here, I'll do something like shirt, and then I'm going to add it to fancy shirts. All right. Now I'm going to make one more just so I have 3 of each category. So you don't have to follow me here. I'm just going to do this just to help you visualize and understand how this works. So we'll do white shirt. White shirts. I'll go ahead and paste this right here. Everything is on sale today. So here I'll go ahead and select a product image. I'll just select a white shirt right here. Then add this as a product gallery. Now a little bit later in the tutorial, I'll introduce you guys to variable images and I'll talk products, and I'll talk more about WooCommerce settings. But we will talk about that a little bit later in the tutorial. I want you guys to understand how to actually use the page builder before you start making a lot of products. So now if I go over here to my sites and scroll down right here, you're going to see these products that are starting to show up. This one is not on sale. So tell you what, let's make this on sale really quick. I'm gonna click on this. Now if you want to edit your products, just click on edit product on here at the top. And I'm just gonna give this a cool little sale right here. Oh, you know why? It's because these dates don't work. So I'm just going to take off the date right there because those dates don't exist for me yet, because that's actually 2 weeks from now. So I'll just click on update here and that sale price will now work. All right, scrolling down here, and there you go. So now we have sales for everything. Now, how did I make it look like this right here? And how did I have like the flip like the other websites? We will talk more about that in just a little bit. But for now, like I told you guys before, I want you guys to understand how to use this page builder and everything. So let's go ahead and create this next section right here. So how did I create this split screen effect right here? Well, it's pretty easy. So right here, I'm gonna go to edit or enable the visual builder. And we're gonna scroll down, just keep scrolling, put that up, just keep scrolling. Now right here, I'm gonna go to plus, add the regular section, and just add these two columns right here. Okay, that was weird. So I'm actually going to add in those images. So right here, I'm gonna scroll down and add in this image. I'm gonna upload and simply grab this one right here. All right, so I have image number 1. Now let's go ahead and add in image number 2. All right, so I have the images, but how did I do that? Well, I hope you guys can understand. All I did was reduce the gutter width and make this full width. So this gear icon right here, which controls the pictures, I'm gonna click on row settings, make this full width. Yes to gutter settings, and I want to reduce the space, and I want these cluttered together like that. So now you can see that we have this section right here where, you know, we have that split screen effect. But a unique feature that I did was, how did I get that little column in the middle if there's no other, you know, icons available? Well, I created one below it and I pushed it up. So right here, I'm gonna click on this plus new row, and I'll select, we can use this one right here. Now in the middle right here, I'm gonna click on this, and I wanna add in the call to action module. Oh, not the audio, oops. So I'm gonna delete that, click on that, and add in the call to action module. Now right here, we can give it a title, like, so right here I just put get the look. And then I'll put in a little icon, and then we'll put shop now. Use background color. I'm gonna put yes, we want a white color. All right, now we'll change the text a little bit. So right here, we're gonna do something like dark. Text orientation, I'll go ahead and leave that centered. And then right here, I did something like leather jacket 1999. And then I did also women's shirt. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on, well, that's actually what I wanted to do. So the next thing I want to do is design this. So on the design, we can change this to our font, which we've been using Able for a bit. So right here, I'll go ahead and, you know, you can go ahead and design these. Now remember, these are the same exact settings before. So the body font, I'll change that to something that I want. The body text color, we can go ahead and put that to something like that. And scrolling down here, we can actually use the border here. Now for the border color, I kind of want a black one. So you can see right now we have this border. And of course that button has to go. That button is just, no, that is not, that is not gonna work out. So the button text color, let's go ahead and make it black. And that looks nice. So that looks a little bit nicer. So how did I do this? How did I push this icon up if these are different rows? Well, just like we did it before with that margin right here, I'm gonna do the same exact thing. So taking this, I'll go to design, scroll down, and I'm gonna go minus 250 pixels. Is that good? Maybe a little bit more. 500 pixels. Maybe like 400 would be good, right? 400. Perfect. Now guys, this is probably the most advanced thing with this theme. So it's usually not like that. You know, this is a very advanced method that I'm using. So if you're brand new to WordPress and you feel that's too complicated for you, you don't have to do that. Don't worry. I'm just showing how you can kind of get that look for your websites. So the next thing I want to do is actually go down here. And we have an Instagram. So how did I get this Instagram up? How did this all happen? Well, guys, this is just a plugin that I use. That's all it is. So going over here, I'm gonna go click on this and go to save. So now we're actually going to use the Instagram feed. So going over here, now if you guys have an Instagram, you know, this is where you would go ahead and you know, follow along. If you do not have an Instagram and you think it's lame, then I mean, I don't use Instagram too much, but I know it's very, very famous. You know, a lot of people out there use Instagram as well. So really quickly, I'm going to get the name of the plugin that we're going to be using. Let's see here. I think it's called the Instagram feed. Instagram feed. Yeah, the Instagram feed by Smash Balloon. Okay, so plugins, add new, Instagram feed. Because there's a lot of them, you know, it's very easy to get lost. So right here, Instagram feed. I'm gonna click on install now. And I'm gonna click on activate. All right, so on the left side right here, you guys have noticed that the Instagram feed now shows up. So I'm going to click on this. Now, if you guys don't, you know your information, don't worry about it. You guys can actually click right here and log in, and it'll get all your information. If the button's not working, you can just click on like button's not working, and this will actually take you through like a little system of like how to actually get it. So if you guys don't know your information or you don't know how to get it, don't worry about it. This site actually has a tool right here, and it can help you get your feed. So right here, I'm gonna put my access token in and your user ID. Now it's not like your actual, like, you know, your it's the it's your number. So you can actually find this in the Instagram profile as well. So right here, I'm gonna go to paste and paste that information, and I'm gonna go to save changes. Now we can customize this feed. You know, you can make it have a lot of different looks. So right here under customize, we can go to like general, and they have all these settings right here. Most of these right here are actually pretty standard for like the image sizing and everything else. But for options like load more button, you know, I don't really want that. And the follow button, you know, actually I do want that. You can change the text of that. So instead of saying follow on Instagram, it can be follow us. Follow us on Instagram. And scrolling down here, and go ahead and just click on the save changes. So you guys can actually go through all of these settings right here and decide if you want all of these settings right here, or if you don't want them. So also for header, you know, I don't want to show the header. So that's basically like your name and everything else. I just want the pictures. So I'm just going to go to save changes now. Okay, so scrolling up here. So I've basically customized it how I want, and you guys can go ahead and go through these settings and decide what you like. Now here I'm going to go to display your feed. And you see this show code right here? So Instagram dash feed, that's what we need to put on our text module. So going back to our website, so wherever you want this to show up on your website, you're going to type that in. So let me give you an example. Right here, I'm gonna go to enable a visual builder. I'm gonna scroll down right here. Now this section right here, I'm going to click on this plus. I'm gonna click on this one right here and add a text module. So scrolling down to text, we are going to add in a text module. Now, there's two sections right here. So remember right here, that's where you need to type it in. But remember, it's not the visual. It must be the text. The text is basically where you're always going to enter in like scripts or code or something else. It'll work right there. So I'm going to type that in. Brackets, Instagram dash feed, close bracket. Now you see it's starting to load up. And voila, we have our pictures right there. So I click on this. Now I can actually make this a little bit bigger. So if I want to make this bigger, I can make this full row. Now by default, I only have 4 pictures, but that's just because, I'm sorry, per row, but that's just because that's the way I customize it. So you need to actually go in there and customize it to decide what you want. So clicking right here, I'm gonna go to save. And now let's just say I want that section, or was it on the other site right here? So let's say you want it something that looks like this right here, where you just have 5 across. So let's go ahead and achieve that look. So over here, I'm gonna go to dashboard, the Instagram feed. Now we're going to go to customize, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't use this one too much, but right here, number of columns, we'll do 5. And padding around images, we're gonna put 0. Number of photos, I just want 5. So I just want 5 to show up. I don't want, and remember, padding is space, guys. So when I say 0 padding, I'm basically saying I don't want any space, okay? So now that I've changed that, I think that's basically it. Let's go ahead now and take a look at our site. I'll go ahead and scroll down right here. And there you go. So now we have this section right here, and they're all aligned up properly. Now, if I want to get rid of this padding right here, I'll have to adjust my row column. So I'm going to enable the visual builder. I'm going to scroll back down there. And this section right here, I'm going to use the gutter width and just change it to 1. So there you go now. So remember, the gutter width makes it so there's basically no space in between the images. Now one more thing I want to do is I'm going to actually add in another module. So right here under this plus new module, I'm gonna go to text, and I want to actually upload the Instagram icon. So text, now visual. So remember guys, you can either do like an image, or you can put the image in your text module. Now I'm gonna show you why I did this. So this is a text module, and right here we can type something in. So you guys see right here, oh, he's typing something in, but maybe I want to go ahead and add in an image. So right here I can add in media, and I'm going to add in this Instagram logo right here. And right here I'm gonna click on it and go to centered. So now I want it centered. Now I'm gonna click on this, and I'm just simply gonna drag this up right above it. Okay, and that takes time to load because that's a slower plugin. But why did I do this? Well, let's say you want to change the size of this logo. You can do that with the text module. However, if you're using the image module, you cannot. So right here, you see that we have this highlighted. Now you see I have this all squared up. So maybe I want to go ahead and make it smaller, or a little bit smaller, just like that. Okay, so that's a really good shortcut and technique to sort of resize your images. If you're not familiar with Photoshop, you can use that, because if you use just the regular image module, it will not allow you to do this. So this is a very good alternative, is just to use the text module and simply just resize the image in the box to your liking. Okay, so pretty good, pretty cool. And also, don't worry about these borders. We're going to come back to that a little later in the tutorial, and we're going to talk more about CSS, and we're basically going to talk about how I got it to look like this right here, where we have this shadow. You see how I've achieved this shadow right here? Don't worry, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the tutorial when we talk about CSS. It's very easy stuff. It's simply copying and pasting text. It's really, really easy. So now that I've done this right here, let's go ahead now and do our footer section. So I'm going to save this. And I actually want to go ahead and say, okay, so we have this section right here. I want to go ahead and add in this footer section. We want to customize that. Well, remember earlier how I talked about the theme customizer? Now we're going to mess with that. So right here, we're going to go to theme customizer. And always make sure to save your settings, guys. Always make sure, like, don't forget. It's important. I don't want you guys to be like, oh my goodness, So let's go ahead and scroll down. Now right here we have footer. So I can click on this. And we have layouts. So do you want like the 4-column row? Like I have 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can change that to different styles. So like 3, they have 2 by 2. So right now we'll just do 3. And the footer background color, what color do you want it? You can change the color right here. So I'm gonna go to save and publish. And we have widgets. Now widgets are basically these little things right here. They're kind of like gadgets. So I'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But this is where you can customize the widget section. So footer elements, we have show the social icons. So yes, you want to show the social icons. And there is a, I'll talk more about where you guys can link these. It's in your options. It's actually really easy to get to. Going back here, footer menu. And we can adjust the footer menu right here to like whatever colors and everything else that you want. And we have the bottom bar, and right here, instead of like the all this text right here, you can put in your own, like made by Daryl Wilson. All right, click on save and publish. So let's go back here and let's go back one more time. So that was the footer section, but now we need to go to widgets. Now you see where it says footer area 1, 2, 3, and 4. So right here, I'm gonna go to footer area 1, and we're going to add a widget. Now scrolling down here, I can add something like text. So let's do like a about our business. And then, you know, we sell some really cute clothes. We opened in 1999 with just a small, let's see. Everyone has those like those stories, you know? Small shop with just 10 items. Now we sell thousands. So you can see right here that this is actually starting to show up. And again, remember how I talked about the color and everything else? You can actually change that in the footer section. So about our business, I'm gonna go to save. Now there's another way how to get here. So instead of doing it like this, you can actually go to the back end. So I've shown you how to do it through the theme customizer. Now I'm going to show you how to do it the other way. So I'm going to exit this visual builder, by the way. All right, so right here we have this section, but let's just say we want to go ahead and use in the back end. So right here, we can go to widgets. Now you see right here, it says footer area 1, footer area 2, footer area 3, and footer area 4. So we can go ahead and just, you know, drag in whatever we want. So we have WooCommerce products. I'll put that as footer area 2. Now, what do you want this to say? So I'm just gonna say products, and how many products you want to show. I'll put 5. You can show your featured, you're on sale. You can go ahead and mess with the dates, etc. So that is, you know, one of the widgets that you can add. Now the next one, I kind of want to add something different. We can add in something like pages. So right here, I'll put in something like pages. Our pages, and go to save. Okay, and if you ever want to see this, you can go to visit sites, and you scroll down, you're going to see your stuff come up right here. Now guys, one thing I want to mention, that I will be showing you the subscription and the other plugin, the social media one, but not just yet. I want to crunch a little bit more before I redirect you guys to email subscription and all that stuff, because it's kind of going off topic. So I'll introduce that a little bit later, but for right now, I just want to show you how to use your footer. So let's just say again, you want to customize this. I'm gonna go to theme customizer, and we're gonna go ahead and go, you know, scroll down right here. You go to footer, and of course, guys, remember, you can change the colors, you can change whatever you would like in this. So if you want to go ahead and do like the active link, which is like when you click on it, it will change to red, or you can change the background color to something that you'd want, like the footer background menu color, or we can do something like you know, the bottom bar, which is this section right here. So you guys can go through these settings, and if it doesn't update, like if you actually go to these and it doesn't update, just save and publish, refresh the page, and it will appear. So it might not like show up live like the visual builder, however, it will show up. Okay, so again, this is where you would go to make all of these changes for your stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna go to save and publish. Now, one more thing I want to do this before we go to the next page or our shop page is show you how to link these social icons. So we have these social icons right here, and if you don't want to use a Monarch plugin a little bit later, I'll show you how to actually link these to your social media website. So right here under dashboard, I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna go down to settings, I'm sorry, Divi, and you can just click on Divi. Now right here, we're gonna scroll down here, and right here we have our Facebook profile URL. Twitter, Google Plus, etc., you can go ahead and put that stuff right there. Now guys, remember, it must be a fan page for Facebook, or your profile must be public. So if your profile is private, if they click on that profile, it's going to take them to like this does not exist page, or whatever your settings are for Facebook. So you want to make sure that's a fan page. Now you guys can actually go through some of these settings and kind of like learn and explore. But these are very self-explanatory. Now, a lot of these settings in Divi and WooCommerce, they sort of contradict each other. So you don't need to actually mess with a lot of this stuff, like this stuff right here, because we can actually change this in the shop module. We don't need to go to the backend editor of Divi and change all this stuff. So we can go ahead and leave all this blank. Now, if you don't want those to show up, you can just say, you know what, I don't want any of those things to show up, and then they will not show up at all, okay? So, you know, feel free to explore this section a little bit, get comfortable with it. Also later, this is where we're going to upload our logo, but we will talk about that a little bit later in the tutorial. I know I'm saying that a lot, guys, but there's just a lot to cover, and I want to, you know, guide this tutorial on track and not just kind of throw you with like CSS first and this first. We're going to keep designing the websites and learning about products, and then later on we'll get a little bit more in the advanced section of WordPress. So going forward, let's go ahead and take a look at our website right here. And you guys can see it's coming along pretty well. Now, right later on in the tutorial, guys, we're going to do a lot of customization. So for example, right here, we're going to go ahead and decorate these. We'll make them bigger. We will add in a lot of animation. We'll add the flip. There's a lot that we're going to do later, but that's like customization. So I don't want to go into that right now. And also we'll be talking about how to create that border around this section. And scrolling down here, this looks good. This looks good. And later on, we'll be talking about the subscription. So if someone wants to come and subscribe, we'll talk about that just a little bit later. So I want you guys to get a little bit more comfortable with the page builder. So let's go ahead now and create the About Us section. So we're going to create this section right here. And this section is actually a kind of like a, what was it, a pre-made template sort of. Now, Divi comes with a lot of templates, and I want to sort of introduce you to those, but I don't want you to rely on them. I want you just to understand that they're there to help. So right here under this plus icon, there's this plus sign. And right here it says load from library. Now you guys can add like save certain parts of your website, add it to a library, load it somewhere else. But you guys can go ahead and mess with these settings right here. You know, check out some of these, like for example, our product features page. So these are basically like pre-made templates, and they just help, you know, give you ideas and everything. But the one I want to use is actually the Our Team one right here. So our team one, okay, so I should have actually done it like this. So I'm going to click on replace existing content, and I'm going to go to our team. So now it's going to delete everything and only give me this template. So I like this template, it looks good. Now I only want some parts of this website. I don't want all of the parts. So I'm going to teach you sort of how to pick and choose what you want from this template. So right here, I like this section, but this recent project, I don't want this section. And this blog post, I do not want this section. And this next section right here, I feel like I don't need it right here either. And I like this full with header. However, we can just go ahead and customize it. And then right here, maybe we can add in our teammates. And you know, it would actually look really good with a little bit of work. So let's go ahead and do that. So right here under this gear icon, now this is a full width header module, and the full header modules are basically modules that extend all the way across the page. So to give you an example, if I click on this right here, you can see the full width. So right now we're just using the full width header module right here. So we're using this one right here, but I'm not going to create another one because we've already created one right here. So I'm going to delete this. And we're going to customize this one right here. So I'm going to click on this gear icon and about the team. So I'll do something like, I don't know, what's a good one? What do people do today? You know, it's like meet the staff, right? Or they're kind of like modern. They're like our friends or something, you know, they kind of change it up, you know? So we'll meet the staff. And then right here, I'll put these guys. No business, right? Now we can actually decide to center this, and I want to make this text color dark, but it doesn't really matter because we can change the color on the next design tab, which is the same as the call to module, or I'm sorry, the call to action. So right here it says make full screen. Now, of course, you can do this, but we're not going to do this feature. We just basically want this section. Now we can also add in a button. However, no one really adds a button for their About Us section, so we're not going to add in a button right here. But if you wanted to, you put something like yes, and then this right here would be the URL. So www.yourwebsite.com-shop, or etc. You can actually add a button right there, but I'm not going to add a button just yet. So over here in the design, now I might want to actually change the title font color and everything else. Maybe add this like a little bit grayer or something. And then scrolling down here, now the sub header font color, we can go ahead and change that as well. Now the content font color, we don't have any content right here. You know, that's basically where there's a bunch of writing right here, but we didn't add anything in. Now under the general settings, that'd be this section right here. So we don't have anything because I don't want to add a bunch of stuff right here because it's just not necessary. You don't really need to have a bunch of stuff. So under the design tab, you can scroll down here and change our fonts. So I'm gonna go ahead and change all of our fonts to Able, make it just a little bit bigger. Okay. Now under the general settings right here, I actually want to change the color. So under the background color, I want to have that gray color that I've had consistent on my websites. Now under the design tab, I might want to make this a little bit bigger. And of course, you guys should be capitalizing every single letter of the beginning of the word. So these should all be capitalized. So don't follow my example. These are right here is good. Meet the staff is good, but you'd want to capitalize every letter. That's just what you do in web design. It's really just it's one of those things that go hand in hand. So all right, so over here we have this next section. So this section is okay right here. Now this section right here, now I just want these bars. I don't want this writing and this writing because I want to use a persons module instead. So I'm going to trash this and trash this. However, I'm going to click on this plus icon and I'm going to use the persons module. This is a great feature to introduce your teammates. So right here I'm going to put Daryl Wilson. And then position, I'll put owner. The image URL. Well, actually, yeah, I'll change the name. We're gonna put a girl right here. So we're gonna put a picture of one of our girls right here. So I'm gonna put upload an image. So I'll put let's just do Jill Valentine. I think that's the girl from Resident Evil, right? I think that's her real name. Now also we have animation. So right here, this is what we're customizing. So animation, do you want animation? If you do, you can do fade in. Now also for the Facebook URL, so if you have a Facebook, like a professional page, you can go ahead and put the URL right there. But I'm just gonna put a little, you know, a number sign right now. And I'm gonna go ahead and do that for all of them. And I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste this text right here. And simply just go ahead and paste it right there. So this right here is our person model. So you guys can see it looks pretty good. And same thing, you guys, under the design, you can change the font. So I want to keep it consistent. You know, I want to keep it all, under the Able font. And then, of course, these are all the same settings for the call to action. So there's no really reason for me to go over all of these again, what spacing is, etc. You guys understand the point. So going down here, I think this is everything that I wanted. So I'm going to go click on check. Now I want to actually move this one above it. So I'm just going to click on this, drag it above here, and there you go. Now, instead of redoing this entire process all over again with your fonts and everything, you can always just duplicate the row. So, or I'm sorry, the module. So right here, I'm gonna click on this duplicate row. I'm gonna delete this, and I'm going to delete this other section. And I'm simply just going to take this and drag it above it again. Okay, now same thing, I'm gonna click on duplicate. Now I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to drag this over here as well. So here you can change the name. You know, you can change it to your other teammates. So maybe this is, we'll just do like Rebecca. And I'm going to go ahead and change this image. So image URL, upload, find an image. Let's see right here. And also, guys, make sure they're the same size. So if you use one image size, use the same image size for all of the images so it matches up. And I will be having a tutorial on image resizing, so be sure to check that out on my channel, because I know image sizing can be very difficult when they come out a little distorted. And this one, last one right here, I'm gonna do something like, let's see what we do here. See what we got here. See what we got. We got, see, I had one more. I'm gonna do something like I'll just go ahead and we'll just duplicate it. We'll just duplicate this one, or we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it, and then right here we'll put something like I don't know what's Jessica. Her name's Jessica today. We're doing Jessica. All right, so there you go. That we have everything all set up. Now scrolling down here, we have these bars. So this is the bar counter module, and guys, it's very easy to understand. So we have 3 bars. We have customer happiness, tech support, and community management. So right here, if you want to go ahead and edit that, just simply click on the gear icon, change it to whatever you'd like, and change the %. And same thing under the design, you can change the background color, you can change the bar background color, etc. So right here, maybe I'll put something like that. And you can go through these and mess with it. Design, same thing. You can change the padding. So remember, padding is space. So if you want a lot of space, you can put something like that, or I'm sorry, push it up like that. But generally, I would probably leave it as something simple like that. Now the title font, again, I want to keep it consistent, so you guys can see they're all changing, and you guys can just go ahead and go through these and just go change these to whatever you guys would like. Something that looks like that. Okay. Scrolling down here. Okay, so that is basically like a quick run on how you guys can decorate this. It's very self-explanatory. I don't need to tell you again what letter spacing is because we've gone over that a few times. Now, if you want to add in another one, click on Add a New Item, and then just simply give it a title. So, Fun Times, and then it'd be 99%. Okay. Now, if you want to delete one, of course, same thing. Click on the gear icon and just simply delete it. And that's it. So if you want the bar counters, that is a good option to use. So we've done this section right here. Now let's go ahead and scroll down. And I want to introduce you to the parallax effect. So earlier on this section right here, I had this girl right here with the parallax effect. And I bet you're wondering, how did you get that? So right here under the gear icon, I want to add an image, and I also want to apply the parallax effect. So I'm going to click on this section settings right here. I'm going to add a background image just like, anything else. I'm going to find the picture of the girl. And scrolling down here. Now you guys can see right now, it doesn't do anything. So there is no parallax effect. Now all you need to do to get the parallax effect is simply just enable the parallax effect by saying yes. So now if I scroll down, you now can see that the parallax effect is in place. So that's all you need to do for the parallax effect to come into place. Now there is another one. Now this one sort of kind of cuts the screen off like that, so you guys can see it's a different style parallax effect. So if that's something that you want to achieve, you can do that as well. Or you can do the true parallax, which is like that. So they're a little different, but rest assured, they are both parallax. All right, so now let's get into the little technical stuff. So I've shown you basically how to use this section right here. I hope you guys are comfortable with these modules, but let's get a little bit more technical. Let's say, for example, you want to center this stuff. Well, you can't center this stuff just by default. It will not allow you. So over here, we're actually going to start learning about custom CSS. And custom CSS, guys, is kind of like, it's a little bit more technical, but I just want to expose you to it. So in the future, if you ever need it, or if there's a question, at least you know what CSS is. So over here in the CSS tab, I have this command right here for main elements, and I also have another command for like the member image, and the title is text align center. Now I know this looks complicated, but it's really not. So let's just go on over here to this setting right here, and let's just go to the gear icon. All right, now I'm gonna go to CSS. Now guys, also remember that all the codes that you need, everything you need, there is a blog post on my website that is linked in the description of this video, and it will run you through everything. So don't worry if you don't understand this the first time. This is probably, like I said, CSS is more on the advanced side, but I just want to expose you to it because you're here and I want to show you what it is. So right here we have title. Now the command text align center, all it does is just text align center. It just aligns the text. So you just need to type text.align : space center, semicolon. Now you can do this for anything. So member position, same thing. You see how it's moving like that? Now the member social links, same thing. I want to center them. That's it. That's all you need to do. And this command will work for any module all over your website. So the text align is actually a pretty standard CSS command. But if you're brand new to WordPress and you have no idea what CSS is, then it might be a little bit advanced for you. But it's just a basic command to center things. So you guys can do that for basically anything. So now that I've centered that, now I want to create a shadow. So I actually want to get this beautiful little sort of look going on. So how do I get it? Well, same thing, guys. There is a command for a box shadow. And all it does is, like it says, it just creates a box shadow. So going over here, now you guys can just go ahead and copy this description. Now this is also in the description of this video if you choose to have this. So over here, I put it in the member image. So right here, I'm just gonna go ahead and paste it. And now you can see we have that glow. Now you can change this to any color that you would like. So I bet you're wondering, Daryl, where do I find these colors? Well, it's actually in every single module. Now under here in the design tab, if I scroll down, oops, I moved that girl a little bit. If I scroll down right here, you're gonna see this background color. Now, if I hover over the background color, you see these little codes right here? This is the color of whatever you'd want the shadow to be. So for example, if you want a blue color, you just need to go ahead and copy this code right here. And then I'm going to clear that because I don't want that. So under the CSS, if you want it to have that blue glow, all you need to do is just simply paste it. Make sure there's not two of those. And there you go. So now it's blue. Do you see that? So you guys can get very customizable, and this will work for every single module, guys. So you can, start outlining all your stuff and make it look really good. Now the same thing for member description. Maybe you want to go ahead and paste that in there too. You can add it to a bunch of different places. So going down here, you can add it to the title. You can add it to basically anywhere that you would like. So over here, you can see that I put it under the member image and I put it under the main element. So going over here, I want to put it under the main element. Now the main element is basically the foundation of it. It's like the main element. It's kind of hard to describe it, but it's like the bread and butter of the module, kind of. So clicking on that is how we achieve this look, and it's simply a CSS command, and you can do the same exact thing here. In fact, I'll go ahead and do it one more time. So again, I want it under the main element, and I want it where else do I want it? I want it under the member image. I do that because I want it to emphasize more. I want it to really emphasize it. Now, how do we actually make this centered? I bet you guys remember. Text align, colon, space, center, semicolon. That's it. So same thing over here. I'm just going to copy and paste this because I am way too lazy to type this out. So I'm going to copy this right here. And again, title. Now, I know you might not use this module. You might not use it for this module. But later on down the road, I promise you that you might want it for something where you're using like a product or a page or some text, and you kind of want to position it somewhere else. This is a great example of where you would use it, and you might want it for later, and it's just good to know. It's free knowledge that you're getting. So that's about it for this little section right here. So as you guys can see, it's very similar to mine now, except the colors. We have the parallax effect, and we've basically successfully created the Meet the Team page. And congratulations, you guys have just learned CSS, which people go to college and spend thousands of dollars for. You've learned it for free. That's it. It's that simple. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this page. All right, congratulations. So the next section that we're going to do is we are going to do the What's Hot page, and I'm sure you guys can already understand how to do it, because now let's go ahead and take a look at it. And I kind of want you to understand the modules that we used here. So I'm not even going to tell you what we're going to use. I sort of want you to understand it and expect what we're going to use. So right here, we have a text module, an image, another text module, right? Right here, we have a text module with a call to action. Remember the call to action? You have the big font, the medium font, and then you have the button. And right here, all I did was I just simply put in the code on the main elements for both of these modules. Again, right here, we have a 2-column row. So one column, two columns. I have an image and I have a call to action. So that's it. That's all I did. And scrolling down here one more time. Right here, we have a call to action again. And we have an image. And I simply just put the glow in that module. And going down here. Now, if you don't know what this is, you're fired. So this right here is just the same exact thing we did on the last page. This is just a call to action. I added a background image and I just put in the parallax effect. That's all I did. So we can make this in a matter of seconds. In fact, we're going to use a template for this next one right here. So this is the what's hot page, and now I'm going to enable the visual builder, and we're going to create this next page really fast and really easily. So let's make our life a little easier, and let's go ahead and get a template and sort of pick and choose what we want from it. Now over here, you guys can see, I kind of want this section right here where you have the image and the call to action all ready for us. So over here, I'm gonna click on this little icon, go to plus, and I'm going to go ahead and select the product features section. So this section right here. All right, so we have this section right here. Now I don't want all this other stuff. Like all this stuff is way too much, and I don't really like the color. I just actually want that one section where it's kind of like zigzag. This section right here. This is exactly what I want. Now right here, we can actually drag this up and put it up here. And right here, we can start from it. So right here, we have this section right here. However, this is not the correct module. So this is a call to action. I don't want to use a call to action again. So right here, I'm going to go ahead and trash this. So we're just left with just this background right here. So right here, I'm going to click on this icon. And let's change it up now. So for example, we're going to add in a text module. And I'm going to center this, and we can put something else like, you know, what did I put? What did I put right here? You know, get the hottest items in the summer. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, like, you know, paste it in there. And you also want to make sure that this is under heading 1. I'll explain why we do that in just a little bit, but make sure this is under heading 1. Now click on check. Now, I want you guys to understand the logic of this. So we can either go ahead and add in a text module and insert the image, or we can just add in an image module. So for example, I'm going to do both just to show you. So right here, I'm going to click on this icon and go to image. I can either decide to upload this and just put this in right here and upload the image. Now I can do it this way, but remember, if we do it this way, we cannot change the size of the image. So I'm going to click on check or cancel, and I'm going to do this again. So I'm going to go to plus new, and now I'm going to add a text module again. Now over here under the add media section, I can actually just put the image in the text module instead. Now this is just an alternative way to do it. I'm just trying to, you know, expand your thinking so you guys can achieve anything that you want with this theme. You know, there's no really right or wrong way to use this theme. It's just different styles of it. My last tutorial, we were using images for blog posts. So it's just really what you can think and achieve with it. And also keep in mind that if you click on this image over here, you can actually make it link somewhere. So you can actually decide to say, hey, if someone does click on this, you can click on this little link icon, and you can put in a URL. So if you want them to click on it and go somewhere, you can do that. So guys, it's all about just getting as customizable as you can. The WordPress theme, there's no limits, so you can do whatever you want with it. There's no limits. There's no right or wrong way to do this. Now I'm going to click on this check. Now you see right here, we just have another text module. So that's it. You know, that's just another way how you can do this. So it's pretty easy to understand, and of course, we just need to change the background to gray, and we'll be all set. So right here, plus, scroll down to the text module. And I'm going to go to center, and all I'm going to do is just simply take this text and just go ahead and paste it in there. Done. Simple, easy. Now earlier I mentioned about the header text. Well, header has a lot to do with SEO, but in this tutorial we're not going to talk about like H1 tags, H2 tags, because this is not an SEO tutorial. However, if I go to this gear icon and go to design, you're going to see how it says header font. Now the H1 tags and H2 tags refer to as header font. So if I want to change this section, I would need to go over here and change it from there. Now if this were just basic text, like here, I'll go ahead and give you an example really quick just to show you. I'm going to put hi, or I'll put JOOO. So if I go to design, you can see that the header font doesn't apply to this because this is a text font. So scrolling down here, this right here, text font, now applies to this section. So if I change this, you're going to see this change. So remember, this is a header and this is a text. Even though it's both in the same text box, we just kind of separated it. We made this the header and we made this just the text font. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. We don't really need that. And we're done with this section, except this ugly, ugly, ugly red color. We have to change it or I'm gonna go crazy. So the background color, let's go ahead and change it to something like a dark gray. All right, I think that's good enough. And of course, you guys can change the font and everything, but I'm not gonna go over that because we've been talking about that for quite some time now. So right here, we have product feature and we have an image. Now, a good way to save time is just customize one module, you know, to your liking, spend around 5 to 10 minutes just customizing it, making it look really good, and then just duplicate it. So instead of actually changing it for all of these, we can just say, okay, I'm gonna change this module, I'm gonna decorate it, then I'm just gonna duplicate it, and then we're just gonna use this module instead. So let's go ahead and do that. So right here under this gear icon, change this to whatever you'd like. Now the button URL, change that also to whatever you'd like. But I just really want to change the button here. You know, you guys, of course, are not going to have this text right here of product feature. This is just all for tutorial purposes. So I'm just going to simply just, you know, kind of change this up a little bit. You know, I don't want to go too much into this because we've been talking about this again. And for the button styles, I'm going to change this to text color black. Oops. And I just want to change the button border width. Oh, no, not that. I want to change the radius. Something looks like that. Okay. So now instead of actually doing this all over again, I'm simply just going to go ahead and duplicate this, delete this, and simply, delete that. There we go. And then simply drag this over here. So we don't have to spend all of that time, you know, editing it and messing around with it. Now, a quick way just to fix this. So you guys see right here that this is on the left side. We want to change that. So simply just put on the right side alignment. So scrolling down here, text orientation, we can do right side, or we can even do justified. You know, whatever you know trying to achieve. But of course, I just want to do on the right side, so it looks consistent. So now we want to go ahead and add in some images. So closing this, click on this, and I'm going to go ahead and select an image. We can go ahead and find the image module. I think I passed it. I do that a lot. It's bad. And we're gonna go ahead and add in just like one of these basic images like that, okay? So over here, image URL. I'm going to go ahead and add in, you know, I don't think I added that girl in the background. No, I did not. So I'll make sure to update that. So I didn't add that other girl, but I'll add her in the Dropbox, don't worry. So I'm gonna click on this and then click close. Now same thing right here. Just gonna close this, click on that, and add in a button module. Really, really simple stuff. All right, and then I'll go ahead and add in something that looks like that right there. Okay, all right, good, perfect. So now we have this section right here. Now, if you guys have noticed right here, I actually kind of pushed this down a little bit. So I want to teach you a little bit more about padding. So right here under this gear icon, let's say you want to position this somewhere differently. And you're going to come across that a lot when you're decorating your website. So on the design, you can do it a few ways. You can change the margin or the padding. So the padding, if you want to change it to like 300 pixels, you can see that it's creating a lot of space right here. But maybe you just want to add 150 pixels, maybe a little bit more, you know, or if you want to go for that approach, you can do that, but I'm going to do 100 pixels. Now you can also do percentage. So for example, you can do something like 10%, and that would work as well. But I actually want to use pixels for this. And then maybe, you know, maybe we should change the size of the font. You know, it's a little small. We can make it a little bit bigger. And then also for this section right here as well, font size. Okay. So we have this going and we have this going. Now, same thing right here applies. We can do the same thing, but how did I get this glow around everything like that? See how I have that dual glow? So I'm gonna open up this builder and show you exactly how I did it. So instead of actually using it for the modules, I actually use it for this row right here. So the green row. So under the row settings, under CSS, you're going to see that I put the main element on the actual row itself. So we don't have to use it for, you know, the modules, guys. We can actually use it for an outline of the entire row. So you guys can see that's all I did right there. So over here, scrolling back up, I did it for the main element. All right, so over here, same thing. Click on this gear icon and CSS and main elements. So if you want to achieve that look, then that is exactly how you do it. Now, I bet you're wondering, well, how did you get this secondary glow? You know, there's two glows right here. How did you achieve that look? Well, I decided just to put that around the specific image. So it's creating a like dual glow effect. So over here under this gear icon, the CSS, same thing, main elements, but this is just for the image module. Now guys, one more thing I want to remember, that if you don't want this on your website, the glow, you don't have to have it. However, it's just a really unique style for your website and it adds a lot of decor. So I felt that I was gonna add it in this tutorial. So over here under my image module, right here, main element, paste it, done. So now that we have that, now you guys can see we have space. Now you see on this module right here how I can kind of drag it up to get rid of that space, and same thing right here, drag it up. Now a shortcut way I can do this is just to duplicate the entire module. So I can just go ahead and delete this and say, you know what, I'm just going to duplicate this entire row again, and I'm just going to actually switch these around. So I'm going to put this on this side, and I'm going to take this and put it on the other side. So it's going to save you a ton of time. You won't have to spend time, editing stuff, and it's easy. So whenever there's something that you can make your life easier, guys, just do it. So over here, we need to just basically change this orientation to the right side. And again, we can go ahead and that's basically it of this section right here. Now, one thing I also want to point out that maybe you want to get rid of all this stuff right here. Now, there is a module right here that is here, but you can't see it. So I want to show you what happens when this happens. So this might be a text module, or it might be something. I don't really know. So it's a divider module. I don't know how it got there, but I'm glad it showed up. Now I want to go to Edit Page, and this is the first time I'm going to show you the back-end editor. Now in the future, Divi is actually going to put this on the front page, so you won't have to do this anymore. So you can see right here how it says divider. So you see the modules right here. We have an image, a call to action, and we have a divider. So this is the reason why you can see that it doesn't really look well. It's kind of, it's messing us up. So let's go ahead and just view the page, and let's go ahead and fix that now. All right, so over here, this one looks good. And over here, I'm going to delete that icon right there. And then you guys can see now it's actually kind of looking a little bit better. Now, let's say you want to kind of like have this perfect aligned. Well, we can actually go ahead and just, use the gutter width. So you guys remember the gutter width? So under the row settings, we can just simply go to gutter width, and we can reduce that all the way. And if I reduce this one all the way as well, it'll be perfectly aligned. But I kind of don't want to do that because it's really scrunched, and it'll cause me to do a lot of other things. So, if you guys want to go ahead and mess around with these settings of your row, you can do that. I'm just basically letting you guys know what you guys can, do, get customizable with, etc. So that's exactly how you achieve this sort of style effect. Now, the CSS really adds to the website, guys. So, if you guys have the time, just go look, learn new commands, or learn about like other things you can do. There's a lot of different CSS, like creating arcs on your website. So if you want that archy style, that's another thing you can do. But if you're brand new to WordPress, I would not worry about it. If you've been around for a while, you're watching this tutorial, then I would recommend to check it out. So you guys can see we've basically done the same exact thing right here, except I added this other section. And all we can do is just go ahead and duplicate this row to achieve that look. So I duplicated the row. Now I'm going to go ahead and drag it down below this one. And there you go. So everything is all set. Okay. Now let's go ahead and add in the last one right here. So the last one again is, I want you to look at this and understand what it is. It's just a call to action module with the background. That's it. And I just added the background. So right here, I'm going to click on this plus icon, regular, the big row right here, and simply just grab the call to action, put in something like, what did I put right here? So sign up today for the instant access for the and then I'll do like sign up. And then for background color, we're not going to put anything. I'm just going to put clear. And scroll down here. For text color, we'll just change it to dark for now, just so we can see it. And then of course right here, you can just go ahead and add in some, some dummy text or, whatever you want right here. So I'm just going to put in some text. And then of course under the design, remember you can change everything. So I'm going for that same fonts on my entire website. And also the button style, you can change that as well, but I don't want to do that because I've showed you guys how to do that a few times. And in order to get that background, remember the blue section settings, and background image. Now you can also add in the video for these sections. So I want to remind you that you can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. If you need the videos, like the free ones, you can go to videvo.net and you can have something that looks like this right here instead. So it really just depends on how customizable you want to get with your website and different things you can do with it. And yeah, that's pretty straightforward. It's pretty standard. But right here, I'm going to enable the parallax effects, and I'm just going to add in a background image, and we're just going to go ahead and use the image. I don't want the video for this section. Okay, so something like looks like that. And again, remember, you can change the button to whatever you would like. Okay, so over here, I'm going to go to this plus icon and go to save. Now, one more thing I'm going to show you is how to actually save certain parts of your work. So right here, we have this big blue section with all these girls. Now, it would be a pain in the butt to redo everything and on another page. Like, if, for example, you're designing this for somebody and they says, hey, can you do this all over again on another page? You're going to say, dude, that's a lot of work. Not worry, don't worry about it. You guys can actually save this entire section. So right here, you have this little, save section to library. So I'm going to click on that. And I'm just going to do test. And I'll click on save to library. There you go, save to the library. So there's a lot of different ways you guys can add it. So over here, on this plus new icon, later on in this tutorial, I might introduce you to something like pre-made layouts. So right here it says add from library. So if I click on tests, there you go. Everything is there all over again. And it's just really, really clean. It's such a fast way to work. So a lot of other themes don't have this, guys. So, other themes, they have to like work from scratch all over again. I'm just like, dude, I would never work with those themes. So this is a really, really easy theme. It's just so easy what you can do with it. All right, so now that we've done this section right here, the what's hot section, we're gonna go ahead and do our blog. So if you wanna go ahead and blog, which you should, because blogging is very good for SEO, getting ranked, getting found, I'm going to show you how to add in your blog. So we actually forgot to create the blog page. So over here under plus new, we can click on page, and let's go ahead now and create our blog page. So all you need to do is go right here and put it in blog or whatever you want to name your page, and simply click on publish. Now again, if you remember, if you want to add this to the menu, you'll need to go to appearance and go to menus, and you'll need to go ahead and add in this page now to our current menu. So pages, view all, click on blog, and add that to the menu. So maybe I want to drag it up over here like that. There we go. I like that. That's good. That's good. All right, so going back over here to visit site. Now, all we need to do right here is go to blog. Now, we can design our page first, but we don't have any blog posts. So we need to first create a blog post. So in order to do that, you guys can go to plus new and go to post. So this is basically where, you talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. So over here under the blog, I'm going to give you guys an example of what I put, like how to get him to like you, or is blonde hair in. Now guys, one thing I want to point out that my YouTube channel actually has 20 different places you guys can list your e-commerce website. So after this tutorial, I would definitely watch it, and I have a lot of other e-commerce tutorials. A lot of people ask me questions, and I'm like, I actually have a tutorial for it. It's there. So right here, I'll do something like 20 best websites to list products. And then right here, I'll just, I'll just go ahead and grab some dummy text from one of these things right here. All right, I'm gonna go to copy and go to paste. Now you can also use the Divi builder. Now on my website, I do have something called blog pre-made layouts, and that's from Elegant Themes. And it's basically a pre-made blog page. And if you guys go to darrylwilson.com under my blog, you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about. In fact, I'll just show you guys right now while we're here. So that is like the standard way to build a blog, but with Divi, you can actually get a little bit more customizable with it. So right here, I'm gonna click on this. Actually, no, it's not under this one. Let's see which one I did it for. Oh, I did it for this one right here. So you guys can see the blog post looks a little bit more professional. It looks really, really good. So I actually used a pre-made layout from Elegant Themes to create this. So if you guys want something that looks just like this right here, you guys can go to my Divi child themes, Divi layouts, and I have a lot of free layouts. So scrolling down here, these are all free layouts, and they're basically just pre-made websites for everybody. So if you want like a free website and you can make right away, you guys can go ahead and download one of these templates and just simply upload it. And I have a tutorial on that as well on how to upload these. It's really simple. It takes about 2 minutes. And I also have premium ones, which I make people, pay for. So yeah, but anyways. So going back over here, I added this post in right here, and maybe I want to add in like a featured image. Now the featured image is this right here. So this right here is the title, featured image, and then you have the post stuff right here. And don't worry about all this stuff right here on the right side. This is very similar to the footer, except we're just going to apply it to the sidebar. Okay, so we'll talk about this a little bit later in the tutorial as far as the subscription and the Monarch plugin. So over here, I have what I would like, and I think I'm ready, to post it. So going down here, I want to go ahead and set a featured image, and I'm going to select this girl right here. Tags, I'll put something like news or something, or whatever tags you would like. You can also categorize these. So just like we had the shop module where you can categorize products, you can do the same exact thing for blogging. So if you have like a website that's just about blogging, you can sort of categorize those topics so it shows up on certain parts of your website, and on others it would show up on different parts. So right here I'll put something like girly or girl talk, yeah, girl talk, and add that category. And it looks like right here we are ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and publish this. Okay, so I basically created our post. Now we need to actually apply it to our website. So I'm gonna go back to our website, go to our blog. Now I'm going to enable the visual builder, and you guys can see right here on this other website. So this right here is just a text module with a background, and then I just put in the blog module. All right, so I'm gonna go over all that right now. So over here, I'm gonna click on this plus icon. I'm simply just going to go ahead and add in a text module with a background, just to let people know it's like, hey, this is our blog. So our blog. And the design, we can change that. We can make the font a little bit bigger, or the I'm sorry, this is the text font. So text font, make it a little bit bigger. And then you can always add in like a background image to this, but we're not gonna do it for that section. We're gonna apply it. We can actually apply it to this entire background right here in the row settings. But you get the idea. So our blog, and let's see right here, we can choose to design it to whatever you guys would like. So something like that, or you can change the color to something. So just be creative. This is just an example of how to like introduce like your blog, but I'll just go ahead and leave it like that right here. So I just basically put in like a dark background with like small simple blog. Now over here under this plus icon, now you can actually use it in the same row, or you can just make it a whole nother one. So I'm just gonna make a whole nother one just for tutorial purposes, and click on regular. Now I want this one right here. Now right here, you're gonna scroll down, and we're actually just going to grab the blog module. And what this does is that it automatically uploads all of your posts right here. Now there's two layouts. So we have this one layout right here, which we have the featured image, and then it just like talks about it. like the best website to list products, and then you see it has a little bit of talk. Now this right here is a stock post. So this post comes automatic with SiteGround when you install it, so you don't have to have that. You can always delete it. So right here under this gear icon, you can click on it. Now, of course, you can include the categories we talked about, and we can decide to show the featured image. If you don't want the featured image, you can hide that. You can show the excerpt or show the entire content. So the difference between both is excerpt is just basically a small preview of it, and then it has like the read more button, which we can enable right here. And the other one just lists all of the content. So now you guys can see right here, it has like the 20 best websites, and it has the read more. And you can decide to hide the author or hide the dates, and go through all these settings. These are basically pretty self-explanatory. It's really up to you. Now we can also have like an icon overlay. So if they hover over it, it has like that different color. Now depending on your style you're going for, this might be necessary, but for me, I just feel that the icon overlay is excessive. It's too much for this. And same thing, guys, on the design. You can decide to change all of the fonts for this. You can choose the header. Now the great part about this, guys, is that a lot of other themes, they don't have this option. It's basically like a template. You use another theme and that's it. You can't change anything. So there's a lot of different ways you can customize your blog page. Now under the layout, we can also do grid. Now I actually did grid right here. So right here we have just an image and some content right here, and that's it. And you can choose like how many posts you want to talk about, or all that good stuff. So right here I'm going to click on this save changes. Click on this, and I'm going to click on save. Now I want to show you how to delete this post without having to use this module. Now I can just click on this trash can and delete it, but I actually want to show you the dashboard. Go to posts. Now these are where all your posts are. So right here we have 20 best websites, and then we have this one right here, which we can just go ahead and trash, or we can just go ahead and edit it instead. I can make it something else. So why is SiteGround good? And then right here, I can simply just add it to the category. You can change the text, and I can set a featured image to this, and maybe I'll put something like I'll just put this girl. Actually, that's a really bad title with this girl. I'll put something like why girls don't wear shoes anymore. Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of those posts you guys see are just like clickbait. Like they're just they're not really true or relevant. They're just trying to get you to click on it because they want as much ad revenue as possible. So right here under this edits, we actually need to change the permalinks. So this doesn't make sense. It says, why don't girls wear shoes anymore? And then you see the permalink is WordPress resources at SiteGround. We need to change that. So if you want to change that, we just do like girls don't wear shoes. Now this is more for SEO purposes, but I'm just showing you how you can basically change your permalinks in case that happens. And I'm gonna go ahead and just update this. All right, now I'm gonna add one more just for tutorial purposes to show you 3 posts in a row. So I'm just gonna simply just go ahead and just steal some content right here. And you don't have to follow me. I'm just creating a post just to help you guys out. Why blonde hair is in. Blonde hair is in. And scrolling down here, I'll add this to the category. I'll set a featured image right here. We'll go ahead and do something like this one right here. And yeah, I think that's it for this, this post. It's not much, there's not much to it. It's really self-explanatory. So let's go ahead and view the blog page now. So right here, I'm gonna go to my blog. So now we have these right here. Now right here, you see the category. Now we can choose to hide that as well because it's kind of annoying. We don't really want that to show up on every single one right there. So let's go ahead now and customize this. Let's make it look how I have it on this section. So right here, you can see I centered the text and I actually put in the glow around these images. So maybe you remember how to do that. Maybe you don't. I'm gonna go ahead and run you through. If you decide to use the blog page and you want to change it up because by default it doesn't look that good, but we can make it look a little bit better. So again, gear icon, go to my CSS. Now the title, I want to center that. So you guys can see text dash align, center, etc. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy that and just put that on my title. Okay, and you can do it for anything. You know, you can do it for your categories. You can do it for anything. So the title. Now you can see that all of this goes up. So post meta, we're gonna go ahead and put it for everything right here. And the featured image, of course, it's already centered. And also the read more button, we want to go ahead and align that. Oh, that actually won't align because that's at the end of the content. So, you know, that's basically, you know, a quick rundown of how you can do that. Now the featured image, we can sort of add that glow around the featured image as well. So again, I'm gonna go over here to my content. And also guys, remember, this is all in the description. All these codes, everything that you need is in the description. So featured image. So it's pretty self-explanatory. So the featured image controls this section right here. And all I need to do is just paste it in there and voila. So now we have this showing up right there. Now I bet you guys are wondering, you know, why does this look a little bit different? And that's just because I decided to add in a gray background. So there you go. Now it looks a little bit different and our blog page looks really, really good. And you might want to, you know, edit this or change it, or, you know, whatever you want to do. You can go ahead and change it. Content, show excerpts. We don't want the categories to show up because I think that looks a little ugly. I think that looks good just like that right there. Okay, so that is basically how you can put the blog page or the blog module on any page you want. So if you want it on your About Us section, even if you want it on your front page section, that's a very good way to sort of put it anywhere. But I decided just to put it on my blog page. Now by default, if you choose to use like the default WordPress one, I'll show you how to use it, but you probably never will. So it's for other themes that don't have this advantage. Over here under the theme customizer. Now this is just for educational purposes. You don't need to follow me here. Under the static front page, where it says post page, you would select a page. And basically the default with WordPress would just basically put those pages there. But we have modules and we have a lot of more customization. So we don't need to follow the standard WordPress you know, way they do it. So we can actually just create our own and make it and decorate it to however we want it. I mean, this looks much better than the default one that comes with WordPress. All right, so that's about it. We've actually created our blog page. Really, really simple stuff, guys. You know, it wasn't too hard. And, you know, blogging is a really great way to keep your company alive, to tell them, hey, guys, you know, we're blogging, you know, come look at it, come talk to us, etc. So the next section we're going to talk about is the Contact Us section, where people will be able to send you an email. They can fill out a form, and it will go directly to your email box. So all we really need for this page is just one simple plugin, and it will automatically create everything. So let's go on over here to our dashboard, and we are going to install a plugin. So plugins, add new, and we are going to install the Caldera forms. Now in the past, you guys have seen my other tutorials. I've recommended the Contact Form 7 plugin. However, that's had a lot of issues in the past 3 to 6 months. And me and, you know, all of my other partners, we've kind of just walked away from the plugin because it was just so inconsistent. So right here, Caldera Forms, just click on Install Now. And when it's done, click on Activate. So we're going to basically create this form right here. So right here we have the first name, last name, email address. I'll show you also how you can add like a telephone number in and make it required. So going over here, I'm gonna go to the plugin now, Caldera Forms. Now on the left side right here, just click on Caldera Forms. Okay, and we're just going to make a new form. Now, if you guys are brand new to this, a little plugin might have came up and it said like, hey, you know, if you want to learn more about it, you know, click here for our guide. You're more than welcome to do that, guys, because in this tutorial, I can't go over all of the options for Caldera Forms because it's so big and there's just so much you can do with it. You know, even for this tutorial, I can't cover every single module because it's just too much to cover. But right here, I'm gonna go to New Form, and there's different, you know, templates they have. Now, I want you guys to actually just grab the regular contact form. These ones are a little bit more advanced, like you know, booking and They have like the check-in, check-out date. But Caldera Forms is really incredible what they can do. So right here, the contact form. Now just go ahead and give your form a name. So I'm gonna put, I'll put, I don't know, the regular. I don't know why I thought of that. So the regular. And go to Caldera form, or create form. All right, so right here we have your details, first name, last name, email address, how can we help, and questions. So it's basically created everything for us. Now if you want to edit this, so right here on this right side, you see where it says your details. You can put something here like shoot us an email or something like that. So shoot us an email. Shoot us, you know, it's really hard to type when I have my mic right here. So that's why I kind of like mess up and stuff. So you're like, this guy's a really bad typer. It's like, no, I'm actually really fast. I just have a mic in front of me. It's kind of hard to do that. So right here I have shoot us an email. And if you want to change this text right here, just simply go ahead and change this. Now, let's just say you want to add in something new. Let's say you want to add in a new section right here. So right here, we can do something like clicking on this, this plus icon, and you can go ahead and add in all of these modules. So guys, I remember I told you it is kind of hard to you know, talk about every single one. But for example, I'm just going to do like the phone number basic right here. Now over here, we're going to put something like, you know, your phone or phone number. That's like the slang way to do it. I'll write it out, you know, I'll write it out, you know, there we go. The number. So we have the slug right there, the condition. We're just going to go ahead and leave that. Now I want to make this required. So I'm going to say, I want this required. So when I put required, I'm basically saying I really want them to, you know, put in the phone number because I just want that. You know, I really choose to have that information. So I'm going to leave that as required. And then here you can do like local or custom. So that's basically a way how you guys can add it. Now another way you can add it is by simply clicking on this right here and then clicking on add the field and then dragging it down to this box. And it's going to ask you the same exact thing. So feel free to like kind of like mess around with this, guys. And also there's like a file right here where people could upload their files. There's like, you know, e-commerce stuff like credit cards. There's all sorts of really, really cool stuff. And I recommend checking out their tutorials, guys, because I haven't even tried their e-commerce one yet. I have no idea about it. I've never really integrated that on a contact form, but that looks interesting. So, you know, you might want to check that out. So right here, I'm going to do phone number right here again. And like I said, you can go ahead and just put in something like, you know, I'll just put in phone number. Okay, and then right here, now we can just go ahead and like, you know, drag this up to wherever we want it to be. So maybe you want it right here. And of course, you guys can make it required. Okay, so if you guys are looking for something like this, Caldera Forms can do that. Now let's say this section right here, you know, maybe you don't want to have this section anymore because we already have it. Simply go down over here and just delete the field. And there you go. So right here we have our shoot us an email, first name, last name, our phone number, our questions. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this form now. So I'm gonna go ahead and save it. Now one more thing, you're gonna go to form settings right here. And right here we have the for name. We have the short code, which is what we need for this. And you guys can go ahead and like, you know, mess with these settings. Like, you know, when they send the email, like what will it say? Will it say, cool, thank you, or something? So right here, just put like what you would like it to say to them. So it's been submitted, thank you very much. And all this other stuff is a little bit more technical, so you don't need to really mess with this. Now over here under the email, make sure that you have your email right here. And also when you get the email, this right here will be your response, or it'll be from the website. So make sure you put your website.com because you want to like, you know, make sure that you know it's coming from that website. So put like puppyplanet.com or something, or whatever your e-commerce store is. Put your domain there or something to help you remember that it's coming from the your website. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to save form now, and now I'm gonna go ahead and place this short code onto our contact us page. So right here, I'm gonna go to enable the visual builder. I'm gonna go to this plus, and I'm gonna grab the text module and paste it right there. and it's calibrating, and voila, we have a beautiful contact form. Now I kind of want to change the background right here, so the background color, I'm going to change it just a little bit, and there you go. So we have a very nice contact form, first name, last name, email address, phone number, questions, comments, etc. Okay, so basically we set up a contact form, guys. It was really simple. These will all go directly to your email inbox, because I've used a lot in the past and it took me a while to find a very good and very reliable contact form. So I recommend the Caldera forms. So the next thing that we're going to do now is we are actually going to go back to the front page, and we're going to mess a little bit with the CSS features. So I also want to let you guys know that you guys are actually doing really well if you made it this far. You know, we've actually touched base on almost everything. You know, we're designing the homepage, we're creating some products, we're learning a little bit of CSS, and the important stuff will come a little bit later, such as the WooCommerce settings. So just bear with me and let's keep going, and we'll crack one thing at a time. So the next thing I want you guys to do is go to your front page, and I want to show you how to actually design it just a little bit nicer. So right here you can see that we have these glows around everything. I have this shadow right here. You can see I have the glow around the products as well. And scrolling down here, I also have this shadow right here around this box. Now this might look like nothing, you know, you might not even notice it, but when you're actually visiting a website for the very first time, it just looks bland. You know, compared to this right here, we have a much better odds of people clicking on our stuff because this looks nicer and this doesn't. So I want you guys to be able to succeed. And guys, really honestly, a lot of these images and a lot of these like sales that you get are just from images, guys. It's just from positioning and appeasing to the human eye. That's it. People actually don't really focus too much on your product. So right here, we click on Enable Visual Builder. And I'm going to show you guys the CSS that you need if you want to accomplish this look. Now remember, this is totally optional. You do not have to do this. But if you want a little bit more for your website and you want to get a little bit more decorative, I'm going to show you what you need to put. So right here is the main element, and I'm going to simply copy this. Now this is also in the description. You just need to simply copy it and just put it in your module in the CSS in the main element. So going over here, I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to grab this one right here, CSS main element, and just paste it in there. Now remember, if you want to change the color, earlier we talked about all you need to do is find the code and simply just change it to whatever you like. Now you guys can get as customizable with these shadows as you want. You can even put it over here under your call to action. So right here I can put it over the same thing, but I probably might not want to. That might be just a little bit too much, you can see. So I actually don't want to add that. So I'm not going to add that in. That's a little bit too much. Okay, so over here, same thing. You can go to this image, you can go to CSS, you can put in the main elements, and this is a much better presentation than just having blank images. That glow really affects sales. People will actually determine to buy something just because of a few colors. It's really how e-commerce works. Trust me, I've been doing it for a while, and it's really funny what makes sales and what doesn't. So scrolling down here, now we have this next section right here. So I've actually added a different shadow to that one. So right here, I'm gonna click on the settings, and I'm gonna show you exactly what I did. Under the CSS, we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here. Oh, I'm sorry, it's under this box. So under the actual row, under the CSS, I'm gonna scroll down, and I actually used this right here. So basically, I just created a border and I created a box shadow. So you guys can actually go ahead and just take this script, copy it, and put it in your what's it called, in your row. So remember, this must be in your green row right here. Okay, so going over here, click on that CSS and simply paste this, and there you go. So now we have that same border shadow. And remember, these pixels are basically just the space. So we have 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and then right here is the color. So that's all I'm doing right there. So if you guys want to go ahead and change that to something that looks like this, you guys are more than welcome to do that. Now you see right here under this border right here, there's that shadow. So that is what the box shadow is for. Okay, so if you want to achieve that look, that's exactly how you do it. Okay, so yeah, that's basically it for that section. Now I will talk more about the divider. The divider, I feel that it can be very confusing to a lot of people. Going over here to the divider, I'm gonna go to the CSS and scroll down. Now all you need to do is simply just say the width, I want it 70 pixels, and the margin means auto. Now guys, this is totally optional. This is a little bit more advanced, so if you're brand new to WordPress, it might be just a little complicated, but if you've been around WordPress for a while and you want to know how to do this stuff, it's very simple, guys. It's very, very easy. Now for the width, you can change it to something like 100. You're just controlling the width of it, and you're saying, I want the width to be 100 pixels, and margin, the auto control basically says, I want it in the middle. Okay, so that's all I did right there. All right, so let's go ahead and save our progress right here before we keep going. Now, for this section right here, I bet you guys already know what I did. So going over here, I just basically took those same commands and I just put it over here instead. So going over here, now first off, how do I make it look like this right here? This looks much better than this right here. Now, you see right here how we have two images? That's only because I enabled the visual builder. But on how people will actually see it, it will look just like this right here. So it will not have that, it won't have that double image look, okay? So right here under the, I'm gonna go ahead and enable this again just to show you guys and compare and contrast. I'm gonna show you exactly what I did. Now going over here, I'm gonna click on this gear icon and go to the CSS and scrolling down right here. Now what I did right here was I aligned the text to the center. You guys can see right here, earlier we did that with the profile, remember? So I just aligned the text center and I just gave it a box shadow. That's all I did for that. So that is basically how I achieved that look. Now scrolling down here, I added an overlay as well. So you guys can see right here, we have this overlay on the box shadow as well. So let's go ahead and put this in one by one. So for the product, I'm gonna go ahead and goes to our shop settings right here. And I believe I put it in the product section. Now for another thing I want to show you guys, that if you guys have issues with this or if this is not working, ask Elegant Themes to give you the correct code and it will work. Now this is the correct code, but guys, if you're missing a single space, if you're missing a single period, if you're missing a hair, it will not work. It must be exact. So make sure that the code is correct. And again, I will put this in a blog post on my website, so you can always refer back to it if you want to achieve this sort of like look right here we got going on. So right there you can see that I have the text aligned to the center and I added this beautiful little shadow behind it. But I've also added something else. I've actually added the overlay image right here. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to simply go ahead and go over here to overlay and add that in right there. So after we've entered that in, you're going to notice that you're going to see this glow. However, you guys will still need to enter a piece of CSS into the theme customizer because on some web hosting servers, this does not work. So this is another web hosting company, and right here are the products. Now, if I hover over it, you're going to see that it does not work. So you guys can go to my blog right here, and I have actually a post right here. I'll go ahead and click on my blog and show you guys exactly what it is. So this one right here, how to make an e-commerce website with WordPress. I'm gonna click on that. And you know, all the CSS guys is in here. So if you want to achieve these really nice glow effects or get customizable, all the codes are here. If you do not want it, then just simply just hang tight. So scrolling down here, now right here it says these next two must be placed in the theme customizer. So all you need to do is simply go ahead and copy this right here, just like that, just like I've done it right here, and copy that. Now, this is my other website, and this is on a different web hosting company. So I'm gonna go ahead and just paste it in here just to give you guys an example of how it doesn't work right now and then how it will work when I enter in the CSS. So going over here, I'm gonna go to my dashboard. I'm gonna go to Divi and then go to Theme Options. So scrolling down here, all I need to do, guys, is simply just go ahead and just paste this code right there. That's it. That's all you need to do. So now I'm gonna click on Save Changes. And then I'm gonna go over here and go to Visit Sites. Now this was my demo website, and this is on a different web hosting company. And now as you guys can see, I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down, and now you see the glow is there. So if you're using my recommended hosting on this tutorial, you may or may not need to, but I'm just gonna tell you just to do it anyways. So right now, if I go click on this and save, and I'm gonna go ahead and exit the visual builder. If I scroll down right here, you're going to see that it does work. But for some hosting providers, it may or may not work. So just to be on the safe side, I want you guys to do it anyways. So you can go to your dashboard, Divi, theme options, and then simply scroll down. And again, right here, I've entered in the code. However, if I delete it and I go ahead and save changes on my server for this current hosting company, it will still work. So I'm just showing you that for some web hosting companies, it may or may not work. So just to be safe, go to my website and enter that in, because I know everybody might be using my recommended hosting, and that is how you would fix that issue. Now, another thing I want to point out, that if you guys want to decorate this and make it look really cute and nice, or however you want to do that, you guys can go right here to your gear settings and go to the design tab. Now here we have the sales badge color, which controls this section right here. I can go ahead and change that to like black. The icon hover color, the overlay color, we can go ahead and change that. So right now we have that like kind of like that faded look to it, but we can go ahead and change that to anything we'd want. Something like blue, and the icon color, we change it to like purple. So we go over it. Now you can see that it changes colors. So you guys can simply go through this and mess around with that. Of course, that looks really ugly, and I don't recommend that you do that. But depending on your website, guys, there's always a need for something. There really is a need for something all the time. So I understand, even though it looks tacky, some businesses might need that. So right here, we can change the title font to something else. Is there anything we'd want? But we want to keep it probably on able. And scrolling down right here, we can control the font size. And again, we can change the title text color right there. We can also change the letter spacing right here. So maybe 1 is good. And right here, we can go ahead and change, the price font or something else. So you can go ahead and have fun with that. And again, these are all very self-explanatory, guys. So I'm just letting you know that this is where you would go to change the shop settings and everything else. Okay. So basically, I added this part in the video because I actually tested it on different servers, and on some of them worked. But just enter in that CSS, guys, and it will work fine. Now, how did I achieve this look? How did I make it look like this? Well, all I really did was make the row full width, and I just made more space. So right here, we click on this icon. I'm gonna make this full width. Now we can also mess with the gutter settings. So earlier we talked about the gutter settings. You can see now that the gutter settings is getting a little bit bigger. If you want it like that, you can do it like that. If not, you can go ahead and just leave it like that. So that right there looks a little bit better than what we had before. And again, right here, we can click on exit the visual builder. And it looks very similar to what we have right here. So these do look a little bit smaller, and that's just because probably the image size. But not to worry, we'll go over all that, etc. Okay, so I've shown you guys how to actually use this. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. The next thing that we're going to do is actually learn how to use our logo. So I mentioned about a logo, and guys, I've seen other tutorials where they give you like free logo makers. Guys, if you're really serious about e-commerce, if you're really serious about a business, just get a logo, pay someone to do it. And I've actually got my logo from this website. There's a website called Fiverr.com. Now there is a link in the description of this video, and it will actually take you to Fiverr.com. So this website right here, and these guys will make beautiful logos for just $5. So for example, you can just type in logo up here and simply go to one of these. Now guys, these guys actually provide some really nice stuff, and for $5 you can get a really nice looking logo that looks something like this right here. And your other alternative is just to go to some free websites and get like a stick figure logo that nobody will want. But if you guys really are serious with your store, I recommend these guys, because these guys provide some beautiful logos. And for $5, it's kind of like, that's a really good deal. There's a lot of work that goes into this. So I recommend going to Fiverr.com to get your logo. And if you guys choose to use like the free resource, you guys can always do that. But remember, your logo makes you look more professional, and people will see your logo. They'll see the image like this right here, and they'll say, "Oh, that's a cool logo. Maybe this is a really professional store." They get intrigued, and they kind of like say, "Okay, I'm gonna buy on this store now," because these little things here and there, like your images, your pictures, everything adds up. It really adds up, and people will buy based off images. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our website right here. All right, so scrolling down here, we've added in the glow effect. Now remember, you can add that to any module that you want. If you want to achieve that look, just remember to change that code, and the color you can find on any module. So for example, right here, I'll go to the design and scroll down right here, and we'll need to find the color. And this is where you find the color right here, guys. Okay, so this little number right here, whatever you want to change it to, the glow, it's going to be right here. Okay, so you would take that and then you would put that for the glow. Okay, so that little number right there. Okay, and that's about it for this section, guys. So in the next section, we're actually going to go finally design our shop page. So oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Let's add that overlay right here too. We didn't add it right here. So over here, scrolling down, you can see that I have a cool shadow. Now I did the same exact thing, guys. All I did was add that shadow, and the reason why is because this looks boring. It looks nice, but we can improve on it, you know, and why not just do it, you know, like there's no reason to be lazy and not do it. So scrolling down here, I'm going to show you exactly what I put in that. So this little gear icon, the CSS, and oh, this one, sorry, it's the teal icon. Whoopsies. So scrolling down here, I did the same exact thing, guys. So I just basically copied the same exact one for this one, and I did it for this one right here. So it's the same exact code. Okay, and again, you guys can go to my blog or even ask Elegant Themes to provide you with that code to make sure that it's exactly what you want. Okay, so I put it in the main element. So let's go ahead and do that. So right here under this icon, I'm going to click on the row settings for this teal setting and go to CSS and go to the main element and simply paste that in there like that. Okay, now the reason why it looks like that is because we have padding right here. We have space. So I actually just want to kind of take it out, and same thing right here on the bottom. I want to reduce that. So now we have that little look right there of the of this section right here. So it kind of, you know, has that overshadow. It looks really, really good. And of course we have the same thing on top. And again, also you can also reduce the padding right here by, you know, doing that. And this section right here, now there's a lot of different ways we can do this. We could have just made a whole different blue row right here, but instead I connected the blue row. So an alternative method would be to create a whole nother blue section to sort of get rid of this white section right here, to get rid of some of it. You know, I could have done that as well, but you know, I think you guys might be comfortable enough with the page builder to sort of explore, you know, different options with it. So I'll leave that up to you, but this isn't really that big of a gap anyways. If that were like a lot of white, I would say, okay, we have to fix it, but that's acceptable. You know, that amount of white is acceptable. I mean, from here to here, that's not too much, and we can even reduce it even more. So I think that's totally acceptable. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on this and click on save. And that bulk shadow stuff's really fun. You know, you can add it to different parts of your website. You can add them to, you know, a lot of different places. And it's just a really fun piece of CSS for your website. All right, so I've shown you guys a little bit about the CSS. We've talked about this right here. So these images don't flip over. So we're going to go over that in the shop page, which is the next section. Now, really quick before we go to the shop page, I want to actually introduce you to the menu and also show you how to fix this logo. So I showed you where to get the logo, right? Fiverr.com. So if you want to change this logo, there's a few ways you can do it, but I'm going to go show you the correct way. So right here, go to your dashboard, and we're going to go down to Divi and go to theme options. Now right here, it's simple. Logo, upload. Logo, upload. Now, what's a favicon? Well, you see on this top left right here, we have this little YouTube symbol. That's the favicon. So if you want to change that for your website, which I recommend, because if you don't, it's just going to give you the default one that comes with your web hosting company. You would change it right here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do both. So right here, logo, upload. I'm going to select this one right here. And also for the favicon, same thing, upload. And I'll choose the Instagram one, you know. Set as favicon, and there you go. So I'm gonna go down here. Now also make sure to go through these settings. You know, if you choose to mess around with these settings, this is where you'd find a lot of the settings where people ask me questions like, oh, how do you do this? How do you do that? That's exactly where it is. And also they have like navigation. But you know, all this stuff right here, guys, I truly would not mess with it because the modules themselves can do a lot of this stuff. So it's really not necessary to even mess with some of these settings right here. And a lot of these are actually kind of outdated. So let's go ahead and go back to visit site. And cool, we got our logo right there. But really quickly, we don't have our menu. We really want to change it. You know, it's not appealing. I don't want this whole like this white thing right here. I kind of want to make it transparent. So let's go ahead now and customize the menu before we go to our shop page. So over here, we can go to Theme Customizer. And the great part about this is that everything is like visual. You can see exactly what you're doing. So right here under our header navigation, we can click on that. Now this all controls the menu. So we can have like 2 menus. We can have the full with header module as well. So I'll talk about that after we're done with this because I don't want to jump all over the place. So first we have like our header formats, and you can choose to have this like centered. You can choose to have it like center align with the logo, or slide in, or full screen. So you see how if I click on this right here, it's going to have it as full screen. So there's a few different options that you can have this with. Now if I scroll down right here, we can choose to like hide the navigation until the scrolling as well. So we can do that as well, or you can have it not like that as well. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it default for now because I'm going to customize this and I want to show you what I'm going to do. So the next section is the primary menu bar. So this right here is a primary menu bar. Now we can make this full width. We can hide the logo. We can use the max height, or we can kind of mess around with that. The logo max height, I recommend always just doing it like big. I like it big. I think the logo, we want to extend the logo as much as possible. Now the text size, again right here, we can make it bigger, or we can just make it smaller. The letter spacing, now guys, if you notice, this looks very familiar because these are basically the same exact settings in the modules. So they've pretty much made it consistent. I've kind of told you guys that from the start. If you guys learned the settings for one module, you basically learn it for the entire website, right? So right here, font. Well, I'm gonna do Able. Is that how you pronounce it? Able? I bet you someone in the comments is gonna be like, dude, you were saying it wrong the entire time, which has happened. So right here, you have like the font size, the style as well. So maybe bold, or you want it italicized. Now here you might want to change the text color. Now that is really ugly, but that would actually be really good for like an organic store or something like that. So I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger so we can see it a little bit more. And the text color, I'm gonna leave it as black. And right here you can control the transparency of the text. So now you see it's really dark. Now over here, it's fading away. Active link color. So if someone clicks on this, what color do you want the link color? You can even, decorate that. If you don't want a link color, a really quick way to get past that is just to reduce that all the way like that. And then when you click on it, there will be no link color. Background color. Click on that. I can scroll this all the way down to get a transparent color. So if I scroll this all the way down, you see how the menu is fading away, and voila, now I have that beautiful transparent style. Or I can just add in a color that I want. I can make it also transparent. You see how it's a little transparent right there. So this controls the transparency. This controls the color on this other side. Now I'm gonna leave it transparent because I kind of want that look. I think the black with this text matches everything else, so I'm gonna leave it like that. Now the drop-down menu background color. So right here we have that drop-down menu background color. So right now it's sort of transparent, but of course you can change it to anything that you guys would like. So now you see it's purple, so you can go through this and mess with that. Now also the drop-down menu line color as well. So over here you see how there's that blue little line right there? That is what is the drop-down menu line color. So you can go ahead and change that to whatever you want. And also right here, the drop-down menu text color as well. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory. This is actually very easy to understand, and everything's visual, so you can kind of see everything live as you're doing it. Going back over here, now we have a secondary menu bar. So if you want a secondary menu bar, which is the one above it, we need to actually activate it. So going over here, I think it's under the header elements, which is showing the social icons, and right here I'll put like a phone number. So 1-800-58. All right, and then also your email. See, you'll put best tutorial @gmail. Okay. Now we can't see it right now. That's because we have to save and publish in order to see it. So I'm going to do that really quickly just to show you guys about the secondary menu. Now we need to make sure the secondary menu is it's active. So right here you can see it's active. So let's go ahead and close this really quick. And voila, now you see we have the secondary menu right here. Okay. Now the same thing applies if you want to customize it. Okay. So theme customizer, and that's considered the secondary menu. So menus, I'm sorry, header navigation, secondary menu bar, And then right here, you know, we can go ahead and, you know, decorate it to whatever we would want. You can change the background color. You see how up here it's changing. Now, if you guys want to sort of move stuff around, you could email Elegant Themes to get some custom CSS to position it anywhere you want. But by default, and you know, guys, Elegant Themes has been announcing some really big changes. So they might change this in the future. I don't know. But as of right now, this is basically the default settings for it. So you can make it like full width, or you can, you know, mess around with all these settings. And these are all the same exact settings as the primary menu. So I actually don't want, I really don't want this menu right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and delete everything because I just choose not to have a secondary menu. Okay. Just going over here, fix navigation elements. Now again, guys, you guys can just kind of go through these. It's pretty self-explanatory. Now the fixed navigation, guys, is actually when you scroll down. So if you scroll down, you want to make sure that the primary menu bar and the fixed are the same, because if they scroll down, it'll look the same. Okay, so again, primary menu bar is basically how it looks. Fixed is when you scroll down. The secondary menu bar is the one above it. And then the header elements is just like the options inside of the secondary menu. So that's pretty easy to understand. Now, since we're here, a lot of these other gadgets and widgets are just basically like general settings, like site identity. Remember how we talked earlier about how you can change the name of your website? So right here, you can do that right here. You can add a site icon. However, we don't really need to do that because we've already done that in the back end, but you can do it again. So right here, I'll just select an image and put the Instagram one, and you can position it. They even show you right here what it will look like. You see that? So crop the image. And going back. Now remember I told you earlier how some of these contradict each other? So we already basically set this in the back end. Now we just kind of did it again right there. So, but you know, it's up to you if whatever you want to do. So yeah, so layout settings, you can have like a box layout, which looks like this, or you can do a full width. Now, I gotta be honest, box setting is like 1990. A lot of sites don't do box setting anymore, so you might not want to do that. Now, the reason also why this looks like this is because the screen is scrunched together. So it only looks like that because we enabled the box layout, and also because we're using the theme customizer. So, you know, you go ahead and check out some of these settings, guys, on the left side, like the layout settings, backgrounds. A lot of these can be done with the modules themselves, so I think it's not a good idea to design your page from the theme customizer. So I would not recommend doing it. So that's just my 2 cents, but it's your website, so you guys can do whatever you guys would want with it. So that's about it for the menu section and also the logo. So let's go ahead now and go to our shop page. Now I actually made the active link color transparent, so I need to change that before we continue. So basically, when you click on it, it turns invisible. So I need to actually give it a color. So I'm going to show you what the mistake I made. Okay, so today this was my fault. So header navigation, primary menu bar. Now the active link color, I want to keep that the same. So black, and then go over here and make the transparent color, and then go to save and publish. Okay, so that's basically why that was invisible. All right, so guys, by default, you get a shop page that looks like this, and we're lucky we have the Divi theme, because by default, guys, you can't edit the shop page. In fact, even up here, the visual builder is gone. So a lot of the themes that you get, you can't customize the shop page, and if you don't like the way it looks, tough meat, you know, that's all you get. But with the Divi theme, we can create our own shop page. So I highly recommend that you do that, because this shop page is not appealing. People might not buy on it. You know, spend the time to design it yourself and get sales, right? I mean, this doesn't look ideal. You know, even if you go to any website, this doesn't look that good. So let's go on over here to plus new and go to page, and we're going to create a new shop page. So right here, I'm gonna do shop page, or I'll just do shop, and then we can activate. I use the visual builder right here. Now, a big thing I want to recommend. Now, you must have it a different permalink than -shop. So this is okay, or you can do something like -shop page. But if it's like this right here, WooCommerce will think that this is the same shop page, and WooCommerce will actually override these settings, and it will make it look like the ugly one. So you want to make sure that the permalink is different. So shop page, or shop-product, or shop- showcase or something. So shop-page is my permalink, okay? Now this can be the same title, that's okay, but the permalink must be different than -shop. Okay, I cannot stress that enough because WooCommerce will override the settings because they think that it's actually the same shop. So right here, I'm gonna go to use a visual builder. And now let's go ahead and just design it. Let's go ahead and decorate it. Now, I'm gonna do exactly what I did over here for this shop page. So really quickly, I'm gonna educate you guys. This right here is just a full width module, and I just added a background and some text. This right here, we can do either a text or a call to action and reduce the padding, and we can make it full width. Right here, we have a shop module, and then over here we have a sidebar module. And after we're done with the products and everything, and the variable products and everything else, I'll show you actually how the subscribe works and also the follow us. And also this reviewer thing right here, don't worry about that. I'll talk about that in just a little bit. I purposely left that there. So let's go ahead and go to our shop, and we're going to create the shop page. So first, I'm gonna click on this little plus icon and go to full width. And I'm gonna grab a full width header. And welcome to our shop. And then go crazy. Now remember, a big tip, guys, is to always capitalize the first letter of everything. I know in English that's like F, 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 but here it's A, 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 so that's what everybody does on the internet. So that's just what makes sales. All right, so also right here, we can design it. We can do something like, change the title font or whatever else, or the, all this stuff right here. I think I actually changed it to white up here. Yeah, so white, it was a little bit more easier to see. So I'll do like white, and then the subheader font, able, I'll also do white as well. All right, and then let's see here, content, white, and then the, so there we go. Wait, why isn't that one changing? That one should be changing. Subheader font color. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, so I'm going to click on check. Now right here, I'm going to add in a background image. So settings, background image. Now you can also add in a video. So you can go to videvo.net and download one of those free videos. Or you guys can go to like Shutterstock or Getty Images and download videos there. So right here, I'm adding the picture of this girl. And go to upload image. And go to check. Now right here, I'm going to delete this module because I don't really need it. And there you go. So now I have this girl on the top right here, and that's actually appealing. It looks good. So the next thing I'm going to do is add in this next section right here. So very simple. We're going to go click on plus, regular, and this one right here. Now guys, there's a lot of ways to do it. So I don't want you to feel that you have to do exactly what I'm doing. You can add in a text module and add in a background, or a call to action, or you can add in another full width style. There's a lot of different ways you can do this. So I'm going to just add in a call to action, and I'll just put like a shop page, or shop the latest stuff. Of course, you can put anything that you want, and I do not want a button here. Now background color, yes, but I'm gonna change the background color to something that looks like this right here, and maybe like fade it up a little bit. And then for the design, we might want to change the font and make it just a little bit bigger. All right, so it's there, but it doesn't really look good. We have too much white space, so we need to actually reduce the padding. So right here under this gear icon for this row, I want to extend this row all the way across. So row settings, make this full width, custom gutter, and reduce this to, do you remember? 1. Okay. And there you go. Now, one more quick thing before I continue. I want to actually introduce you guys to the full width menu, just in case you want to add a menu to your page or something. So right here, add a new section, full width. Now we can add in the full width menu. And guys, it's literally just another menu, and you can just kind of like, change it. You can center it, you can customize it. So this is another way you can add in a menu to any part of your website, okay? So I did mention that earlier before, but I kind of got carried away. So this is the full width module that you can use for a menu, but I'm not gonna use it because I don't want that. And I'm gonna delete this. So we have all this padding and stuff right here. So let's go ahead and reduce all this padding. And now for this teal section right here, same thing. I wanna actually reduce all this. And over here, same thing. And over here, same thing. Cool. So now I'm going to click on this little plus sign and go to regular. And now I'm going to add in this one right here. So you see right here, this is actually perfect. So right here we can have our products, and then this little right section we can have our sidebar. So we've already kind of like, you know, picture perfect it. You know, we've already kind of like pictured how it's going to look. So going down here, let's go ahead and find the shop module. Now guys, I do have other tutorials as far as well, I actually have a lot of tutorials, but if you guys want like a specific thing in your products, like checking, like like product add-ons, like booking, like dynamic pricing, like buy two get one free, or like a specific shipping style. After the WooCommerce, you know, after this tutorial, I have a lot of WooCommerce tutorials on that. But don't go there yet because we have to first talk about the WooCommerce settings, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Now over here, I want to add in the sidebar. So right here, sidebar, and let's see right here. Oops. And also, you know, check my channel. I also have another one where it gives you like 30 sites where you can list your products, guys, because, you know, the e-commerce site is great to have, you know, no doubt, but you want to link your products to as many different sites as possible, which is what I do and a lot of other people do to make money. So, all right, so we've added in the sidebar. We have our products. Now right here, I kind of want to make this bigger. I want to extend this, you know, I want to make this bigger, and I want to reduce the gutter width to like 2. So we have it like that. Now let's say, for example, you want to actually change this to sort of, you know, have more products. So right here, column number, we'll do 4 this time. So now you're going to see that we have 4. Now I bet you guys are wondering, you know, why doesn't our shop page look like the default one like we had on the front page, or this one over here? So guys, it's very simple. All we need to do is take the same exact CSS and just apply it to the same module. So that's it. We're just taking the same stuff from this one and just putting it to the other one. So this is also in the description of this video. Also guys, make sure to check out my blog post if you guys are having problems with the CSS or if it's just not working for you. So right here, I'm going to simply just copy this and just go ahead and apply this. So CSS, and I want to add this to the product. So CSS, and then I'm going to add this to the product. And just paste it in there like that. So right there, that already looks much better. You know, we have that box shadow, and we also have everything aligned in the center. Now another thing that I have over here is I have the overlay. So right here, we have the overlay. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. Now guys, really quickly, if you want to have this just around like the actual product, if like you don't want to have it over the like the actual if you don't want to have it hover over it, you can actually just apply it to the actual product itself. So we can do something like we'll add it to the main element right here, and we can add it like that, or you can actually add it to something else like we can actually add it to like the title or something like that. Or actually, the title will not work. But going over here, you guys can kind of like, you know, mess around with this. Now we can also add it to the image. So right here we can put image. Now if you guys want something like that right there, now you don't have to like scroll over it for that to work. So it basically just works by default. Now you can also do that for like the actual product over here. So you can just like change the box shadow right there as well. So if you're looking for that, you can go ahead and do this as well, okay? But I actually have it for the overlay. So right here, that's basically saying only when they hover over it, it's going to turn that color, okay? So if you want to apply this to any part of your website, you can do that. I mean, we can probably even add it over here to the sidebar right here under the main element. So you guys can see. And, you know, we can also center that text. We can do whatever we would want, okay? So I'm just trying to make you understand the logic behind it. Now, really quickly, if you guys don't want your own shop page, but you want the overlay, you know, you want the overlay effect, you want that glow, I will give you a piece of script in just a little bit. Now, that is only if you choose to use the default one and not what we're doing right now, okay? So for those of you who don't want to do the custom shop page, don't worry. I will still give you the CSS for that. All right, so I'm going to go click on publish, and we're actually going to publish this page. Okay, so let's go ahead and exit the visual builder. And voila, you know, we have our cool little shop page. Now there's some things I probably wanted to change. Maybe we want to change the sale to a different color, and maybe also we want to change the text as well. So remember, settings, everything is in the design tab, guys. So by now, you guys are probably learning how to do this. So icon hover color, you know, so the overlay color, I want to put that as dark, and title, we can change like the spacing of these. We can change the line height, the price font. We can go through all these settings right here and make any changes that we'd like. So price font, we can make it even bigger. So like I said, there's always it's so customizable. You know, you can get as customizable as you want and make it look however you want. So I'm gonna click on this right here and go to save. So another thing I want to go ahead and point out, I'm going to give you guys another CSS lesson. Now on the shop page right here, you guys have noticed that if people decide to give you a product reviews, it's going to look like this right here. And the reason why it looks like that is because Divi still thinks that everything is to the left. So we want to make sure that these stars are to the, in the center. So going over here, you can see that I have no reviews yet, but we're going to go ahead and fix this right here. So in the future, if somebody does review something and you decide to text align center everything, that it will work properly. So again, guys, everything is on my blog page right here. So right here we have the center reviews for your website. All you guys need to do is go over here and just copy this right here and simply go ahead and paste this in. Now guys, again, this is just if you want to be customizable, if you want to make it if you want to go like a step further, So let's go over here to our dashboard. I'm going to enter this in the theme customizer. So Divi theme options. I'm gonna scroll down, just keep scrolling, just keep scrolling. Now this over here was again for the product shadow. So around all of our products we have that hover over glow, and I talked about that earlier. So again, remember that if you want that glow around all of your products, just go ahead and use that code, okay? Now I'm gonna go ahead and enter in this code right below it. I'll go ahead and paste it. I'll go ahead and make sure that these aren't touching like that, and click on save changes. All right, so now that I've entered in this code right here, let's go ahead and go back to our website. Now earlier again, remember it was actually showing that it was on the left side. So now let's go to our shop page, and now you can see that it's really beautifully aligned in the center right there. Okay, so if you want to go ahead and achieve that center review, that is exactly how you do it. And guys, always refer back to my blog page. If you guys have any questions, or something did not work for you, or you just want to know how to do something else. And also remember to hit up Elegant Themes, because again, all of these codes came from Elegant Themes. These guys provided me with everything, so that if you guys ever need help with your website, or you have a problem, or you want just like an added kick to it or something like that, these guys can help you out with your websites. Okay, so let's go ahead now and go back to the tutorial. So let's go back to our shop page. Now you guys have probably also noticed on our other shop page right here that we don't have that product flip. It doesn't work. The products aren't flipping over like we had earlier. So let's go ahead and do that. So that is basically a small plugin. So right here we're gonna go to dashboard. I'm gonna go to plugins and goes to add new. And I believe it's called product flipped image or WooCommerce. Let's see, WooCommerce. We'll just do like a product flipped. Product flip. And I think the one that worked for me was, let me double check. Let me double check right now. So we'll go over here to my dashboard. Now this is actually my other demo website. And it's hard because a lot of plugins come in, they come out, they update, they're good, they're not good anymore. And the one I used over here was I used the WooCommerce product flip image. Okay, so you guys want to go over here and type that exactly into here. Now guys, this is a free one and it works because I have spent a lot of time trying to find a really good plugin for you guys. So right here, WooCommerce product image flipper, just click on install. There's a lot of websites that offer them for $30, but I've done my research and this one works perfectly. So remember, under your products, now there's no little option for on the left side, but on the products, you can go to your products and click on them. Whatever your secondary image is right here, the product gallery, that is what it's going to flip as. Okay, so whatever you have here. Now, if you have 5 pictures, it's going to do the first one right here. Okay, and it's all automatic. There's no settings for it or nothing like that in there. So going back over here, I'm gonna go to my shop page. And if we, let's see here. Oh, you know what? I didn't change it in the menu. Sorry about that. So I have to add the shop page to the menu. I was like, wait, why do I have this one again? So here, I'm gonna go to our pages and I'm going to add in our shop. I believe that's the right one. Let's Let's see if it is or not. We'll add both of them. Okay, I'm gonna save this to the menu. And it's one of these. It's one of them. All right. All right. Sorry about that. So now if you go over here, you can see the image is now flipping over. Do you see that? So if you want that effect, you can actually use that plugin for it, and it will apply to your products. Now, the next thing I want to talk about before we do the variable product, which is the other product we talked about earlier. We did the simple product, and now we're going to do the variable product. But I want to introduce you guys to live chat. You know, the live chat feature, guys, is very easy. It's simple, and it's actually really easy to use. So there is a link in the description of this video. It'll take you to a website called tidiochat.com, and it's free. So it's not going to cost you anything. So tidiochat.com. And like I said, it's a free live chat, so it doesn't cost anything. Now it does if you want like their premium features. So if you want like their pro features, if you want something that's like a little bit better. But once you maybe get like a lot of traffic, you might want to upgrade to that. But for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, okay, try Tidio now. Go ahead and make up an account right here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and log in because I already have an account with these guys. I already use them, and they have a really good live chat system. So right here, you can see it's loading up. Now, right now, my period has ended, so I basically have to just select the select the free version. So I'm going to downgrade to basic. Like I said, you guys can use it. You don't have to have a paid version. You guys can still use it for free on your website. All right. Now, I want to actually install the Tidio Chat plugin that will connect to this. So this right here is our dashboard. So going over here to our website, I'm going to go to our dashboard, and we're going to install the Tidio Chat plugin. And that basically connects our websites to Tidio Chat. So Tidio Chat. There it is right there. So right here, install now. And I'm going to click on activate. All right, so Tidio Chat hasn't been activated. Now over here on your left side, you're going to see Tidio Chat come up. So just simply click on that. Now you'll need to actually integrate this, or you can just go ahead and enter in your account. You can do either or, but you'll only have to do this one time. And then after that, it's just going to link you to your page. So I'll just do integrate with site. All right, so your site is already integrated with Tidio Chat. Now I'm gonna go to click to panel. Now I'm actually gonna close this again and do this just from scratch so you understand how this works one more time. All right, so you know, I really don't want to, I'll just put there, I'll put, do I have to do that? I'll just enter in, yeah. All right, so I guess they want us to like sort of decorate this. But you can always do this in the settings, guys, so don't worry about that. Now I'm gonna close this. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. Now, again, if you click on Tidio Chat, it's going to keep opening up this section menu. So in order to like find out if you have visitors on your website or something like that, you need to make sure that this is open, okay? So right here, we have this section open right here, okay? Now, if I click on this dashboard, and you can go through all these settings right here, like, you know, visitors. So, you know, you can go ahead and check this out. Now, right here, we can create an account. Like I said, I recommend doing that already. So I'm gonna do like, here we go. Okay, so it's actually using my other one. So it doesn't really matter. We'll just go to dashboard right here. And let's say, for example, like, you know, we're available now. All right, so now we're gonna go to our visitors. Now I'm actually gonna visit my website. I'm actually gonna go to it right now. And let's see here. So I'll go to, what's the domain right here? We'll do TV Child Tutorial. So I'm actually going to go to that on my other computer, and we're going to see the visitor. We're going to see someone come up. All right, so now I'm on the website. So I'm going to go ahead and like go to like visit site. Now over here on the right side, you can see that it says we're available now. So people can already start talking. But I'm actually going to go to the backend right here. And now you see that we have visitors on site. So now you see that Tidio Chat says, okay, we have 2 visitors on site. Now you can actually see everything about them. You know, you can click on them, you can find out where they're from, you can find out what country, what page they're on, etc. And if you want to sort of engage them, like while they're shopping, you click on join conversation and then simply say like, hey, what's up? Now, whatever page they're on or whatever they're doing, it's actually going to make a pop-up for them like saying, hey guys, do you need help or do you need something? So it's a very easy process to use. And if you want to like leave the chat, you can just click on leave and there you go. So again, go to our dashboard and like I said, we're available now. Any questions, let's chat or chat with us. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. So it's a very easy thing to understand. Now you can also see right here that there's 2 visitors and they're both me. So because I'm on a laptop on my other computer. So it's very easy, guys, to engage them. But I recommend making the account because this is really annoying. You don't want to have this keep coming up. But just create the accounts, integrate it, and then mess with all the settings. So you can go through the settings right here. You can decorate this. So I decorated mine. You can ban visitors. You can do all sorts of really cool stuff. Notifications of an incoming visitor. So if you want to know if someone's actually visiting your websites, you'll hear that noise. You can do quick responses. Now, the premium features, they include stuff like, see, I did this one right here. See, this is the one I did for my demo. And I added like an avatar. You can like choose a file and like select whatever you want. But the pro versions, they have like the automated ones where they like always hit them up or something like that. You can hit up like maybe like 5 or 6 visitors at a time. But with the free version, I think it's limited to just 3 people you can talk to at a time. Okay, so use Tidio Chat. It's a free service, but once you start getting heavy traffic and you think that's going to help your business, you might want to upgrade your website so that you can actually decide to email a lot of people at once or etc. Okay, so tidiochat.com. The link is also in the website if you guys need it. Now going back to our website over here, you guys can already see that says like, hey, what's up? It's already starting to engage because Tidio Chat thinks I'm a visitor. So they don't actually know I'm the admin, but that's just good to know. So again, you can also decorate all this stuff and make it customizable, and I can close it, So, and it's actually good because as I talked about on the checkout, if people have problems with their credit card or something's not working, maybe there's something wrong with your website and these people are just saying, hey, there's something wrong. So that's also kind of like free feedback you're getting in a way, okay? Now, another thing I want to introduce you guys to is the social share. So if I go to one of these products right here, I click on it, I can't really share it to anybody. It's kind of sad. I kind of want to share it to people and tell people about my websites, but as of right now, I cannot. I'll close these ones. So I want to basically add in the social share. Now, there's a lot of plugins, guys, and I believe the one that I use over here, now I want to give you guys the exact one so that you guys don't mess up, is the WooCommerce social media button share. You guys will notice as you guys mess with WooCommerce and mess with plugins, you're going to come across a lot of plugins that just kind of suck and they just don't work. And you can see like the ratings on them and everything. So it's just like, it's just maybe some people made these plugins and then they just like depreciated it. They just stopped working on it. So I spent a lot of time kind of going through plugins and understanding which ones work. Now this one right here, WooCommerce social media share button, you can click on install now. Now you can also see like the number of active installs and the ratings as well to sort of help you get an idea of it's a good plugin or not. So right here, I'm gonna click on activate. And guys, even myself, I'm very fluent with WooCommerce and e-commerce, but there's so many new plugins that come out. There's so many new trends. It's hard to kind of keep up with it because technology evolves so fast, So let's go to our installed plugins right here. I'm gonna close this right here. I don't want to use Jetpack. I don't like Jetpack. So going down right here, we can actually go ahead and find the. So this right here is the WooCommerce social media button share, and you can either edit or deactivate it, but don't mess with these settings. Okay. So in order to find that, we're gonna go to our products, and we'll click on one of these products right here. Now we can also go ahead and click on view product. All right, so we have these social shares now that are coming up. So you can see we can tweet it, we can share it, we can pin it, we can put it on LinkedIn, whatever. Now, let's say you want to control the amount of shares that you have, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe that's too excessive. Maybe we want like something like just 5, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go on over to our dashboard, and I believe it is. So over here somewhere. Oh, share buttons. Duh, share buttons. Okay. So right here, you can actually decide to, say Facebook, Twitter, Google Plus, but I just kind of want these ones right here, and I don't want these other ones. Now they have like a pro version where you can like do all sorts of other stuff. And if they share it, what will it say? You can control that. Now you can also control the amount of like the button. So for Facebook, you can use your own custom button. If not, you can use the blank one. Now you can have like a button with a counter, a box with a counter. So something like this right here. Now, I don't know if you can control it. I'll be straightforward with you guys. I don't know if you can control the number of shares, but that'd be pretty cool if you could. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but because you don't want to see like a button with 0 shares. It's kind of embarrassing. It's like, well, no one's sharing your stuff, I'm leaving. So it could work against you hypothetically. So you can actually just go ahead and go to save settings. Now, also you guys can post this anywhere on your website with this short code. But I don't really want to do that. So let's go ahead and just go to our website again. And we'll go to our shop page. I'll click on this one. And there you go. So now we only have 4. And that looks much better than having it. So if I click on share right here, I can actually just share it to my Facebook. So there you go. Now I'm sharing that product to Facebook and people can buy it. So it's very good to share, have that option at least, because you have nothing to risk. You have no risk here. So it's just like good positive things that can happen, if somebody buys your stuff. So it's kind of worth it to actually add that in, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and close this. And we're actually going to, so basically guys, we've pretty much, added all the plugins for this. We've added live chats, we've added the social shares, we've added the product flip. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do like the WooCommerce settings. We're going to do the variable products. We're going to do the products. We're going to do like the variable products as well. And lastly, we'll do something like the free taxes, where basically it enables all the taxes for you. And then we'll do the Stripe. But really quickly before we do that, I want to actually show you how to customize this sidebar and actually enter in all those things we talked about earlier. Okay, so we have this sidebar right here. It doesn't really look good. It doesn't have anything. So how do we decorate this? Well, we can go to our dashboard right here, and we can go down to our widgets. So appearance and widgets. So you see where it says sidebar right here? Now, I want to delete everything here. I don't like any of this stuff. This stuff looks ugly. It doesn't look good. I'm just going to delete everything. I mean, who has this on their website? Like nobody, like a meta. Like what's a meta? I don't even know what that is. So we're just going to delete everything right here. And there's different plugins that we can add. So right here we have like the WooCommerce cart. So whatever people have added in their carts, we can actually put that there. We have product categories. So maybe you want to put that over there. So we have product categories. We have top rated products. We have recent reviews, recently reviewed. So what that means is if someone recently reviewed a product, it's going to recommend it again, or it's going to show that to them again. So if you want that, you can do that. Also WooCommerce products. You can, just have a list of some of your products. Like I said, all you need to do is just simply take one of these and just drag and drop right there. Okay, so I'm gonna save this, save this. Now, if you want to add anything else, you can go ahead and add, those over there. But I'm gonna go back to visit site. We'll go to our shop, and you can see that we have our top-rated products right here on the right side, and the product categories. Now, how did I actually get it to the other side, or the other sites where I had it like the other thing that you guys saw? So right here, we have our subscribe and we have our follow us. Now that looks much better because this just looks really customizable, and this just looks really colorful, and it looks vibrant. It makes people want to click on them. And here I just put like the top rated products and search for stuff. So let's go ahead now, and before we actually mess with the WooCommerce settings, let's go ahead and do the Monarch plugin and the Bloom plugin, because you guys already get that with the Divi theme. So it's a really amazing thing, and like I said, it's just a little bit of work you have to do, because think about it, someone shopping on your website, why not give them the option to get your email? Why not? You have nothing to risk there. So if you want, go ahead and go to elegantthemes.com, and I'm gonna go ahead and log in. And now we're going to download the plugins. So remember I told you earlier that you get a bunch of premium plugins? Well, Bloom is one of them, and Monarch is one of them. So I'm gonna click on download and download. So we have Monarch and we have Bloom. Now, I'll be straightforward with you guys. Monarch is very easy to understand. Bloom does take a little time to learn. However, I have a whole another tutorial on it, but I'll kind of like run you through the basics of it so you can understand it. And if you want to go to the advanced section, you can always check out my other tutorial that I have on the Bloom plugin. So going over here, actually over here, let's go ahead and upload these. So I'm gonna go to my blog or a dashboard, appearance, and add new. Now we're going to upload a plugin. Now these are not available on WordPress. So if you search for them, they're not going to be there. So these are like premium exclusive plugins. So choose the file. Now it's under my downloads, Bloom, open, install. Now guys, to use this plugin, you guys will have to have a MailChimp account, and making a MailChimp account is free. I currently have MailChimp, and it's a free one for like 2,000 subs. And I have a whole nother tutorial for that as well. But you don't need to you don't need to look at it, but it's not that hard. It's really not. So right here under Bloom, we can click on settings. Now I want you to open up another tab, and I want you to go to MailChimp.com. All right, and I guess you guys can sign up for free. It's a free service especially if you're brand new. I highly recommend it. However, this is my account, so I'm just going to show you really quickly how it works. And if you want to use it, I recommend you do it because it's really, really good to have, because people can subscribe. You can send them all sorts of coupons, and it's just part of e-commerce, guys. Mailing lists, right? So over here we have active opt-ins, and we have nothing. We got nothing. So over here, new opt-in. Now you can have different styles. You can have it pop up, you can have it fly in, below the post, in line, locked content, or as a widget. So I'm going to do widget. I only want it as a widget. Now you can always have it pop up, but for this tutorial, I'm just going to do a simple widget. Widgets are, remember, the things on this side right here. These are widgets, like widgets and gadgets. That's basically what they are. All right, so give it a name. I'm just going to put my new opt-in right here. I'm going to select MailChimp. Now they recently added some new ones, so if you guys needed, like your thing linked up, then or your provider, they added like MailerLite and some other ones. But I'm going to go ahead and add the account. Now this is my account name, is this one right here. Now your API key you guys can get in your settings. So if you guys go to MailChimp right here under your profile, maybe it's under the settings. Let's see, details. It's in here somewhere. Extras, yeah, API keys. So you can always go there and get your API key. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste mine really quick. Now I have my API key copied, but the thing you need to do before you actually take the API key to the Bloom plugin is to create a list. So right here under lists, click on lists. Now you see this is one of my lists right here. So this is my current email subscriber form, and basically I have around 2,370 subscribers. So you'll need to create a list, and basically what this does is it stores all of your subscribers onto a list, right? They have to go somewhere. So over here, click on create list, and I'm going to click on create list. Now for you, it might look different. It might just have like like something that's just nothing's here, create a list. So go ahead and give your list a name. So right here you can put something like Daryl's, or your website's newsletter. And remember, your subscribers will see this, so make sure it's professional and make sure it looks good. Now right here, you're going to put the default email address so people will reply to it. And then right here is the name. So for example, I'll put Daryl Wilson so people will know it's from Daryl Wilson. Now scrolling down right here, you're going to remind people how they sign up to your lists. So just tell them, hey, you guys sign up to my list, and thank you for subscribing, etc. And then go ahead and put in your contact information. Now they do recommend that you put your information. It's part of like a CAN-SPAN Act law or something like that. But you can just put like a PO box or something like that. Here I just put my city and my business name, etc. And the notifications will be sent to, and then you could put something like a daily summary, one by one as they subscribe, or one by one as they unsubscribe. And once you're done with that, you're going to click on save. Okay, so then you're going to go ahead and create your list. So it'll look something like this right here. Of course, yours will say 0. Now, MailChimp is very comprehensive. So I have another tutorial just for sending out campaigns, how to style it, how to send out links and everything like that. So be sure to check that out. Now, once you have your API key and you have your list created, you'll have to go back over to the website. Okay, so I basically took my API key, I put it there, and my account name. So I'm going to now authorize this. So I'm basically connecting it. Now select an email list. So I'm going to select my email list. Now again, guys, you guys will need to make a list, and like I said, I have another tutorial on that, but I'm just showing you how you can use this and how easy it is. So right here, I'm going to say, okay, select your design. So I'm going to select the design, and they have a bunch of really nice, cool ones. I'll select this one, and just go to save and exit. All right, so I've basically linked that with my MailChimp account. So anytime somebody like enters in their email onto my Bloom plugin, it will just go right to my MailChimp account and just link it up, you know, so it's automatic. It's an automated process. So now let's go over here to our appearance and go to widgets. Now guys, you don't have to follow me here. This is if you choose to use the Bloom plugin, which I highly recommend that you do. So Bloom, I'm just going to take this and put it right there. Now this, I'm going to say select my opt-in, my new opt-in, which is the one I put, and right here I can put subscribe. So I'm going to save it. Now let's go ahead and look at the sites to see our sidebar. And voila, we have that cool subscribe thing right there. So the site's starting to come together, but now I want the Monarch one. You know, I want the social media following stuff. And also guys, remember, you can add this to your footer. So remember at the bottom right here, we talked about it earlier. These are also widgets. So if you don't want it right here, you can also put it on your bottom section right here, okay? So now I'm gonna go ahead and add in the Monarch plugin. So plugins, add new, upload plugin, choose the file. And I'm gonna select the Monarch plugin. This one I like because you can actually set the amount of numbers of fans that you have and everything. Maybe you kind of want to like lie on it, like, oh, I have like 10 million followers, and people are gonna be like, oh my god, that's so cool, I'm gonna go like, you know, watch this guy's stuff, and then they click on it and you have like 2 followers, like, oh, this guy's a loser, never mind, he's a nobody. So here's is like the basic settings, guys, and same thing, you know, you can have the sidebar, inline, pop-up, fly-in, or media. Now you can choose like anywhere you want. So I'm gonna do sidebar for this one. Now networks. So what networks do you want? Well, we can have like Facebook, Twitter, Google, all sorts of really cool stuff. So I'm just gonna do like Twitter, Pinterest, and I'll just do those 4, you know. And you know, I'll leave it like this right now. Now, for example, if you guys want to use this, you have to basically put in your URL, because all this is, guys, is just a URL. So just simply go ahead and put in your Facebook address. And then when they click on this, it's just gonna take them to your Facebook. So I have a fan page. I think it's facebook.com. Let's see right here. I'll go ahead and enter mine. It's right here. I'm gonna go ahead and enter in my name. This is my link right here. So guys, remember, it's all just a link. That's basically what it is. So you can actually choose to have it automatically upload all your stuff, but that's in a separate tutorial. I will not go over that right now. So I'll do something like, let's see right here, Google Plus. I'll just leave all this standard right here. I don't want to go ahead and mess with any of those. All right, so I save changes. Now social follow as well. So the social follows, guys, is if they choose to like follow it or not. You can also have that right here, and you can do the same thing, you know, add the network. So one was social sharing and one was social following. Okay, so social sharing is basically sharing it to their Facebook or sharing it to wherever, but the social follow is basically when they want to follow it. So I hope you understand. Social sharing, they share it to Facebook. Social follow is when they follow you. Okay, so same thing right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and enter in my username and just put like Daryl. Now, how many subs do I have? Well, I got 1 million. Or something. I got a lot. Twitter, same thing. I'll do something like I'll just put in your Twitter thing and then put like at Daryl Wilson, and then I'll say I have like that many. Okay. Now you can also do get counts via API, but guys, I'm just introducing you to the plugin. I don't want to get like too extensive on this because there's a lot you can do. So I'm gonna go to save changes. Okay. Now let's go ahead now, and if you guys want to put that anywhere, you guys can actually just get the shortcode for it, and you know, it'll produce a shortcode, but I just want it as a widget. So general settings, of course, you guys can go here and go to, you know, get your Facebook API key if you choose, or your API secret. Now again, that is only for the automatic updating of your followers. So if you choose to have that, go ahead. Now keep in mind, guys, I do have a separate tutorial on Monarch and Bloom. So I know this isn't extensive. I know I'm kind of rushing through it a little bit, but I don't want to go too much into these plugins because I can talk about this for hours. So I don't want to go too far into it, okay? So social follow, social sharing, okay? So now let's go ahead and go to our appearance and go to widgets. And scrolling down here, we're going to find the Monarch follow right here. And I'll simply go ahead and add it there. And put follow us. Now I'll also put this on our footer area. So I'll put like right here, I'll put it under I'll do footer area 3. Yeah, footer, and then number 1, I'll go ahead and just delete this about us right here. And then I'll go ahead and add in the, what's it called? The Bloom plugin. So the Bloom. Okay. And put my opt-in form. So now let's go ahead and see the changes we made to our website. Okay. Now, guys, I understand that I'm going fast, and as a beginner, you might not have understood everything I just did. But, you know, go back and just kind of read it over, study it, and look it over, because, guys, e-commerce and WordPress takes time. It truly does take time. So it does, you know, it's not as easy as I make it look. Now, right here we have the subscribe. However, the follow us is on the bottom. And the reason why it's on the bottom is because the format that we have is not correct. So let's go ahead and change that really quickly. I'm going to go to my theme customizer. And I believe it's under footer layout. So you see I have 3. Now I want to select 4 and save and publish. Now scrolling down here, you can see that it looks better. Now, guys, that alone right there makes your footer look more actively friendly. It makes it already look good. So I really recommend those plugins, guys. It's so imperative that colors and images will get you sales. That's really what will happen. So I recommend this. If you guys choose not to use it, you guys always have the option to download it later and mess with it. And right here it says like you have 58 million followers. Like, this makes your shop already look popular. You know, it already does. So I recommend it. Now let's go into the shop page right here. And again, same thing. So we have our subscribe and we have our follow us, guys. So you can have up to like, I think 4 on the page, something like that. So that's exactly how you guys would do the subscribe to our newsletter and also to these right here. Now, again, MailChimp is very, what's the word for it? MailChimp is very dynamic, so you can do a lot with it. So I recommend watching my tutorial on MailChimp so you can get your account all set up so people can come to your website and they can go ahead and like select it. Now over here, you've noticed that we have those social follows right here. So if they click on it, they can actually, you know, share it to their followers, etc. Okay. So if you guys choose to use that, you know, it's a very good plugin, guys. I got to be honest. This is definitely like one of the best plugins that you're going to find on WordPress because it's a premium one and it's free with Divi. So you might as well really use it. These small things, they really add up and make your site look really, really good. So just by looking at our site, you know, it already looks more, you know, more user friendly. You know, we have the logo, we have our, you know, our social sharing to the left. We have like all this stuff. It's already starting to look like a real e-commerce website. So again, I recommend doing most of those, but it's up to you. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to learn more about WooCommerce, the products, and also the settings. Now, another thing I want to point out that as you guys venture off with WordPress and you want more for your products, such as like product add-ons. So if I go to one of my products right here, you know, let's say for example, I want like a product add-on, like, you know, add gift wrapping for $5.99, or you want to create a booking website, or you want to create like a buy 2 get 1 free kind of thing, or you want to modify your shipping. There's a website called woomil.com, and you guys can like join it for like $15. And you get access to like all like 190 WooCommerce plugins. Now the difference is that this website will not give you support for the plugins, so they don't give you like a key code or anything. But they do update their plugins, and like I said, they have a whole lot of plugins, and you guys can get them for extremely cheap. And again, the only difference is that these guys do not offer support. So right here, they have like a bookings plugin. So if you want to have like a yoga booking website, you can do that. If you want to have people sell on your website, this plugin right here does that. And I have tutorials on all of these. So if you guys are interested in that, I highly recommend it. So this is the table rate shipping, like, you know, buy 3, get free shipping, or product add-ons, like I told you about the gift wrapping, and they have like Square and all sorts of really cool plugins. So be sure to check out Woomill.com if you guys are interested in getting plugins. You'll save a lot of money going to Woomill rather than going to WooCommerce. But then again, you guys won't receive support. You guys just receive the plugin itself. Now you guys can use the code Daryl25 to save 25% off any of your purchases from Woomill.com. Okay, so that's like later on once you guys want more for your store, because by default WooCommerce doesn't have much. You know, they don't have like add-ons, they don't have like gravity forms, they don't have any of that stuff. But you can get all that from just like, you know, for just Woomill for like 15 bucks, and the code will save you quite a bit of money. So let's go ahead and go back to the tutorial. Now, lastly, before we go to the WooCommerce settings and I talk about Stripe and checking out and taxes and all that stuff, I want to let you guys know that you guys can actually edit your mobile view for this right here. So unlike other themes, like for example, like, you know, the way it looks is basically how it's going to look, but you can actually decide to actually change how this looks on mobile devices. So right here, I'm going to click on this. You guys see now that this is how it looks on a tablet. This is how it looks like on a phone, right? Now, let's say, for example, you want to exclusively change something just for the phone. Well, if I click on this gear icon, if I scroll down right here, you can see where it says disable on, and then I can disable this on the tablet or on the phone. So basically I'm saying if someone comes to my website on a tablet or on a phone, this section right here will not exist. They will not see it, okay? And you guys can see it's already grayed out. Now, if you guys want to change something, particularly just for the phone, you can click on the gear icon, and this works for every single module, guys, okay? Not just this one. So right here, we can go to design. Now, let's say, for example, I want to, or actually, no, we'll do the this one right here. We'll do something a little bit more dynamic. So design. Now, you see right here, it says like a header font size. Maybe on the phone, I want to make it bigger. So let me see right here, going back up. So right here, I'm going to actually push this up just a little bit bigger. So this is only going to change on the phone. So it's actually this one right here. That was a little strange. I don't know why I did that, but where things happen sometimes. So only on the phone will this module have bigger a header font size. Now the same thing for the smartphone. So that was for the tablets. Now this is for the phone. So scrolling down here, we can make this look bigger. Okay. So keep in mind, this is only for the smartphone. If I go back to desktop, you're going to see that it actually looks the same right here, okay? Now let's just say you want to make a section disappear. Now there is a reason why you'd want that to happen. One of the reasons why is because video backgrounds will not play on any iOS device or Android phone. So if you choose to have a background video, you might want to sort of hide that section and maybe create another section, you know, to do that. So for example, let's say I'm going to duplicate this row. I know this seems strange, but just follow with me. So let's say you have a video background right here. So over here, I'm just going to go ahead and put in a background. All right. Now I want you to understand what I'm doing right here. So right here, I have this video playing, right? However, this section will not play on a phone or a tablet. So we don't really want to have it enabled for mobile users, right? So over here on this gear icon, I'm going to scroll down right here and say, okay, disable on the tablet and on the phone. Okay, so when someone comes to my websites on a tablet or a phone, they will not see this section. They will only see this section. Now we can kind of inverse this. So I don't want 2 landing pages, right? We don't want 2. There's no reason to have 2. So instead, we can go on this gear icon, go to the scroll down right here, and saying, okay, look, since this is already, you know, here, I don't want this available on the desktop. Okay, so you see what I've done right there? I've basically inversed them. So if you come here on a desktop, you're going to see this video, and you will not see this, and you won't see this section. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? So theoretically, we have 2 landing pages. We have one for our mobile users, and we have one for our desktop users. Okay, so if you come to this website with a phone, you will see this landing page right here. Okay, if you come to it on a mobile device, on a computer, you will only see this one right here. Okay, so that is a reason why you'd want to disable certain sections, okay? Now, a lot of you probably didn't know about the video sliders not being played on iOS devices. That is a very common error. I'm hoping Apple in the future will fix that, okay? So right here, I'm gonna click on this plus icon and go to Save Changes. Oh, it's kind of blocking that little thing right there. That's really annoying. Okay, well, I guess I'm not doing that, okay? I'm not doing that. Another way I can save it just by clicking this and clicking on Save and Exit. Okay, so what I just did, I hope you guys understood it. So if you come here on a computer, you will only see this section. Now, if I scroll down, you see that section does not appear because that section with the girl will only appear for mobile and tablet users, okay? So that is a quick little rundown of how to sort of optimize your site for mobile and how to sort of like mess around with each module. You can make anything look different on mobile devices, guys. So it's not like you're stuck with like one template and that's it. You can get as customizable as you want with every single module to make it look different on any mobile device or anything else that you want. Okay. So now I'll talk to you guys about the like the homepage and everything else. Let's go ahead now and go to our WooCommerce settings, which is probably going to be the most important part of this tutorial. Now, I do want to recommend that I do have another tutorial on a lot of these things, but I'll talk more about that when we get there. So right here under our dashboard, we're going to go to WooCommerce and go to Settings. And I'm going to explain what everything here does. Okay, so first off, this is our general section right here. So we're based in California. Do you want to sell to all locations? Yes. Shipping locations. Now, if you don't want to sell to all locations, right here we have sell to all countries except for or sell to specific countries. So for example, if I only want to sell to Russia and United States, I'm going to put Russia and United States. So now I am only selling to Russia and United States, and anybody else will not have access to our store. Shipping locations, ship to all countries, ship to specific countries, or just disable this altogether. Well, I'm just gonna say I only want to do United States and Russia, because if I'm only doing business, in the United States and Russia, then there's no reason to ship anywhere else, right? That kind of makes sense. Now right here we have taxes and calculations. Go ahead and enable that. And don't worry guys, I will talk more about alternatives for you if you don't want to learn about taxes, okay? Now right here, we have the store notice. So what does this do? Well, just check it and I'll show you in just a little bit, okay? So right here I'll put happy birthday. Happy birthday. Now the currency, I would leave this all blank. This is how it's supposed to be. So if you're using like a euro or if you're using a peso, generally they kind of set it the way it's supposed to be. Like for example, right here, this is how the United States actually, that's how it looks. So if you want to change that, you can, but that wouldn't make any sense. But you're more than welcome to. So right here, I'm gonna click on Save Changes. Now let's go ahead and visit the store really quick just to show you what that site-wide store notice did. So here on the bottom right, or on the bottom right here, it says happy birthday, dismiss. So if you want to have that, that is exactly what the site-wide store notice is. Going back over here, let's go ahead and keep going through the WooCommerce settings. Okay, so we've done our general. Now let's go ahead and do our products. So right here we have our product, and we did this earlier when we first set up WooCommerce. You remember that? So we did like the weight and the dimensions, and people can enable reviews, etc. So over here on the display, we have our shop page, and this is basically, this doesn't apply to us because we've actually created our own shop page with the Divi theme. But if you're using like another theme, you just create a page and put it on whatever page you want for your shop page to appear. Right here, shop page display, you can have something like categories only. So for example, if I go to categories and I go to my shop page, the categories will show first and then the products after I click on it. You understand? Or you can do category and products, but that's a total waste because either of these would be suffice. There would be no reason to do this one, but they gave us that option anyways. So right here you have default product settings. Now this doesn't really apply to us guys, and the reason is because the Divi theme actually has the power to do all of this, but a lot of other themes do not. So a lot of other themes have to sort of rely on these settings, but for us, we don't need to because we can customize our shop any which way we want. I know, right? It's kind of funny. A lot of shops, they're extremely limited, and I don't even know why people use some of the themes I've seen, but some themes are really good, you know. But Divi is also one of the best. So inventory, again, right here we have manage stock, so we can enable the stock management. Now hold the stock. So right here you guys can actually put this for like a pending order, but you know, we don't really need to mess with this right here. The only thing that we would need to mess with is probably the low stock threshold, which basically says, when do you want to be notified about when your stock is running low? At 2 items, at 3 items, at 20 items, at 100 items, you would go ahead and set it out there. Now the out of stock threshold is basically saying when you run out of a certain product, then it's going to say you're out of stock. So out of stock, and your store will also be out of stock. Now over here, you can choose to hide the out of stock items. So if an item becomes out of stock, you can check that and it will disappear from your catalog. However, if you allow back orders, then you might not want, that feature to be checked. But this is like, kind of like in very rare circumstances. So this really won't apply to us or a lot of other people. Now I'm just going to click on save right here and go to downloadable products. So downloadable products right here, they have the forced downloads, which I recommend. That basically lets people download the product once they purchase it. If not, you'll have to do something else like redirect or XXL, but I don't recommend those. I recommend just these ones right here, okay? So save changes. So now we have the tax right here, okay? And I also mentioned about tax and how you guys can get your taxes automated. And that's true, there is a way. But really quickly, let me just introduce you to tax first, and then we'll talk about how to get your tax automated. So right here, we have the option to put your tax inclusive of tax or exclusive of tax. Now, generally, you probably want to leave them as exclusive, and I'll talk more about why in a little bit. Now, right here, we have calculate tax based on the shipping address, billing address, or the shop address. Well, generally, you probably want to do the shipping address, or you can do the billing address. It's up to you, but I'm going to do shipping address. Shipping tax class, I'd basically leave this standard right now. We'll talk more about the standard rates just in a bit. Now, the rounding, I'm still not sure why WooCommerce added this in, so I'm just going to not talk about this because I think rounding is a little strange and it's a new feature, so I'm not going to go too far into rounding. Now, display prices in the shop. So excluding tax or including tax. So that means is if someone sees a product, do you want to include the tax in the shop or do you want to exclude the tax in the shop? Now, display prices during cart and checkout. Well, you might want to do that including. So if they go to their cart or the checkout, it's going to be including tax, okay? And these other ones right here, price display suffix, I don't want to go too far into this because these are actually kind of unnecessary, like as far as itemized and single total. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Changes. And now we're going to go to Standard Rates. So this is basically how you guys would, do your taxes and everything and set everything up. So first I'm just going to go to Insert Row. Now guys, really quickly before I go into this, I actually have a tutorial on WooCommerce. So right here I'm going to go to WooCommerce and I'm number 1. This is my video. Now I'm going to link this video in the description. Now this is an 1.5-hour video just on all the WooCommerce settings and getting very, very advanced into every single setting and very technical. And I talk about everything. I talk about the taxes, I talk about shipping, I talk about if you're shipping to different areas, if you should charge sales tax or not, because some places might have no sales tax rate, right? But not to worry because I'm very comprehensive in this tutorial. You guys can see that a lot of people like my content. And in this tutorial, I'm not going to go too far into all of these settings because I already have a tutorial for it. So I don't want to go too far into taxes and too far into shipping because I already have a very large comprehensive tutorial for it. And that video is also in the description. But I'm just going to go ahead and do one just so you guys get a, get a little understanding on it and you guys, kind of get your feet wet. So country code. So right here I'm going to put United States. State code. So maybe California, right? I'm from California. And now if you guys leave the zip code blank, it will just do the state code, okay? So right now we are taxing California and the zip code is in United States. So what is the rate in California? Well, you guys can go to taxjar.com, which is actually in the other video where I talk all about how to pick up tax rates and everything from other states. Now, that being said, we will talk about the automation in just a bit, but for California, it's around 7.50. I think it's probably not, guys. So you might want to check with taxstar.com, and that is also in the description. So tax name, you can go ahead and give it a tax name. Now, is shipping taxable? Well, I'm not really sure. So again, I'm going to refer you to taxstar.com to find out if it is, if it is taxable or not, and also if you want to add a compound tax rate applied on any other taxes. Okay, so right here, I'm gonna go to Save Changes. So basically, I set the tax rate for California. So if you're only a one-store shop and you're just selling in your state, that's all you got to do. That's it. So it was very easy. If you're a fully e-commerce website and you want to sell to this state, this country, and any other country, you might want to watch my other tutorial on WooCommerce. However, stick around because I'm going to talk about the automation. Reduce tax rates. So in certain cases, some places have a lower tax rate than others. So you would enter them in this row. So for example, let's just put, let's see here, we can put something like I think certain parts of California maybe have a different tax rate than others. Now that's not ideal and that's not likely, but in certain rare cases, some places do have reduced tax rates based off where they are living. So you would go ahead and enter that there. So for example, I think in California, like some parts of like San Bernardino, it's cheaper tax, it's sales tax, it's lower. So right here, I'd put United States, put California, and then I'm gonna go ahead and put the zip code, like 91, something like that. And then here you could put the city, but it's not really necessary because we just need the zip code. And the tax rate there, let's just say is 5%. So that is an example of the reduced rate for taxes. So it can get a little complicated and a little dynamic, but I'm just gonna click on Save Changes. But don't worry, guys, it's actually really easy because you only need to set this up once and then you're good to go. And if you are if you're like just selling in one state, it's not that difficult. If you're selling across the nation in other countries, then you might have to add in a few of these standard rates. And also zero rates, where some places have zero sales tax. So certain states do have zero sales tax, but you can go ahead and enter that there. So I'm not gonna click on Save Changes because I already added that. Now, TaxStar actually has a free plugin that you guys can use. And this plugin will actually pull all of the rates from all of the states and everything else. However, they give you a free trial. So right here, I'm gonna go to plugins and go to add new. So right here, I'm gonna go to TaxStar. Let's see right here. So it's tax. Is it TaxStar? Oh, there it is. It's TaxStar. So right here, it's TaxStar Sales Tax Automation for WooCommerce. Okay, so I'm gonna click on Install Now, and I'm gonna go ahead and log into my my TaxStar account. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and log into my account. Let's see one more time. Okay. So this is my TaxStar account. Now, if you guys choose to have the automation and everything else, you guys can use this and link it to your TaxStar account. And I actually have a coupon code for you guys. So if you guys do decide to purchase it, then you guys will actually get a small discount. So let's go ahead and go back to our store right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and activate this now. All right, so I've activated the plugin, and we're gonna go ahead and click on settings right here. So step one, activate your TaxStar WooCommerce plugin, the API key. So right here, click to get your API token. I'm gonna go ahead and click there. And since I've already logged in and I already have an account, all I need to do is simply take in the API key, and it's going to actually link our site with TaxStar. Boop, save changes, done. So right here, you can configure sales tax. Right here, if enabled, TaxStar will calculate all the sales tax for your store. So you can click on that. If enabled, TaxStar will download your orders for reporting. And that's actually really good, because they're actually going to give you a store database and everything else. So that's really, really helpful. And here you want to put, now they actually know where you are. So right here it says, we already know your store is in California. So ship from what city? Put whatever city. Ship from what zip code? I'll just put something like Rosemead 91770 and click on Save Changes. All right, and as you guys can see right here, if I go to the taxes section right here, you're gonna see that everything's all done. We can't really edit tax anymore because TaxJar has basically controlled our tax section, so we don't really need to deal with taxes anymore, guys. That's it. So whenever someone buys something from your store, it will all be automated. Now again, this is a free trial that they give you, so I think that I don't know how much it costs, but I know that my coupon code is Daryl. So let's go ahead and see if we go to account, update billing and information. So this is where you guys would need, and it's 20 bucks a month. And the coupon code is going to be on the screen. So you guys can choose to use that. It will save you 10% on your purchase. And it actually helps me to continue to create these. Now you don't have to have TaxJar. You guys can just do it yourself. But the coupon code will save you 10%. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our website right here. And let's just keep going through these settings. So we've done our products, we've done our tax, we've done our general. Let's go ahead and go to shipping. All right, so we have our shipping zones and shipping classes. Now for this tutorial, I'm just gonna do one. Now if you guys wanna learn more about shipping classes, you guys can check my other tutorial. But for starters, you might just need like a basic shipping zone. So right here, add a shipping zone. Now give your zone a shipping name. So right here, I'm just gonna put like USA. Now what regions? So what regions is this going to? So I'm gonna do United States. Now, you can actually decide to limit specific zip codes. So for example, if you do not want your sales to go in a certain zip code in the United States, you can go ahead and put them here. If not, you can go ahead and leave that blank. I don't know why. Maybe some items might be illegal in certain zip codes or something like that. Something weird, I don't really know why you would need it like that, but they offer it nonetheless, and that's actually a really good thing because I'm sure there are situations where you would need that. So right here, add a shipping method. So we can have a flat rate, free shipping, and local pickup. Now local pickup is probably the dumbest option, but it's still there. So I'm just gonna do flat rates and go to add a shipping method. All right, so you can see right here we have a flat rate, and if you ever want to change it, you can click on edit. Now is this taxable? Yes or no? You can put yes or no. Now what's the cost for your flat rate? Well, maybe it's $9.99. All right, now let's go ahead and add in a second rate. So I'm gonna click on add a shipping method, click on this, and click on free shipping. Now I'm gonna click on add a shipping method and go to edit. Now, the title, so you're gonna put free shipping, but maybe there's like an exception. We can't offer them a flat rate and free shipping at the same time. So I'm gonna put in parentheses right here, over 50 bucks. Okay, and don't worry if you don't understand this right now, guys. When we go to the shop page and the checkout, you will understand what I'm doing right now. So free shipping requires what? A valid shipping coupon, a minimum amount order, both, or and. So that basically says, do they have to have spend a certain amount and have a coupon, or they have both? So generally, you probably want to do a minimum order amount, and then just put 50 bucks. So right here, I'm saying, look, if you guys come to our shop and you buy something over $50, then we will give you free shipping. I'm gonna click on Save Changes. Okay, now shipping classes, we're not going to do. We're just going to do like the shipping zones, and let's do shipping options. So enable shipping calculator at the cart page. You can choose to have that or not. Hide shipping costs until an address is entered. Yeah, maybe. I think that might be a good idea because if they're already going out to buy it and then they just see the shipping cost at the way end, they might be like, it's okay, forget it, I'll just buy it, So you can have that checked, but for tutorial purposes, I'm going to uncheck that and go to Save Changes. All right, checkout. So right now we just have PayPal right here, and also we have Enable Guest Checkout. So if you want to force a secure checkout, we can click on that. If not, now the great part about SiteGround is that we actually have a free SSL. Now that costs like 50 bucks on other hosting providers, but if you used SiteGround, you guys get it for free. Okay, so you can enable the use of coupons, which we will do at the end. checkout page. Now again, guys, this is basically if you don't have a cart page or checkout page, you can create a page and then apply it to any other page. Now these are your checkout endpoints. You don't really need to mess with this right now. These are for your URLs, and since we have our URLs to post name, we don't need to edit this. And right here, we only have PayPal as our basic option. So I'm gonna click on Save Changes. And over here, I'm gonna click on PayPal. So right here, we've enabled PayPal, and right here it says, the title is PayPal. The description is, pay with your credit card, etc. But guys, I'm gonna be very honest. PayPal can be a very big hassle, and I don't recommend it only as your only method. I do recommend it as an option, but as your number one only method of payments, no, absolutely not. So right here, we have our receiver email, which is the email for your PayPal account that you will need. And if you guys need a PayPal account, you guys can make one for free, okay? So don't worry about it. It doesn't cost you anything. It's all free. So scrolling down here, now we have our ABI credentials right here. I don't really need any of this right here, so I'm gonna make sure that this is all like blank. I don't really need any of this right here. So I'm gonna click on Save. That's for like API stuff like that and like your API credentials, but you do not need that. So again, we're gonna go to Accounts. All right, so our account page, now enable customer registration on the checkout page. So that's basically saying, do they have to make an account? So same thing right here, enable customer registration on my account page. So you can have it on either the checkout page or the my account page. So you can have it on both, but they can always check out as a guest. So don't worry about that too much. Account creation, this will automatically create a username from their customer email. Now I do recommend that because people like everything easy. If they have to go make an account first, it's like, oh, so much of a hassle. But if you just, automatically create it from their stuff they already give you, everyone's happy. It's a faster process. So scrolling down here, I'm gonna click on Save Changes. Again, these right here are for the URLs. So if you want to change it, you can always go ahead and change it right there. All right, now emails. So these are the emails that people will actually receive. So let's say, for example, you get a new order. Then you are going to get an email that says new order. Now you see right here it says recipients right here. So this right here, new order, will go to your email address on file. Now you can always change this in the settings and the general for your website if you want it to go to a different email address. So canceled order. If someone cancels their order, you will receive an email. Now if you click on the gear icon, you can configure it. You can sort of change this, or you can just say, I don't want to get notifications whatsoever if somebody canceled their order. Okay, now going to Save Changes. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to emails. So these are the emails they're going to receive, and you guys can just click on the little thing right here to configure. And if you don't want it, then you can go ahead and just like change it. You can also view the template, and you can etc. So that's basically like how it will look. But going back here, now let's just say, for example, you want to decorate your email. So from sender name, you're going to put probably your website, right? So yourwebsite.com. So I'll put like Divi-childtutorial.com. And then from the address, you're going to put your email address that you currently have for your store. The header image. So this is actually going to be in your media right here. And I'll talk about that in just a second. But scrolling down here, so the footer text, like best place for your items or best place for goods. We can change the base color. So I don't want this color. I want it to be black. Background color, maybe like, darker something. Body background color, we can change that. And then the text color. So I'm gonna click on Save right now really quick. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and show you what I've just done. So I made some changes. So best place for goods, Divi Child Tutorial. Now right here, I'm clicking on this template. And you guys can see this is what it's going to look like right here. So I changed the header, it's black, and this is black, and this is gray. We have a white background, best place for goods. So any changes that you make right here will be on all of the emails. So you wanna make sure that you have a design that you like. Now let's just say, for example, you wanna add in your logo, right? So over here under media, you click on library. All right, and now the URL that you need is click on any of your images. Now you see right here it says URL. I'm gonna click on copy, and we're gonna go back to our WooCommerce. WooCommerce and settings. We're going to go to emails, and we're simply going to go ahead and paste that in there right there. And go to save changes. Okay. Now we can actually go ahead and click on preview. And there you go. So now our logo is there. Okay. So if you want that, you can go ahead and do that. That's how you decorate your emails. So save changes. Integration. We've already done that. And API. You don't need to do with webhooks or keys or any of this stuff. This is more for the developer aspect, and this is a little bit more complicated. So later down the road, when you get advanced, you might need to use this, but for now, we're not going to. So let's go ahead now and check out on our website. So visit sites. I'm gonna go to our shop. Oh, this one right here. And let's go ahead and buy one of these. So right here, I'm gonna go to add to cart, view the cart. So right here we have flat rate. $9.99, just like we did before, right? Or we have free shipping, and then I put parentheses over $50. So I'm basically letting the customer know that if you buy something over $50, then you will actually receive free shipping. So that is a way that you can, get free shipping. So right here, I'll go to proceed to checkout. And the customer will need to put his billing information right here, last name, company name, all of this stuff right here. And then right here, you can see that we have the shipping, and then the tax right here. We put the we actually set the tax for tax jar, so they've calculated the tax for us. And then we have the subtotal right here. So right now we only have PayPal. Okay, so we need to basically figure out how to get Stripe, because let's be honest, they have to proceed to PayPal. They have to go, to another part. They have to go check out, make an account. And if they don't want to, guys, that's it. You just lost a sale. So doing that with just PayPal is not recommended. So we're going to download a plugin really quick, and we're going to show you how to actually check out with Stripe, which is basically a credit card. And since we have the SSL on our website, we don't need to worry about that because Stripe requires an SSL. However, we already have one. So that's pretty cool that we have it. So dashboard. Now we're going to go ahead and scroll down over here to plugins and go to add new. And we're going to go over here and type in Stripe. And the great part about Stripe, guys, is that you don't need to have like a credit thing or nothing like that. So you don't have to apply for credit. A lot of the payment processors, they require that stuff. So it's pretty crazy. So you want right here, you guys can do a Stripe payment gateway and make sure it's by WooCommerce and click on activate. All right, so we've activated the Stripe plugin. Now right here, WooCommerce Stripe gateway. Settings, guys, this is really, really, really easy, okay? So you want to go ahead and enable Stripe. Now title, let's just put credit card. We don't want to say Stripe. We don't need to tell our customers like who we're checking out with or who we're working with. They don't need to know that. So pay with your credit card. Okay? So we have this section. Now the only thing that we really need is this information right here. So we have test mode and we have the secret key, etc. So all you need to do is go to stripe.com, this website right here, go to dashboard, or go ahead and click on sign in, go ahead and create an account. It's free. It's free to make the account, guys. You don't have to pay for anything. It's all free to make the account, okay? And once you're done making the account, you'll be brought to a page that looks something like this right here. So this is my home. Now you might see like a bunch of pop-ups or something like that saying, hey, let's show you how to use this or something like that. You can follow those. It's always good to learn more. This site's really good because they take like a 2% fee or something like that, 3% fee, and that's it. And they automatically take it to your bank account. So they do automatic transfers all the time. So this is a really, really, really famous processor. So you'll first need to activate your account. So of course you'll have to activate your account, tell them about your product, your account information. If you have an EIN number, if you do, you can enter it. You can enter in all your information right here. Your statements, your phone number, and your bank details. Now, why they need your bank details? Because once they transfer it, they're going to need to transfer it to their bank account, right? They're not going to transfer it to your PayPal account because they're already a processor. So they want to basically take the money that you get from your website. This money right here will then go to Stripe. This money right here will automatically go straight to your bank account. So you will need to give them a bank account number. Now, this is only if you want to use Stripe, and I recommend that you do because it's very simple to set up, okay? So once you're done verifying your account and all that other stuff, you can kind of go through all these settings right here. like check all these out, like customers right here. They're like, hey, this is on hold. Make sure to add your bank account right here because you have $320 on hold. You have customers, people have bought your stuff, your products, you have your API, etc. So right here, I'm gonna enter in my information for my API. The API is very important. See right here, I'll do it one more time. I always forget my passwords. Okay, so this is really what you need right here. So after you're done verifying your account, confirming it in your email, entering your information, this is all you need, okay? And this is going to connect the site together. So right now, you can see this right here. It says, do I want to enable this in test mode? If I do, enter your secret key right here. And that can be found right here. Okay, paste that. Now enter the other one right here. Now, once your site is ready to go live, you would uncheck that box and then put in your live secret key and your live publishable key. Is that how you pronounce it? Publishable. All right. So over here, I'm gonna go ahead and say, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Now you can also have the Stripe checkout, which is like a more hip way of doing it. They also have Apple Pay, really, really cool stuff. So right here, oh, you can also save credit cards. So I'm gonna go to save credit cards, and that's also very helpful. I mean, that will make a sale guaranteed. So let's go to visit site, and let's go ahead and go straight to our cart. Actually, let's go to our shop really quick, and let's go ahead and add in like an item or two or something like that. So I'm gonna click on this right here. I'm gonna add this to the cart. Now really quickly, if you wanna edit this right here, your shop page and everything like that, you'll need to go to your theme customizer. And this is just like a quick thing. I'm not gonna show you how to customize everything. And you can go to like buttons right here, button style, and simply just like change the stuff, like how you want it to look right here. And also like the general setting or the general settings right here, typography right here. Now keep in mind, this will change it for your entire website. So that's a big drawback. But if you want this look, like where you can decorate the buttons and everything else, you can go ahead and do that right here, okay? But I'm gonna go click on check right here. Now I'm gonna add this to the cart. I'll add another one. And I'll click on view the cart. Now the great part about this, guys, is that our tax is already automated. So they already know where I'm at. So they're just charging me the correct tax. So proceed to checkout. So right here, I'm gonna put in my billing details. So I've put in all my billing details right here. Now scrolling down right here, I'm gonna go ahead and enter in like a credit card number. And then right here, I'll do like a 25. And then 1, 2, 3. Okay, so keep in mind, the order is for $163.13. All right, so 163.13. Remember that number. So right here, I'm gonna go to place order. And the order is processing, just like I showed you guys in the tutorial, and there you go. You have just made money. Now you can always double check this by going to your Stripe account. So I'm gonna go to home right now. Now you see how this kind of went up right here? So we can actually go ahead and use our, let's see our transactions. So let's go ahead and load new payments. So you see right now, $163.13 is what we just made. So this goes right to your Stripe account, and then this will automatically go to your bank account. It's actually on like a 2-day cycle or something like that. So again, over here, 163.13, and it goes right to your Stripe account. Now, I recommend this big time, guys, because PayPal alone is just not enough today. It's going into 2018 next year, and I mean, only one payment method for PayPal is really not ideal. So also, if you want to set up the payouts and everything, you can add the bank account, and I think over here you see where it says like the payout schedule. You can do like daily or change the schedule, or just switch to automatic payments, or I'm sorry, to manual payouts, which is basically saying you decide when you want the money. But they will actually transfer all the money in your Stripe account to your bank account every 2 days. Now you can change this to every week. You can change this to twice a week. You can change it to once a month, whatever you would like. Okay, so that's basically how you guys would set up Stripe. You guys can see it's very easy to set up, and it's an automated process. So now let's go ahead and talk about coupon codes. Up here, click on plus new and go to coupon. So I mentioned coupon codes, and guys, coupon codes are like the bread and butter of your store. If people think they're getting a deal, they will use it and they will buy something. If you give someone 20% off, they're going to use it. I guarantee it's Even just now when you guys saw the coupon code, 10% is better than nothing, right? So it's really, really good to have. So if you want to have coupon codes for your store, let's go ahead and add one. So right here, I'm going to put Daryl 100, and you can give like a description of it, talk about it. Now you have a percentage, a fixed cart, or a fixed product discount. So if you want a fixed discount on the carts, you would put that, and then you can put a number. Or a specific product discount, you can go ahead and put that. But generally, I think most people use the percentage discounts. It's just easier for everybody. It's easier to understand, and it just makes everybody happy. So I'm going to put 25%. So basically, I'm saying if they use this coupon code at checkout, they will get 25%. Now, do they get free shipping with this? Well, probably not. I'm going to say no. Now, when does this coupon expire? I'm going to say to the end of 31st or whatever. Usage restrictions. So do they have to spend a minimum or a maximum? Can this be used with other coupon codes? So basically, can this stack with other coupon codes? Now, if you have an item already on sale, do you want to exclude those items? So for example, if you made an item 50% off already, will this coupon code apply to it? If you do not want it to, then you can click on this checkbox right here. And also you can set up specific items for sale right here, and also specific categories, and you can also exclude certain categories as well. So usage limits, right here we have the usage limit per coupon. So how many times can they use this coupon? Limits usage to X items. So how many times can a specific item be used for that coupon? And then also here per user. So right here I'm gonna click on publish, and let's go ahead and use the coupon code. All right, so let's go to our store. And I'm gonna go to our, let's go ahead and go to our shop again. Let's go ahead and add something in. I'm gonna add in this cute shirt. View the cart. And I'll simply go ahead and paste this right here. Oh, not this one. So Daryl 100. So this will give a 25% discount. So click on applied coupon code. You can see that's moved $12.50. So we've basically saved money. So that's basically how you guys can apply coupon codes. It's very straightforward. It's very easy. And a good idea is to promote those on Instagram or Facebook or something else. So in this section, guys, I'm going to show you how to create product categories on different pages. I'm going to show you how you can add it to your menu, and I'm going to show you how you can put them anywhere on your website. So if someone were to click on a certain button, it would take them directly to your product category. So the first thing I want you guys to do is enable the visual builder, and I'm going to show you guys a really, really cool trick that will save you a ton of time. So right here we have our shop page. Now right here under this purple icon, I'm going to click on that and click on these two arrows right here. Now I'm going to export this layout. So I'm going to put something like the shop page demo 1 and go to export Divi builder layout. So basically what I'm doing is I'm making a copy of this page so we don't have to redesign everything all over again. So after I'm done with that, I'm gonna go over here to plus new and go to page. So whatever product category that you have, or like for example, let's say you have belts, you would type in belts here. So this is going to be your product category page. So if you're selling shirts, you're gonna put shirts, or if you wanna link them to belts or pants or shoes, etc. So here I'm gonna put women's on sale shirts. And I'm going to click on enable the Divi builder. And right here, I'm gonna click on use the visual builder. All right, so we have this thing right here. Now again, we're gonna click on this purple icon and click on these two arrows. And now this time, we're gonna go to import. And I'm gonna go ahead and choose the file. So this is under my downloads right here. And I think I did like the shop page demo 1 and click on open. Now I'm gonna click on import the Divi builder layout. So all I'm doing is I'm just creating a replica of exactly what we created before. So we don't have to spend all that time redesigning everything, right? It's gonna save us a lot of time. Now instead of actually putting the products right here, you would click on the gear icon, and then you would simply select the category right here. So for example, if this were only the belts page, you would click only the belts. If this were only the shirts, you would click only the shirts. So right here, this was the on sale clothes. So only the on sale clothes category will show up. So I hope you guys understand that you don't have to like, you know, recreate everything all over again. So right here, the shop module makes it very easy for us. So right here, you can see that it's just the on sale close. Okay, so I hope you understand that. It's very straightforward, very easy to understand. So right here, I'm gonna click on check and publish. So now this is the on sale shirt section. So let's say, for example, that I want to link this part to a different part of our website. So right here, I'm gonna click on exit the visual builder. Now you see this permalink up here? I'm gonna go ahead and click on this and go to copy. So now we can go to any part of our website and link this to our website. So let's go ahead and scroll down right here, or go to home. Now right here, I'm gonna go to enable the visual builder. All right, I'm gonna just click on that. It's asking for a restore. Now I'm gonna scroll down right here, all the way down. Now you see this right here? Maybe this is the section for on sale women's clothing, you know, depending on how you make your website. So right here, I'm gonna say this is on sale. So right here on this gear icon, I'm gonna paste that permalink right there. Click on that, and I'm gonna click on save. So remember, you can guide them to any product category that you would like for your website. So I'm gonna click on exit the visual builder, and now I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down, just keep scrolling. So right here, how it says get the look. Now if I click on this, it's going to take them to the on sale products only, because we're linking them to that specific page. Okay, so it's pretty amazing what you guys can do. A lot of other themes don't have this, guys, so it's truly it's a beautiful piece of technology. Now another thing, let's say they go ahead and hover over your shop. How are we going to show them where to go? So let's go on over here to our dashboard. I'm going to show you how to do that. So appearance, and go to menus. All right, so this right here for the categories, I want you to go ahead and delete that. Or if you have a category, do not use the product categories for this section right here. Now the reason why we don't want to use these product categories is because it's actually going to use the old default one from WooCommerce, and we don't want that. Now under pages right here, go to view all. We're gonna go ahead and find that page that we created. So women's on sale shirts. So instead of using these old product category pages, the ones that are default, we've actually created our own special page for it. So click on add to menu. Now right here, I'm gonna take this section right here and simply go ahead and put that under the shop. Now right here, I'm gonna click on save menu. So what I'm doing right here is I'm actually saying this is a sub item for the shop. So if they hover over shop, they're going to see women's on sale shirts right there. And again, if they click on it, they'll be taken directly to that page that we just created right here, okay? So in that aspect, you guys can link them to any sort of product category that you would want, or any specific sale. Now, another thing I want to point out about those importing and exporting layouts, depending on your server, it's kind of funny for some of them. For HostGator, it's kind of weird. For other companies, it's like, it doesn't work sometimes. So another way how you guys can do this is by going over here to our dashboard, and we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here. Now under Divi, there's a Divi library. Now this is another way you guys can do it. So the layouts, we can click on add new, import and export, and we can actually import that layout from here as well. So if that did not work for you earlier, this is just another way how you guys can import those layouts. So you guys can see right now it's importing, but for sometimes, guys, it just doesn't work, and just go ahead and just give it a try. I know for some servers it's a little strange. Now another way you guys can do this besides the way I showed you was to go to all your pages, and then click on add a new page, and click on the visual builder, and you can actually import it from here as well. So right here I'll put like pants. Now the layouts, guys, I gotta be honest, it just depends on your server, guys. It really does. It just works for these three methods. And I don't know why it's like that, but depending on your hosting company, importing the layouts can be kind of strange depending on your server. So right here, you guys can see using this method, it worked. Okay, so there's three methods. There's one using the visual builder, there's one using the backend, and then there's one using the Divi library. Okay, so go ahead and mess around with each of those three to actually import and export your layouts. And depending on your server or your hosting company, it will work from these three methods. Okay. Now, another thing I want to point out that we're going to talk about the variable product next, but I want you guys to actually go to YouTube and just type in WooCommerce. Now, my tutorial is number 1 right here. So this is my tutorial on WooCommerce. And guys, I go over everything. I go over every single option. So I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about other products or, deep, shipping or APIs, because this is my tutorial right here. And
shipping taxable?
Oops. So right here I talk about, like, is shipping taxable, etc. And you guys can see, I have a lot of likes. A lot of people like it. So I don't want to spend another 2 hours talking about WooCommerce, because a lot of the options, I'm sorry, it's just very repetitive for me just to create duplicate content and keep talking about this. So if you guys have questions about WooCommerce and you guys want to learn about the other products, because right now I'm just going to show you about variable products, but if you guys want to learn more about grouping, upsells, cross sells, all that other stuff, I have a complete tutorial dedicated for that. Okay. So let's go ahead now and create a variable product. All right, so go ahead and give your product a name. Let's go ahead and do like, I'll do girls cool shirt. And then right here again, you guys can add in your long tail description. I'm gonna go ahead and delete some of these right here. I don't need all of this. So over here, I'm gonna grab some dummy text really quick. Just for tutorial purposes, just to make it easier. All right, so right here is what we're going to create. We're going to create this size, this color, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy all this dummy text. Okay, so a variable product. So if you want it to look like this right here, where they have a size and a color or something like that, we're going to go ahead and make that right now. So right here, this is your long tail description. Okay, so again, it's going to show up right here. Okay, so anything that you put right here is going to show up right there. Okay, next, let's go ahead and change this to a variable product. Now again, if you want to learn how to do grouped and affiliate, I recommend watching my other tutorial. So again, guys, we have like the inventory. We've already kind of done this with the single products. So you can manage stock, tell them how many you have. I have 50 of these shirts. Shipping. Now we don't need to mess with shipping, but you guys want to learn more about shipping classes, you guys can watch my other tutorial. Also over here, attributes. So we need to actually add some attributes, and we actually need to add in some variations. So if I go to variations right here, it's saying before you can add a variation, you will need to add some variation attributes to the attributes tab. So over here, attributes, I'm going to add one right here. So we have none. Let's go ahead and add one. Let's add size. Then right here, I'll put small. And then right here, I'll put medium. And I'll put large. And I'm going to select use for all variations. Right here, I'm going to click on save attributes. Okay, now for variations, I'm going to click on that. Go over here and go create variations from all attributes and go to go. And it's basically saying, are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Yes, I am sure. All right, so we have large, we have medium, and we got small. So large over here, I'm going to click on this icon and I'm going to put a picture for large. Now you have to do this for each specific one. Okay, so for large, how much does this cost? Now guys, you must put a price. Okay, so it costs $50 for the large. Okay, you can select a sale price. You can put in stock. You can put the weight for the large. You can put all these settings right here. If you want to put a sales price, you can put it right here. And you can also schedule the sale as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and move down to the medium one. Medium, same thing. We'll go ahead and just put in this one right here. And then again, we'll put $50. I'm going to leave all this blank. And the last one. Click on that one, and we'll do this one, and you gotta put $50 again. Okay, and then I'll click on the, actually I need to set an item right here. So on the product image, I'm gonna go ahead and select the girl right here. Or we can just do that one right there instead. Now you don't really need to have a product gallery, because when they hover over it, it's going to change image anyways. So it's up to you if you want that or not. Now also product tags, you can add in a tag. So for example, like shirt. And you can always, add a category or make it, a new category. So I'll just put like a variable. Or actually no, because they're actually going to see the product name. So put like a woman's shirts. And categories, guys, are very, very helpful because remember, you can link them to certain parts of your website. So let's go ahead and publish this item. I think we're all ready to go. So I'm gonna click on publish. I'll do that one more time. That was kind of strange. Okay, I'm gonna go to view product. And there we go. So right here we have size, we have small, medium, and we have large. Now right here it says 50 in stock because I entered 50, and also there's no what do you call it? There's no text right here. That's because when I made the product, I didn't add anything right here. So you want to make sure that you add a lot of stuff right here, okay? So just for your your own knowledge, that you'll need to actually put some text right there, okay? So right there I can go to update, and now if I go to it, you're going to see that the product now has the text right there, okay? Now let's say you want to add in a secondary one. So we just have size, but what about color? Maybe there's a specific color for this, right? So I'm gonna go to edit product, scroll down right here. Now attributes, we're gonna add in one more. So right now we have just size, but let's go ahead and add in another one. We'll do color. And then we'll just do something like black, and we have white. And also put use for all variations, save attributes. Now for the variations, I'm gonna go ahead and do create a variations from all attributes and go to go. Okay, so we have the large, we have the, we need to delete this one. So we only need the large white, the large black. We don't need the any color. So I should have actually changed that up there. So right here, I'm gonna remove this one. Remove this one. And remove this one. So the any color, we don't need that. So right here we have a large white, a large black, a medium white, a medium black, and a small white and the small black. So right here, we need to set the image and the price for each one. So I know this can be a little tedious, guys. I know it's like a lot, but you only have to do it one time. So right here, I'm gonna select that one, and I'll put $100. Or yeah, I'll put $50. Now for the large black, now you're gonna have to change the image here because if you have it on like a white, it's going to look different, or it's going to look white. So you need to make sure that it's the color it's corresponding to. So scrolling down here, I'm gonna put $50. Medium white, go ahead and select this, and I'll put the white one right there, $50. Medium black, same thing. I know this looks a little tedious, guys, but this is e-commerce, and this is kind of what it takes because people out there want convenience. They want it simple. They want it easy. Oh, this was actually white. I put the wrong one, so I'll put white. Why don't you guys tell me, huh? All right, so the medium black, we'll put the medium black right here, and then $50. Scroll down here, and lastly we have the small black. So I'll put this one right here again, and I'll put the $50. All right, and save changes. All right, so now let's go ahead and click on update. And now let's go ahead and view the product. All right, so we have the size. We can do a medium. What color? Black. So you can see now black appears. Now we have white, a large white or a large black. So it's going to basically change because of what we put on there. So that is a variable product. And guys, if you want to learn more about WooCommerce and all of the settings and all of the products, I highly recommend to check my tutorial. I've made one specifically for WooCommerce. It's about an hour and a half long. It's very thorough, it's free, and it's very easy to use. Now, if you guys are interested in doing something like a booking website or product add-ons, such as like for this, you know, for $5.99 more, you can do this. I have a complete list of tutorial guides for shipping, for like naming your own price, for bookings, for product add-ons, for subscriptions, for add-on, I mean, all sorts of stuff, guys. I have a lot of tutorials for a lot of different things. So I'm very comprehensive and I'm very thorough on all of these. So go ahead and check out my channel. Go through all of these. They're very, very helpful. They're very thorough. They're very highly rated. And it will save you a ton of time trying to learn it yourself. Just spend the time to, like, you know, just go through it, learn it, understand it. And I guarantee you after that, you guys are saying, dude, I'm so happy you made these tutorials. And it was actually very, very, very easy. Okay. So that's about it, guys, for my tutorial. I know it was very, very long, but hopefully by now, the end of this tutorial, you guys understand how to, you know, set up your e-commerce websites. It's very, very simple. It's not hard. Everything's, you know, pretty automated. And, you know, feel free to comment on this video and let me know what worked for you or what was difficult, etc. Okay. So other than that, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial, and I'll see you guys later.